Russia doesn't care about how many soldiers it loses. That's completely irrelevant to Putin. It's irrelevant to his generals. For a great while, the Russian people are going to remain indifferent to these losses because they are losses that are going to be occurring to the ethnic minorities in Russia and not to families in the big six cities. That's not going to happen. But defeating Russia in terms of materiel, tanks, armored personnel carriers, surface-to-air missile launchers, artillery pieces, inflicting those increasing material losses so that Russia is not able to meet its defense needs, um, in other places. That's the only thing that's going to bang sense into Putin's head, and I don't think it's going to be sufficient. But eventually, his generals are going to have to tell him, "Look, we don't have enough tanks for a counterattack. Boss, it doesn't matter how many refurbished T-62s you give to us. You know, T-62, as in 1962, as in President Kennedy. Those things are leopard food. Ditto with other infantry fighting vehicles that are being pulled out of long-term storage. Ditto the T-72s. These things are leopard chow. They're Abrams chow. And these defeats are going to compound on themselves, and the Russian army is going to be less and less capable of fighting any kind of a war. Crimea is the real blue chip here, folks. That's what Putin wants more than anything. And doesn't he wish he could have it? But that peninsula is not a peninsula, it's an island. And there are only three ways in or out: the M17, the M18, and the Kerch Bridge. Three slender threads. And Ukraine will be in a position to control two of them, the M17 and the M18. And we have already seen that Ukraine can close the Kerch Bridge when it wants to. And that'll be the beginning of the end of this war, finance.
Thank you very much, Chuck, and our listener in the audience. There's your excellent answer to the question. All right, I believe we have Dry Fly, Liberal, Brian Cure. Dry Fly. Dry Fly, can you hear us?
Sorry, I was clicking my way back to. I was looking at some maps as Chuck was talking about the end of the war in Crimea and all of that stuff. That was kind of my same question. I was wondering how you can see it last 2 years, unless it is going to become like a long, drawn-out Cold War that's semi-hot. And because I don't think either country really has the wherewithal to fight a hot war for 2 more years. I don't think the West has enough material. I don't think Russia has enough material. China doesn't have enough material. I mean, the way they're going through material, it ain't going to last 2 years at this pace. But I could easily see pushing Russia back either beyond their border, or to their border, or beyond their border, or close to their border, and having this sort of rolling Cold War that looks more like Korea or even Vietnam in 1972, when the fighting slowed down but it didn't stop. What are your thoughts on that? Because I think that's going to be the real problem, is that transition from actually shooting to this sort of dead space while they figure it out. And then the other question I have for you is that in the Russian Revolution, they actually didn't, the thing that killed the Tsar and ended the war wasn't huge defeats. Ironically, I mean, they had massive defeats at Tannenberg and some of the other battles. I mean, I think at Tannenberg, I think they lost 800,000 people. That was where the Germans literally marched, I think, out like 400,000 captives. It was just staggering numbers. Okay. And that was early in the war. The thing that ended World War I was actually a successful offensive, the Kerensky offensive, where they pushed and pushed and pushed under Kerensky after Nicholas was ended, and Kerensky wanted to prove to the Allies that he deserved their support going forward. So he pushed and pushed and pushed on this offensive against Austria, and it wasn't as big as uh, the Tannenberg loss, but by God, it just broke the back of their army. Here they gained ground, they won, but they had huge losses, and at the end, the army was no longer really capable of fighting. When I look at Bakhmut and and Adivka and some of these other places, I mean, it just screams Kerensky offensive to me because they're grinding themselves down. When they're in, they may not have anything, and so we may actually see a collapse much sooner if that in fact is an accurate analogy. So I'm just asking you, what are your thoughts on how the transition goes? Because that's the thing that has been bothering me from day one is even if Ukraine wins, the battlefield, how do you win the political war? Because dealing with Russians and communists, that's almost more important. Listen.
Yeah, that I think those historical analogs are really important, and I agree with you. And it was something we were just talking about, because I think that 3 or 4 more Kharkiv offensives are going to have that effect on the Russian army. They are not going to be able to rebound from those losses. They are not going to be able to put together huge driving counteroffensives to take back what they've lost, because their ability to fight will be diminished by these losses. And it's interesting you brought up Tannenberg and the other offensives, and the staggering losses of 800,000 people in a single um, geographical area that we can call a battle. Incredible. A single battle where Russian casualties doubled the total number of casualties in the American Civil War in one battle. And, you know, I, I think you'd agree with me that the losses of Russian soldiers, no matter how staggering the number, throughout Russian history, it has never mattered to them at all. Even in the successful storming of Berlin, I believe the Russians lost somewhere like 250,000 casualties taking Berlin in a battle they were winning. But here is the key, I think, and and I think we're at that tipping point already, and that is the Russian losses of materiel, not men, materiel, tanks, vehicles, the hardware of war. Uh, the more they lose and the more of their better equipment they lose, they're going to get into a position where it doesn't matter how many T-50, T-62s, T-72s, T-80s that they get out of long-term storage and send into the fight, that the quality of the new equipment arriving in Ukraine, it's going to eat it's going to eat their lunch. Uh, uh, they're not going to be able to outfight an Abrams or a Leopard. And here is the case: you have something like a King Tiger in the hands of a German tank ace, and often they would engage 15 or 20 Sherman tanks, and that's what it would take to knock off one of these exceptional German tanks. But here's kind of the problem as well. Even if they try to swarm these leopards, being fed on a constant diet of defeat, of of uncaring leadership, and and this grinding sense of defeat that's being inculcated into these Russian soldiers, I just don't see them rising to the occasion. I don't see them taking that crappy equipment into battle and fighting these leopards. And I say that because They're not doing it now, you know. And there is a point where the Russian army will fail, and it has. The 155th Brigade of Naval Infantry, they said, that's it. We're not doing it anymore. They got chewed up in Vuhledar, and they said to their officers, F you, we're not doing this anymore for you. And that was, a Russian offensive in broad daylight. Those units aren't answering the bell anymore. If the Russians are hit in 3 or 4 locations by hard driving Ukrainian offensives, combined armed offensive put together, I don't see Russian command having the bandwidth to deal with that. And I don't see Russian soldiers having the skills and the determination and the will to fight that it takes to bounce back in a hard hitting counterattack. I just don't see it. And let's say a year from now, Russia has been pushed back, let's say 20, 30, let's say 50 kilometers back from everywhere they are now. And Ukraine having driven through to the Sea of Azov, then we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And only then. But I see that taking a year. And, I still think it is inevitable that Ukraine is going to win this war. I don't know what the political solution looks like. I'm afraid Crimea is going to have to be liberated, just like Kherson was. I'm afraid there's going to be fights in Crimea. I don't see Russia. I don't see them giving that up without fights. But you know, this is going to be a long war, folks. I'm afraid.
Well, I'm going to ask, or I'm going to just one follow up, but it's for people who are listening and when you're watching and reading, kind of read up on the Kerensky offensive. When you see the movie Zhivago, Dr. Zhivago, and there's that scene that's been on Twitter, really a lot in the last month or so, about the Russian troops marching away from the war that they've given up. And then they run into a bunch of troops that are heading to the front and they kill their officers. Okay. That actually this that scene, all those cinematography, and it's fictionalized, is actually the result of the Kerensky offensive. The Russian army actually won that battle. In other words, they won that contest with the Austro-Hungarian army. They made gains. They weren't huge gains; they were small gains, but they actually made their objective. The problem is that Kerensky pushed so hard that he completely lost the ability of his army to fight afterward. So he did what he wanted them to do, but in the end, they basically broke their pick on the rock, and there was nothing left after they got to the end of the mission, so to speak. It wasn't a huge battle. It wasn't like the losses weren't like Tannenberg. It was probably a tenth of that. It's like 80,000 or 100,000. But when you consider 50,000, when you consider that's like half of what they've lost in this war, okay, it tells you, you don't have to lose, and you don't have to lose a huge number if at the end of the day the soldiers are done fighting, if they're just done. And you can see in that film, which is a very fairly accurate representation of what it was like on the Eastern Front, between the Russians and the Germans and Austrians. The soldiers just had no time for the officers. The soldiers had no time for the officers, and they killed them. And the historical story of the revolution was that's exactly what happened. They killed them in droves. The Red Army, or excuse me, the Russian Revolution did not start from the civilians in the street. It started from the army rebelling. So when we're watching this thing unfold in the months to come, it may not be the the Ukrainian military that deals the final blow. It may actually be the Russian soldiers that have just had it with their own people. And that was my only point. And I'll listen to other people's comments and step down.
Well-made points. I don't disagree with anything you said. Finance, I got time for just a couple more. I'm going to have to pull the plug here because my disco ball is kind of hanging low here.
All right. Well, two old friends of the space, Liberal and Brian. I'm going to end it on you guys because Chuck has time for one or two more. So one or two more, please keep it kind of short. Liberal, off to you.
Hey, thanks, Finance. Hey, Commander Farrar. I think Dryfly touched on something I wanted to talk about with respect to material. I think you guys answered some of my questions. My question to you, sir, was that you foresee, and I understand that we're not essentially predicting anything. We're trying to surmise what's going on. I know that you said that this could be a protracted war for another 2 or 3 years. While I don't disagree with you, what I find interesting is that Russia is dipping into 70-year-old armor, i.e., T-54s and T-55s. Given that, and regardless of Putin's proclamation that they're ramping up to be able to produce 1,600 tanks per month, I don't believe that. I think that the fact that they are relying on 70-year-old armor tells us that they probably don't have the equipment that they need to retain the lands that they've seized. And I don't see Russia matching NATO's ability to produce the weaponry necessary for Ukraine to defend itself and recapture their land. So from my perspective, given the spring offensive and anything beyond that, I believe that it's possible that this may be resolved sooner than later. I just can't personally see the Russians being able to sustain this war, given what we've seen in Bakhmut, their lack of impetus or their ability to gain a lot of land. So I'm sorry, I'm trying to rush because I'm being respectful of your time, sir. How does Russia keep this war going for another 2 to 3 years? I understand they have air superiority, or they have superior forces as far as their air force goes. Like, how does that happen if you're just sending in a meat brigade with little to no armor, or armor that's 70 years old? Like, how do they protract this war for another 2 or 3 years, sir? Thank you.
No, those great questions, and I part of that calculus is based on the fact that Putin is not going to pull the plug on this war. They've already lost, closing in on 4,000 tanks. They've lost closing in on 7,000 infantry fighting vehicles. They've almost lost 3,000 artillery systems, almost 300 anti-aircraft systems, 300 airplanes, 200 helicopters. And it's interesting. You touched on a point that I absolutely agree with, and it's completely well taken. Russia saying it's going to produce 1,000 of a certain tank a month. Well, I find that really interesting because you've lost almost 4,000 tanks in the last, that's total losses, but certainly in the last year, you've lost more than 2,000 tanks. And I agree with you. How are they going to win this war? I don't think they will. And I think that when Ukraine lands 2 or 3 or 4 big offensive blows, the ability of Russia to to remain any sort of military parity in this war is going to evaporate. But I see Putin sticking to his plans and shoveling bad money after good, shoveling more men, more antiquated and militarily irrelevant equipment into Ukraine, and doing the same pig-headed, stupid things he's doing now. I don't see him coming to his senses. I don't see his generals prevailing on him to change the course of the war or fight smarter. I don't see it. But I'm encouraged by that. The stupidity of banging your head against the city of Bakhmut, it's incredible. And Divka is a strategic location. It is a place with 4 or 5 or 6 highways coming together. It has two of probably the largest train yards in Europe. It has everything it needs to be a strategic location. Russia launched a serious uh, attempt at an offensive south of Andriivka over the last 2 days. Committing serious numbers of tanks, armored vehicles, and striking 2 or 3 miles past the line of contact, where they got their butts handed to them once again, and retreated with their hats in their hand. They've lost. John Spencer thinks they may have lost 40,000 people in Bakhmut. America lost 50,000 people in 10 years in Vietnam. I'm encouraged that the leadership in the Kremlin is so invincibly stupid that they keep throwing people in Bakhmut. And I'm encouraged that there isn't a single general in Putin's coterie that dares speak the truth to him and say, boss, this is a staggering waste of resources and life. Why don't you let me put together a pair of offensives that will encircle Bakhmut so we can take it? No. And it used to be, maybe 6 months ago, that might have worked. But 6 months is a long time in war. And 6 months is an even longer time for the Russian soldiers in Bakhmut. And you know what? They don't want to do it anymore. Nobody wants to be in the first T whatever, even T-90s, even the Armada tank, which hasn't been put into war very much. They don't want to be the first guy to leave the tree line and catch a javelin in their teeth. And it's not going to happen. Those aren't the kind of troops to rally in a counterattack and push back against an offensive. So I agree with you. Russia is going to be less and less able to win this war. But by God, I predict they're going to stay in it until there's basically nothing left of the Russian military.
Thank you very much, Chuck and Liberal. All right, Chuck, do you have time for a final question?
I do. Thank you. And I got to tell you, Finance, you're the man. This was fun. You know what? And I dig it, and I appreciate you putting this together very much.
Don't kid everyone, Chuck. This is a Chuck Farr production here. I appreciate getting the credit, but come on now, come on.
Don't do that to my shoes and tell me it's raining, right?
Come on, yeah. Anyways, this is Chuck's idea. We have been hounding him to come on late at night. He said, "Well, how about this weekend?" And of course, how can I say no? The great Chuck. All right, our last question. Another longtime friend of the space, Brian. You have come up just in time to ask the final question for Chuck for his excellent Saturday Night Fever evening.
Yeah, I guess I'm the last person between you and snuggling under the covers, Chuck. So, yes. So, don't get me wrong. I'm under no illusions that any support from any tangible support from China would change the outcome of what most of us, probably all of us in this space, really realize that that Russia has lost and will lose this war. But what tangible items would we expect China to be giving them? Maybe this is already happening under the radar, but what what sort of things would we expect the Chinese to give them? You would think that there would be potentially some incompatibility in platforms between what Russia is using and what the Chinese military uses. But what kinds of things could they be giving Russia to at least some token level of support militarily?
I think one of the things that is being supplied now are aircraft parts. MiG-29 parts, other strike aircraft. And what's interesting about that is many of these more modern aircraft are Chinese knockoffs of Russian aircraft, uh, unauthorized reproductions, and the Russians' own aviation industry is so stressed that it can't produce uh, real parts. So they're literally buying Chinese knockoffs of knockoffs. Um, there, you know, there's a point, and it's coming. And a liberal just raised this point. It's not really going to matter eventually what sort of munitions Russia's few friends are able to send to Russia, because the quality of these munitions are not going to be at par with the new stuff that is arriving in the hands of the Ukrainian military. And what is eventually really going to take a toll is that when you have broken the will of the Russian troops to fight, it doesn't matter if they've got the latest gee whiz anything. If they're not willing to be the first vehicle to break the tree line, they're not going to fight. They're not going to be, their combat effectiveness is going to be reduced, and it already is reduced. And I'm not making any excuses for Russia, but no army in the last 100 years has ever faced such sophisticated equipment on the battlefield. 20% of the world's Javelin missiles are in Ukraine. 25% of the world's Stinger missiles are in Ukraine. Add to that all the other things. There are Strelas, there are Sunstreaks, there are Brimstone missiles. Now there are Hellfires. There will be Patriot missile systems online. There are state of the art NATO air defense systems online. Ukraine is receiving NATO grade orbital imagery. Uh, Ukraine has a vast superiority in human intelligence. I'm completing an article right now on the role of partisans that are going to play. How are partisans going to figure into these Ukrainian spring offensive? Every one of these vital factors in warfare, the needle is pushed squarely over to Ukraine. Russia is at a point right now they cannot concentrate forces on the battlefield without Ukraine calling in HIMARS strikes on them. They can't have a meeting of generals anywhere in the battle space, almost anywhere, that Ukraine can't drop a HIMARS on them. Russia can't move any troops without partisans reporting on it. They can't stack up ammunition anywhere without it getting hit with a HIMARS. You can't fight a war like that. But the most important thing to defeat is the enemy's will to fight, and progress is being made there. So, as tough as this fight is, uh, Ukraine is going to win this, but it's going to be a long slog.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Chuck, been a pleasure having you all evening. Really appreciate you taking the time to come join us for a few hours on your Saturday night. Really appreciate you pulling out the classic retro Saturday night and Hawaiian shirts. I think you need to post a picture in those Hawaiian shirts, sir. I think that's the only way. It's believable.
I'll just have to whip one out and get a picture up there, because I've got a closet full of them. I even wear them snowboarding. So, Finance, thank you so much. Thank you everyone for the great questions, and I leave you to plunge on into the night, Finance, and Slava Ukraine.
Harem Slava.
Heroic Slava.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night, Chuck. Also, though he has left, his frogs and the frog fundraiser remains. There has been another donation to the frog fund from one of our foreign compatriots. Apparently, it's a little funnier in his language, but the name is Plump. So they're the Plump Whiskey Frogs. So frogs for the frogmen this evening. Thank you very much, Chuck. And Cure, welcome up. Your hand is raised. Questions for not Chuck.
Well, I wanted to present my comments to Chuck here earlier, and I realize he has to go off. But what I want to say is I've made some comments previously on this forum. I want to thank Maria Forum, Maria.org. You have, in essence, I come from a sort of a liberal American Roosevelt background, and I'm really grateful for so much of the information that you, through Chuck and others, who have really truly informed me. I am not. I'm pretty much a pacifist, and so on. I've commented on this forum before, but I want to, and I've said this before, but I think our friend Alex, who is often on this forum, I mean, and even as a real American liberal, and one of your compatriots has said, I have to think about this in a little bit of English, but the Ukrainian fight is our fight. This is the right thing. We as Americans who are a little bit removed from, we are distracted by so many things on TV and whatnot, and whatever's going on. But I'm a retired gentleman, and I grew up with people who not only fought in the Second World War, but my relatives are Finland. They fought really on the front. So these are part of the things that informed me. I had my parents were older when I was born. Several served in the U.S. Military in various aspects during the Second World War, and that was the truly the defining moment of their lives. And most of them survived, gratefully, but some did not. And I want to. I think it was about maybe 4 or 5 days ago, could have been, but Alex said that this is our 1939 moment, and I agree with him. This is an American liberal who grew up during the Vietnam era as a teenager and so on. I was against that war. I'm a pacifist. You might even call me almost Quaker. But even that being said, there were Quakers who served during the Second World War. Well, now so many years have passed, and I grew up with people who in northern Minnesota had were Ukrainian heritage, who survived the aftermath of maybe even during or the aftermath of World War II, and some made a life here. We have big Ukrainian communities in my state of Minnesota, south of us, but everybody's trying to help. I really appreciate the depth of discussion and information that MriyaReport has, given me. And I'm still a pacifist and so on. But I tell you what, I would. I'm also, like I said, I'm also a Quaker. I would not put a gun in my arms, but but if I was, I'm retirement age. But if I had, I would carry a medical kit. So that being said, um, I have Finnish relatives and Finnish cousins, sort of Swedish cousins who are volunteers in the Ukraine. Well, I'm telling you what, I'm not. I'm against violence and so on, but we have the righteous cause. Thank you, MriyaReport. And that being said, um, I'm of retirement age, and there are many in my age group. I have language abilities. I speak a couple languages besides my own. Growing up speaking English, but many people. We've in Minnesota. We've had groups coming over. Soccer teams and so on from the Ukraine, who did some games with local teams here in Duluth or in Minneapolis, in St. Paul. But we have a large Ukrainian community going back, beginning of the 20th century. To be honest with you, and those are good associations, and so on, and good relief for some of the youth who have been traumatized by this incursion in the Ukraine. I tell you what, as a pacifist, I'm telling you this: give every weapon we need, give every advantage to the Ukrainian forces to defeat this. This is on, as Alex said. I mean, I think about 4 or 5 days ago when I was listening, he said, "This is our 1939 moment." As a pacifist, I agree. Ich stimme mich. My friends, I'm part of the retirement community. We go out with coffee. Now it's the Lenten season, so we go out and
Curry,
well,
Curry, my
well,
friend.
and I will complete.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have informed this forum has informed me. It has, and I'm part of the community that donates to you. Thank you, MriyaReport. I really appreciate each and every one of you. I truly do. Thank you for giving me a voice, but also giving me an opportunity to participate. Thank you. I'll quit. Thank you.
You're good, Craig. Great. Always appreciate having you up here. You made your point. Yeah, no, we do agree. When this is the kind of thing that would have a pacifist saying, "Send them the HIMARS," and certainly, I'm both not a pacifist, but do completely agree with the idea of sending Ukraine all of the weapons that they need to end this war sooner, so that people can stop dying. Because unfortunately, in this kind of situation, Ukraine only gets to stop fighting when the Russians stop fighting, and they're not stopping until they lose. So hopefully that happens sooner. All right, we're going to move on over to Liberal. Liberal, nice to see you this evening.
Hey, always a pleasure. Are you sipping on a fine whiskey tonight or not?
I actually am having all sorts of fun things in the background here. We made ourselves a ultra cheesy loaded potato. We had a bunch of ice cream, and I had a bunch of coffee because I had to be wide awake, just in case. You never know what you're going to get with Chuck. He is a feisty gentleman there. Just look at the outfits he wears late at night. Just can't handle it. So, how are you, Liberal?
I'm good. I'm enjoying a beverage myself. Yeah, so I was listening to Kiri from Minnesota, and being a Quaker and a pacifist, etc. I respect that. I just wanted to make a point that Ukraine was attacked by Russia, and any support for Ukraine doesn't mean that, and I'm not suggesting that he said that, but it doesn't mean that you're pro-war. You know, it just means that you're anti autocracy, anti-aggression, anti-fascist, etc. And I think a lot of times people that are in that sphere tend to equate peace in a way that benefits Russia. So I'm not suggesting that that's the case. I just think about how we need to frame this. Support for Ukraine is support for a sovereign nation, support for democracy, support for anti authoritarianism, etc. So I just wanted to add that. That's it.
Certainly can't disagree here, right? The even I was talking to a Kazakh friend of ours, Madi, and he made the point that look, like Kazakh is not a democracy, right? It's an authoritarian state. But on the other hand, the Kazakhs are much happier having their own authoritarian state than being a colonial subject of the Russian Empire, right? It is much better being a Kazakh under Kazakh under a Kazakh dictatorship, as much as it is much better to not be under a dictatorship than it is to be a colonial subject of the genocidal Russian Empire, right? And that this is actually a sense of pride in their nation, that they are their own nation now, and that they are no longer sort of a Soviet subject. So, certainly, even if Ukraine were not a democracy, which they very clearly are, I would be supportive of them because I believe in that. There's something to be said here for for independent nations giving more agency than stopping colonial, dictatorial, territorial aggression, right? And I bring up Kazakh quite clearly because a lot of people, especially in Kazakhstan, are quite worried that the next target is going to be there. As much as Georgia is also a possibility, Kazakhstan, as former Soviet republic, is clearly right next to Russia. Doesn't have the most defensible territory, by which I mean a lot of it's very flat. And unlike Ukraine, has a much smaller army that has not been moved to sort of NATO standards, and clearly has some concerns if they were to be attacked. So, I would say, look, like we should have supported Ukraine more heavily in 2014. Thankfully, we are finally getting our acts together to support them now, and saying no to dictatorial, aggressive genocide is perhaps something that we should be more serious about here in the democratic nations of the world. And we're going to go to our friend in the sunny penal colony with his penal roommate, Will.
Thanks, Finance. So just following on from Chuck's discussion, had that continued, and the reason I really appreciate Chuck being on his expertise and all that sort of, and that is that he does provide a dose of positive reality, if you will. I mean, he's very pragmatic about it, and he's as just referenced that it's a war, and it's a massive war of aggression, and it's got to be won. And the thing I just wanted to throw into the end of the discussion there in relation to what it will take for Russia to collapse on the battlefield, and dry fly and whiskey and others, not dry fly. Yeah, it might have been dry fly. Anyway, they talked about the kind of losses that they would sustain and compared to the battle at the end of the First World War that caused Russia's to turn and decide they were done with World War I and go home and spark the revolution in Russia, the former Soviet Union. But I think there might be another closer to time and place study. This is a totally different battle, and who will be attacking or whatever. But just a few hundred miles from where we're talking about today. The largest tank battle in history, a combined arms tank battle in history, at the Battle of Kursk, was fought over 7 weeks in July to August through August of 1943. And I'll just remind folks that Russia was willing to accept, over a 7-week period, 710,000 war dead, right? Plus a whole bunch from disease, which shows there weren't any better. They're not in, they weren't even managing their disease well in summertime, but they lost a lot of people to disease too. So, and that was a battle that the Soviet Union was considered a win for them, right? Because they stopped the attempt by the Germans to encircle them in Operation Citadel, with a smaller force, but a smaller but more capable force, and the Germans failed to surround the Soviet forces, and the Soviet forces counterattacked, in a manner that you're going to find shockingly familiar if you look at it. In that the Soviet army, like the Russian army, relies incredibly heavy on artillery. That is their primary modus operandi to win a war, to be capable of flattening the things in front of them, much like they do now by having, in the case of Kursk and probably close to here, 4 times the number of barrels and ammunition capable to sustain that. But they don't care. They did not care then, nor do they obviously care now on the losses they'll sustain, because the German army suffered about 177,000 losses compared to Russia's 710,000 dead. So, but that's a win. That's a win for Russia, because they stopped Army Group Central for the Germans in the center, and set up the situation where the Soviet Union couldn't be invaded and split in chunks. Anyway, the win for Russia in this case is also just not losing, right? Because they reckon they can hold out long enough to that support for this war will fall apart in the West, or somebody will come to their assistance. They'll cobble together assistance from the other autocracies in the world and be able to get even turn a failure into a victory by getting to keep portion of Ukraine, which obviously would be Crimea, would be the first thing they want to keep, and then they'll want to keep as much of Luhansk and Donetsk that they're not driven out of. So I just want to bring people back. So I think an offensive can be great. Will be great. It'll be a couple punches, and look, I think the losses on the Ukrainian side or the Russian side could go up way higher than they are now. Way higher, right? I think we saw something like 7-1 were credible estimates of what they lost around Bakhmut, or they're losing in Bakhmut to this day, and that could go up to 15. I could easily see that happening during a combined arms offensive by Ukraine, but Russia doesn't care about the bodies. So the way to beat Russia is what they're is to hopefully get those armies in the field to do the same thing they did at the end of war, to quit the field, but be sober about the fact that Russia is capable of getting people to do their people to sustain losses which are unbelievable, and to us, and they have in place the control of mass communication in Russia sufficient to make sure that a large plurality is with them, and probably a tenuous support from others who just don't want to, who fear losing. So they've probably still got a support of their population that's above 50%. If they had to be polled, but they aren't going to be polled on it. What they'll need to do is stop sending their sons to do his bidding, and cut off support for the center, to try to generate, I guess, a change in regime. But I don't really care what happens in Russia, but it'll be painful and long, probably. I hope I've got a bet with Chuck that it's wrong, right? I got to bet with Chuck that it could finish before the end of next year. And I think some of the other folks that, like me, have very little expertise in actual combat would say the same. We predict something quicker, a smashing fist. But so my point is, this is why we're not done here, right? Keep pushing every arm and system that Ukraine says they need, they should get. And month after month after month after month, there needs to be hundreds of millions of dollars in aid by countries in the form of bullets for everything. Keep giving them all the ammunition for every system they've been provided, in the tune of something like a couple $100 million a month. NATO should set up a long-term contract for supply of that, and then figure out how they're going to fill it through all the supply chains of all the NATO countries, because it's going to need a sustained effort like that, and a building up of artillery shells in particular, but armament, bullets for everything, to be able to smash through and get that Russian army on the run, so they know they're losing in the field and they quit the battlefield, because that's the only way to a quick end, no matter how it looks, what it looks like inside of Russia. But the only way to get Russia done quickly is to make sure that the force is large enough to smash them multiple places, so the armies in the field are no longer willing to listen to the bullshit and quit the field, which is what Whiskey was talking about. But I think the context in which he was talking about it was well, useful, but not as useful as looking at how bad it could be for Russia in something like Kursk, because they're unbelievably interested or unbelievably willing to sacrifice their men's lives in the hundreds of thousands, and before they'll quit the field. So we got to make sure that the Ukrainians have absolutely everything they need to make that happen, or make the Russians think that's happening, so they get on the run and stay on the run, and leave most of their capability to threaten their neighbors in the field in Ukraine for scrap when they get across that border in Russia. Would be the ideal scenario, no matter whether it happens this year or next.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's some very good points. I've come to realize that you can never underestimate a Russian's ability to suffer. That seems to be like their national theme, is that we can suffer more than anybody, and we're gonna suffer. We're gonna cause our own suffering, but we're gonna suffer and we're gonna enjoy it. Um, it just boggles the mind sometimes. Um, Liberal.
Hey, thanks. Will, do you think that perhaps once we see the Ukrainian counteroffensive in the spring, maybe in a couple of weeks, do you foresee this war going on beyond that? Because it feels like um, the Russians have run out of steam, and given the support of NATO with equipment, satellite support, intel, how do they come back from that? Like, how do you try to reclaim, illegally seized territories? Um, I mean, I just not being overly optimistic, but it seems like Russia has run out of steam.
So I'd agree, right? I mean, I also, as Chuck was saying to you, I agree with the premise of everything you're saying. Morale wise, Russia's very bad. Supply wise, Russia is very bad. Their base economy that provides their supply, also extremely bad, as finance said. Their military capability, incredibly poor, and they do not have, in the time frame of this war, the capability of replenishing themselves the way they're saying. So, as Chuck said, this war cannot, no, not politically, not economically, not militarily in a strategic or a tactical level. This war cannot be won by Russia from this point. It can only be won by Ukraine. And the only question is how long it's going to take and how many Ukrainian bodies is it going to take? Because, yes, the T 55 and T 54 are now coming in. Russia's making up a bullshit story in the world about how those are only being sent to secondary units, or they're going to be used to buy them time till their production of 1,600 tanks a month kicks in, which we all know they don't have the capability of making even the shells, let alone the optics and the other material, the things that make a tank a tank. They can't even turn out enough enough barrels to make 1,600 tanks a month, even if they, just were putting them on artillery pieces, not a mobile device. They just cannot do it. The optics aren't there, nothing. And there is nobody who is obviously coming to their rescue. China didn't commit anything militarily to Russia in their meeting, not one thing, and took everything away that Xi wanted from that meeting. So that basically says that, as Chuck also said, China is setting itself up to dominate Asia after this is, because they want the war to take 2 or 3 more years, completely deplete Russia's capabilities as much as possible, so that they face no strategic threat to the north anymore, and they have a client state that is going to be subservient to them in a way that Belts and Road never made anybody. They're going to be so indebted to Russia that they will have 2 votes on the Security Council rather than 1. That's what I think this is going China-wise. Nobody else can come to their support, and some of the folks that are supporting him now, like Iran, might see the writing on the wall and get out too. So I don't see them winning this war. I don't see any capability for them to do that. Liberal, but finishing it quickly would require a force of significantly. I see, and this is where it's difficult to predict, right? Historically, the first massive tank battle in history probably will remain as so, because you don't need as many tanks to have a massive battle and cover large swaths of land then as you do now. So the sizes of both armies are going to be smaller, and the commensurate amount of casualties is also going to be smaller. But I'm not privy to the numbers. This is why I just keep imploring everybody to press your governments, press your local, federal, and state to make sure that your country is supplying everything that you possibly can that Ukraine asks for, so that they can build up as big a smashing fist as possible. They're not going to be NATO. NATO goes into every war preparing to smash a walnut with a sledgehammer. They're not going to have a sledgehammer, but we need to give them the biggest possible bonking device that we can put together for Ukraine, so that they can carry out an effective possibly multi-front combined arms offensive to get the Russians on the run. Because here's the thing, Liberal, those folks know, right? The people that are going to be parked in a T-55, they know they're riding in a T-55, and they've also seen what Ukraine has already done with the Soviet tanks and the Soviet era tanks. From their perspective, they know what they've done to the T-90s, T-80s, the Terminator, all their new special equipment they're taking into the field. The soldiers on the ground also know that their equipment is less effective, and that is represented by multiple telegram chats, intercepted phone calls, tons of communications. They fear the javelin. They fear all the kit, the small kit that has been given by NATO. And the entire reason the Russian propagandists are talking about fighting NATO and not Ukraine is because they want an excuse for why Ukraine is doing so well, even given the small amount of support that they were able to garner before. So I have faith that the Ukrainian army can really do a massive counteroffensive as and when they decide to do one. Um, and I don't know whether that's spring or I'd wait till summer or whenever they're ready. And I hope they don't tell me, so I get a nice big surprise. And I hope I'm working that morning, or I hope I'm working that morning in Ukraine, so I can report on what's happening as it happens. But so yeah, they can't win. But the problem is a T-55 still has a shell on it that can kill a bunch of Ukrainian folks. And in a perfect world, what we want to see is a casualty rate of like 100 to 1, or what the United States and Britain achieved in Iraq, which was over that, right? You're looking for something in the plains of Marathon numbers, 33 to 1. I would be that would be a good start, because every Ukrainian that's lost is precious and senseless loss, right? Ukraine didn't invade Russia. Russia invaded Ukraine, and they're committing atrocities, which is the other reason they won't win, by the way, liberal. The other reason Russia can't win is because they aren't capable of generating the morale to win. Those folks aren't just the folks on the ground. What's their role? If they make their money in their contract soldiers and they steal a washing machine and maybe rape a few people, that's the best they're going to do out of this war. That the benefits aren't going to them. But the Ukrainians, every one of the Ukrainians understands this is an existential fight, and they are going to fight like cornered cats the entire way. So Russia cannot win. But what are we going to do? What can we do to make sure that like I work in the oil and gas industry, right? And we shoot for these absurd targets of zero harm, right? Zero people injured, zero people killed, and it is kind of unrealistic. But that's what we also have to take that approach with Ukraine as much as possible. Let's arm them with everything like they would if NATO boys were out there doing the work, because Ukrainian men and women are out there doing the work, and those folks are going to be essential to rebuilding that economy. That'd be my take on it.
And thank you for sharing your take on that. It's always appreciated, as usual. Even though you are from a penal colony, we still respect your point of view. Um, and so I had a comment, but then it escaped me. So I guess we'll go to our favorite Flying Dutchman, Duke.
Good evening. I'm still here. I'm supposed to go to bed, but yeah, you keep me up. I want to just do a little update. I received a tweet. It was a speech from Zelensky. It was not in the normal environment. He was on a white solid background, talking softly. But he explained that all the troops have finished their special trainings abroad and in Ukraine. They've been all uptight and ready from left to right. And he thought it's very important for the support, of course. But in the beginning of the speech, he mentioned a lot that the army is about ready to go. So I thought that was an interesting thought. It's about 7 hours old, that message. And one more thing, an optimistic Moscow midget told the press that he wanted to update 1,600 Russian tanks the next coming years. So I'm wondering how we're going to do that. And well, that was what I had to add for tonight. And thank you very much. And goodbye. And see you soon.
Well, thank you. We always appreciate your insight in this space. For those of you who may just be joining us, we had the illustrious Chuck Ferrer on here earlier. You will find up in the nest a link to one of his audiobooks that has just been released. Highly recommended if you do the audiobook type of thing. And we have Greg coming up here. How are things going, Greg?
Very good. Yourself, Nefod? Is that how you pronounce it? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm NAFO. Well, it's
NAFO?
pronounced just like NATO. You know, NATO.
Oh, okay.
NAFO.
Yeah, gotcha, NAFO, no problem. How are you, Finance, Will, Dockers? How are you, Mockers? How is everybody? Good. Sorry to bother you. I'm in the cell next door to Will down here in the penal colony. He's in the cell called Western Australia, and I'm next door in a cell called South Australia. So I thought I'd check in as well, make sure I can get my rations for tonight for dinner. But the question I have is, I saw some comments earlier from President Zelensky mentioning, even though despite what you said a moment ago about training's all finished, but he's actually saying that there's no counteroffensive that will be launched unless more weapons are delivered. So going along the lines of what we've been talking about in this space for a little while now, what's the scenario going to play out if Zelensky is told that's all there is for now? He launched the counteroffensive, has a pretty high attrition rate of tanks, wants to go further south to take Crimea. Instead of actually begging at the last minute after they've launched this counteroffensive as to, okay, where we're going to get our replacement tanks from that are being destroyed and artillery, shouldn't that be done now? In terms of the promises lined up by some of these countries saying, oh, we've got, 4 Leo 4s that we can give you now. We found another 2. I mean, shouldn't it be a little bit more structured to this so that they can promise X amount of delivery now and, X more in 3 months once they're upgraded and ready for transport for maybe a second counteroffensive? Or am I being a little bit, over demanding, so to speak?
Well, first off, isn't South Australia kind of redundant? Because Australia is south, it's about as far south as you can get, and
we're about as redundant as Ohio, I guess. Yes, you could say that.
Well, Ohio,
stranded in the middle of nowhere.
I don't claim it exactly. So I think, I get the frustration of that we've heard a lot about things where we're going to deliver this, we're going to deliver that, and I think that we don't hear about necessarily everything that's being delivered, or we hear about things that are going to be delivered, but the actual time frame of that is more obscured. I think for tactical reasons, you don't really want to just shout out to your enemy, oh, we're doing this and we're doing that and we're going to have this here and we're going to have that there. You want to leave some of those things up for conjecture. I think there's a lot of that going on.
Okay, if that's the way it is, NAFO, that's great. But it just seems from the outside looking in, bearing in mind that, people on this panel and connections like Chuck, who have a lot more, I guess, connections than what we all have, from my point of view, in terms of what I see, which is not much because I'm only here on Twitter, just like looks like every time President Zelensky and Ukraine need more weapons, he goes to a summit or invites more presidents or prime ministers over and gets another little batch of delivery. So, and it's very incremental, as you can appreciate. And I'm not military, but I would have thought for military guys that it's not a way to run a war or a fight back or counteroffensive, so to speak. But if you're saying behind the scenes that things are happening to resupply the Ukrainian army, if and so when required, then that's great. That's all it's really wanting to know. And also, which stocks would it come from, realistically? I mean, if we can talk about it generally or publicly, that's not confidential. Who would have the biggest reserve of, tanks, for example, that they can ship over? Would it just be simply the states? after we run out of Leos from all the other countries in Germany, or?
Yeah, there are the Leos are the quickest to get there, and I cannot confirm or deny that Leos have been seen in the area of Bakhmut. So I don't know. The U.S. seems kind of reticent to send A1s from America. There are plenty of A1s in Europe that they could send, and frankly, I'm really frustrated they haven't already. But that's why you want to get on the phone with your representative and tell them just what you think about this delay and what you think about this trickle in. This is like trickle down economics for Ukraine, and it works about as well as trickle down economics. We need to just get it all out there quick.
I appreciate your comments, Nafo. Except being here in Australia, I know I'm not sure about Will. I'm sure he is doing this too. But Mick Ryan and myself have been all over the Australian government trying to get more deliveries of weapons and supplies, other than training personnel in Britain from the army, as well as some artillery shells. Obviously, we'd love to be able to deliver more artillery or even M113s, which I think we've got some old stock of that was refurbished last time and delivered, or better still, some more Bushmasters. But unfortunately, we get a mushroom treatment down here, as Will would tell us as well, and I'm sure he'd support this, Will. We really don't get told very much at all until it actually happens. And even if deliveries occur, we don't hear about it till past tense. So it is extremely, extremely frustrating. But we do the best we can. I do raise these sort of questions by the Prime Minister as well as the Defence Ministers on a regular basis on this space in Twitter. And obviously, like many people here in Australia, we get no response whatsoever. But anyway, I'll let you go. I'll step down because I know other people want to speak and I don't want to hog the limelight.
Well, you can hog limelight. we love Australian accents.
That's all right. Thanks, Nafo. Thanks, Finance. Dockers. Okay, I'll get off. I'll step down just for a second. I'll go silent for a moment. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So to go along with what Greg just said about supplying ammunition and such, so there's this is a stranger than fiction story. So Norway is ramping up its production of ammunition for to send over to Ukraine, and one of their main production facilities has hit up against a power shortage. As they've increased their production, they of course use more power, and the local grid has been taxed and not able to provide them enough electricity because the grid is also supplying electricity to a huge TikTok data bank. So you've got a TikTok data center right by this production facility that's sucking all the electricity, and that just seems so surreal that TikTok takes precedence over providing ammunition. So I think Clyde, and then I think Mockers has some numbers for us.
Thanks. The previous speaker said that this was the 1939 moment, and I saw a video earlier tonight of literally vehicles from 1939 towing artillery pieces from the 1930s towards the front. And I believe that one of the comments online was that these were Studebaker trucks, and they were basically trucks that we had given Russia back in '39. Where do you get parts for a Studebaker truck now? Well, it'd be an interesting thought. And then I'll credit Mockers with a great post. She said, "Lend-Lease 2 meet Lend-Lease 1." It was just a surreal moment to see that piece of video. And I want to know what that meant, and if people think that video is real, if just what that means as far as the Russian supplies of what they need, logistical supplies that they need to fight this war. Thanks.
Well, that's the first I've heard about it, so I'll let Mockers comment since she posted about it.
Yeah, apparently this stuff is being moved around. We don't know for sure if it's going to be reaching the battlefield, but I mean, yeah, very likely. I mean, when we saw them take out T-62 tanks, a lot of people sort of scoffed at that and said, "Oh no, they won't be using them. They'll just be digging them in as guns." Oh no, they use T-62 tanks as their main battle tank, and so there was no sort of like holding back with that. And I have since seen, let me just find it because it is early and I did see it before I went to bed. Oh, la 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 la. Here it is. Right. Okay. So I have since seen information about the T-55 and the claim that Russia will use these tanks as a frontline tank force to buy time so that they can produce more T-72, T-80 and T-90s. Obviously, we understand that their production is pretty much ground to a halt with them anyway, so I'm not sure what they're thinking. But that totally suggests to me that they will indeed be fielding those things on the front line. And, well, let's just say I'm pretty sure that that's probably why they got very upset about the DU ammunition, because they know that it will just literally fly through one side of the tank and go out the other with those things. And I think they realise that they're hosed. Would that be the right way to put it, Finance? Hosed.
Yes, hosed. Hosed is the word you're looking for. It starts with an F. It's a very excellent word. It spelling's amazing. I don't understand how you start hosed with an F, but you do. Yeah, and Alex Bacchus of MriyaAid, proudly banned by Russia for life, has pointed out recently in a tweet that the Russian losses in the last 20 days have reached 18,000, which is it's a lot of Russians to die in 20 days. And everything I'm hearing from our various military experts and the fact that they are running out of steam along the front, possibly quite literally, since these things appear to be from the steam engine era and have armor from the steam engine era. Unfortunately, they're going with and they are the horror film, fortunately, but thankfully, turns out that steampunk armor not as good as a modern weaponry or a simple machine gun or a HIMARS, etc. But I think the over is likely to be higher in the next 20 days than the last 20 days, given that they have not changed a damn thing about what they're trying to do, just sending waves of humans towards the front, and their positions and material keep degrading. Although, maybe it'll be lower if they figure out that driving vehicles over a minefield to demine it is a really inefficient way of doing it. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. What do you think, Mockers? Over under 18K in the next 20 days?
Oh, over. Sorry, no, over. I see probably in the next couple of weeks, Ukraine is probably being able to make some maneuvers in the mud, shall we say, or not in the mud. But until the ground dries out, I wouldn't really be, betting on anything much. There may be some localized counteroffensives just to stabilize areas, and there might be, offensives by Russia. But I think looking at what I'm seeing and the movements of troops and things like that, and I've got to keep talking now because it's making me co-host now and I can't close my mic while that happens. So There we go. So, yay, I've got the power. So, yeah, I've completely lost my train of thought. It totally effed me up. So, yeah, anyway, we see the Russians rolling in with this rubbish. And we know that the Lend-Lease, or, well, not even the Lend-Lease, I was kind of just joking with that yesterday. But we know that there's a lot of shiny new vehicles on the Ukrainian side. So I think any new equipment that makes it, to the line of contact or towards the line of contact, they're going to find it very useful. They've got options that they didn't have before with regards to tow missiles and things like that. They'll be able to take out a tank from a very safe distance, I would imagine. And if it's a T-55 tank, they might be able to, just take that out with don't know, chuck a grenade at it or something. I'm sure they would bounce off, but you know what I mean. It's not in the best of health, I would imagine. One of the things I've noticed about them refitting or retrofitting these tanks as well is they're really struggling for night vision and optics. So, did they say they were going to produce 1,600 tanks? Was that what I heard earlier?
Yeah, I think he said they suggested they were going to produce 1,600 tanks a month. But since I haven't heard that they've fixed their ability to produce ball bearings for trains, you're going to have to color me a bit skeptical on the 1,600 tanks a month number. I guess they could probably roll 1,600 T-52s out of storage every month and shove some Chinese optics in them. If they really work hard and they actually staff their factories and they don't care if they all work, that maybe, I don't know. I even think that's a struggle, but yeah, 1,500 new tanks a month. That's some straight up copium being smoked right there. That's not happening. Unfortunately, as far as night vision goes, on the list of things that they can and have gotten from China does include night vision, thermal optic drones, which we've heard from some of our friends in the front, and has included, and commercial grade night vision might be available. Whether or not the Russian logistical capacity bothers to spend their pile of yuan on something as simple as basic night vision goggles, and then actually logistically move all those to the Mobics on the front remains to be seen. But theoretically, this is something that, quite frankly, the only thing surprising here is that there's still a deficit for the Russians at night that's big enough. We continue to hear about it from Ukrainian friends, which I guess goes back to the original Ukrainian analysis of it's a good thing for us that they are so stupid. I think there might have been a host in there, but I think that's the gist. Mockers, you don't need to raise your hand. You're my fellow co-host.
I know. I just didn't want to interrupt you. The thing is, the Russian forces, the mobilized, the contract forces, and what have you. Well, the mobilized for sure have to buy their own stuff, so they aren't getting MVGs unless they're, able to raise the funds for them. These things are not within the remit of the terribly poor, I would say. Some families have sold cars and things like that to buy their newly mobilized conscript son some equipment, and then he's got to the front and it's been taken off him by his superiors almost immediately. They punched him in the nose and stolen his lunch money. And when you think that his family sold his car for him to turn up with those, and within 2 minutes of arrival, he ain't got them anymore. That's the sort of situation, unfortunately, on the Russian side. So some will have, and some will not. And the ones that have, the ones that have are obviously proving more of a problem. I mean, we can say that they're living in the dark ages, and a lot of their equipment is, well, they're pulling out World War II stocks now, so at some point we'll get down to I don't know. Well, horse and cart, I would think, is probably coming at some point. But yeah, the very fact that it's very lopsided with what they've got. So, some teams will be really, really well equipped. And that's basically because they're the bullies. And then other teams will be like running in with nothing but an AK, which, I've got some fun tales about that sort of thing. But I've also got the numbers.
I like to hear numbers. Maybe that's because I'm a finance guy.
Well,
No?
in that case,
Nothing? No one? Wow. Tough crap.
I know.
Hey,
that
I
was
I
really good.
tried to laugh, but my screen is frozen up. So I'll just have to laugh, audio laugh. Ha ha.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dave. At least you've made finance feel better. Now then, here are the numbers. Thomas Tyner promised me really high numbers today, so I'll have a little word with him later. But lots of equipment. So we hit 170,500 today with an addition of 660 dudes. We have the loss of 15 tanks and 15 armoured personnel vehicles. Somebody said something to me yesterday about the Ukrainian forces were currently fighting the Vuhledar battle in Avdiivka. Now, we know how well the Vuhledar battle went for the Russian side there, and the fact that they left most of their tanks from that out in the fields in, probably not a drivable state. So, 15 tanks missing. You don't just lose them in a pocket, do you? Well, not in a coat pocket anyway. 15 tanks, lovely. Where were we? Artillery systems, 8 artillery systems and 2 MLRS. So that's at least 11 of those MLRS systems taken out in 2 days. One sec. Someone stole my hour. I'm reelted. Anyway, we have 1 anti-aircraft war system, 2 UAVs. I did hear about Orlan-10 being shot down yesterday, so one of them will be an Orlan-10, I would imagine. 3 vehicles and fuel tanks. Dom going to be a bit gutted about that, but this is what excites me most. We have 3 special equipment, and I might have even seen a reference to what one of them was, but it's a bit early, so at some point I'll find that and I'll let you know. But right now, maybe not. Right now, I will bring you all the stuff that I can remember, or that I've got bookmarked, because I obviously forgot to bookmark that one. However, still lots of stuff, lots of equipment there, and well, even though the mass of numbers on the top line is less, still a lot of people. You stand all them people, 660 people in a car park, you'll find out it's quite a few people. And also, you've got to remember that Ukraine is counting what they can count. We've actually seen an illustration of how they count, and it's generally done by drone. So if there's a situation where obviously they can't count people for whatever reason, they round it down rather than up. I believe they try and stay on the lower side. Sorry, they try and stay on the lower side. So as well as that, I have some delightful tales of woe from the battlefield. But I have something quite interesting, and this I saw just before I was going to bed last night, and I thought, crikey, that is some serious stuff. So I was far too tired to come and talk about it. But yesterday, oh, one sec. I might be tired now as well. Yesterday, our friend War Translated, Dmitry, released a translation of Russian soldiers from the Storm unit. And he was stating that he believed they were probably convicts and possibly some mobilized, formed by the Russian MOD. And one of their main gripes, of course, was being sent in to a slaughter. They were sent to the assault on Bajan, and they reported that there were blocking units preventing their retreat. The unit consisted of 161 people initially, and perhaps has several dozen men left alive. They also claimed that soldiers are being taxed, and those who refuse or cannot pay, they start first up on the zero line. And if they get wounded and they're removed from the battlefield to a hospital, if they aren't able to pay up, they will literally be taken out of the hospital with their unhealed wounds and sent back to the front line to cope. Now, since then, more information came out about these unhappy chaps, and it turns out that there's been a lot of discussion in Russian channels about the video. Some saying that they must be Ukrainians, because only Ukrainians would say such terrible things about the Russian army. Some raging at the commanders. Some admit that a similar is happening in other units. They just can't make video appeals. And it turns out that they're not all mobilized. Grey Zone apparently found their photographs on social media and is accusing the commanders of using blocking units against experienced and valuable soldiers, contract soldiers. Obviously, that they've used these with the convicts. I think it started there, really. That you want convicts to move, you might have to encourage them a little bit, and then it sort of moved up to the mobilized, and they all started complaining about the terrible way they were being thrown in and how they couldn't retreat, and they weren't properly prepared and all that jazz. And now that appears to be sort of maybe almost a standard process anywhere where you need your guys to attack and they don't really feel inclined to do so. And I can understand why these mobilized and even contract soldiers are starting to feel less inclined to attack the Ukrainians, because they see the nightmare that comes out of that. They really should have thought again before attacking such a free people. That's all I can say. Oh, I've got a drinking problem. Sorry, I just pulled coffee down my face. Right. That is indeed a drinking problem. So I'm just going to check one moment to see if the Ministry of Defence report is out. I bet you it's not, because they always have a little lie-in on a Sunday. Yeah, they do. They're having a little lie-in on a Sunday. Oh, you know what? Losing an hour, I'm disgusted with the world. How dare the world steal a flipping hour off me? It just shouldn't happen, should it?
So first you lose an hour and then you have a drinking problem. This is, do we need to have a...
This is what happens to me on a Sunday if you make me get out of bed too early. Yeah, that's what happens. I've got two cats fighting on my knee. Bear with me. Stop it, idiots. Been chomping each other's faces. Oh, but two cats fighting over who gets to sit closest to my face. That's what it is. Ridiculous. Anyway, talking of fighting, we had... well, I was saying yesterday that... no, I was saying first thing... Oh, crikey. That these... these what happened at Vuhledar? There we go. What happened at Vuhledar is likely happening at Avdiivka. And there was a long and sorry tale about the guys at Vuhledar and what happened to them. And one man said that only 3 people out of his unit of 300 have managed to survive. Now, these are guys who were from the Far East sort of areas. They weren't given great kit. They were driven out by their commanders into the middle of open countryside and basically kicked out. And then the commanders drove away and sort of waved them off. Good luck, guys. Get on with it. So these poor fellas, well, no, these idiots, apparently were given armour that was so thin you could pierce it with a stick. Maybe that's why that fellow was running around the battlefield with a big stick. It's possible. And of course, the minute they stood in open land, they received mortars on their heads, or something of that kind. So according to the guys there, basically they were dropped off. Within 2 minutes, they started to receive shells on their heads, and they basically ran from that area. They ended up walking across a field strewn with, shall we say, their unfortunate comrades. And in that case, only 2 members survived again. So, they're really good at reducing their battalions or whatever they are to just a couple of guys. The 155th, we know, for example, had been reconstituted quite a few times, and I think there might be about a dozen of them left. Poor 155th. If you've ever watched Only Fools and Horses, the 155th is what we call the Trigger's Broom of battalions or whatever they are, because Trigger's Broom was old as the hills. It had only had 10 new handles and 3 new heads, and obviously was still, you get my meaning. So that's the Trigger's Broom of the Russian military, is the 155th, because bless them, they keep being shoved back together with whatever glue they can find, and well, it's not served them very well so far. So poor guys. Morning, Decoding.
Morning. Similarly, I lack the hour, but my cat somehow worked out that we were losing the hour. You sparked a thought. I've been thinking about this for a few days on the subject of Russian infospace saying, this must be Ukrainian disinformation because this is the kind of thing Ukrainians would do. I think genuinely from the top down. So the Duma, this report of how the Duma members reacted to the ICC warrant appeared to be, it sounded like it was genuine. They're genuinely aggrieved by the temerity of the West, as they see it. They haven't worked out it's a global court to do this to them, because I think they genuinely think we are as bad as them, and they genuinely appear to think Ukraine is as bad as them, because this is what they've been hearing since 2014. And I think this probably goes from the very top of society, from these Duma members, all the way down to the bottom. And so, when we saw that video of Darina Dugan, may she rest in peace, off MriyaReport, repeating the amnesty thing, where she was talking about how the Ukrainians, provoke these attacks on them, etc., etc. I mean, there was a sense that she was kind of repeating lines, but there was also a sense that she kind of maybe believed it as well. And I mean, obviously, the only thing you can do in a situation like this is to plow on, because we're not here, we spent enough time to change minds. But it is this, they are operating on this hyper real plane where what exists is what is said. And so with these tanks, when I heard that about these tanks and these nuclear weapons yesterday, I just thought, this is exactly like they used to do at the harvests in the Soviet Union. And as this guy who wrote this amazing book said, everything was forever until it was no more. He just pointed out, I posted it yesterday, that like no one ever knows whether these harvests ever existed, whether the grain in these fields was ever, but it was said, and said with such great, and Putin even the other day, actually, he was talking about how this is the best harvest in like forever. So they are all operating on this plane of hyperreality. But there's a big difference today than 8 years ago, for instance, which is that their only audience for this hyper real stuff, where they just announce stuff and everyone acts as if it's real, their only audience for it now appears to be inside Muscovy, and obviously a few tankies outside of Muscovy. But whereas the leaders of France and Germany and other countries appear to fall for these trolls before, about the second army of the world and all of that stuff, now we're pretty, I think if we're skeptical about these 1,500 tanks a month, I mean, I can't see Jens Stoltenberg suddenly calling up, being woken up at 3 a.m. in the morning at 3 a.m. and be told they're going to produce 1,500 tanks, and immediately phoning all the leaders of the world. That's just not going to happen. Like, no one believes it outside of Russia, whereas before people with power like Steinmeier and stuff had an incentive, and Macron had an incentive to fall for these trolls, at least publicly, even if they didn't genuinely believe it. But I think they probably did genuinely believe in Second Army of the World, and that is a change, that is a difference. So yeah, just some scattered thoughts out. Oh, one more scattered thought, maybe for finance. So basically, we now have this sub-economy, which is probably going to just take over the whole Russian economy. That basically the only way you can make money in Muscovy is by sending the people to the front, and charging them for the hospitals. And so the whole of the Russian economy will become subjugated to Bakhmut and Volodar, which are basically the only economic cycles that provide income for people all the way to Vladivostok. And again, this goes back to this Economist article, which Max Boot, which I posted it in early March 2022. Max Boot and Washington Post picked it up. The hat tipped me, very grateful for that. Where it was talking, so I fished up this Economist article from 1853 or something like that. And the first line of it is something like, it may be a remarkable suggestion, but allow me to argue that we should go to war against Russia for the sake of information. And it uses that exact word, information. And then it goes on to the article is entitled "The Perennial Weaknesses of Russia." And there's 4 perennial weaknesses. And one of them is that the ensign and the officers will always swap. They'll always shortchange the squaddy, because every pair of boots or a greatcoat is a bottle of champagne in the mess, and this kind of stuff. And this is not only was it going on in early March 2022, it's still going on, but it seems to be getting intenser. If they're using their best weapons to keep the guys at the front, because you can imagine the guys on the third line of, what do they call them, blockers. The blockers are getting all the best equipment, probably. These poor guy whose mum sold the ladder. I mean, it's an investment, obviously. She sells the ladder now, but she'll get another ladder, obviously without seatbelts and lights, in a year, or at least an IOU. But the blocking maneuvers are getting little Ivan's, shoes to block Ivan. So yeah, I mean, from an economics point of view, it's quite it's pretty mad stuff out.
Yeah, I would say it's been quite clear for a while that the only economy in Russia is the military industrial complex, right? They little Vladdy Vlad went and killed via sanction people leaving the country, the Siloviki taking what was remaining, and all this happening at once. That the non-military industrial complex, the non-state-owned entities, right? Even the state-owned entities themselves have become smaller than the Russian economic sphere, right? The total pie of the Russian economy is now heavily tilted towards, they're running a war economy, right? It's not one of the only games in town. There's still the oil industry, but even that's lost a lot of its ability to do things with the exodus of 30 years of foreign direct investment and literally all Western foreign partners, which is where they got all their expertise from. And they're just left with the military industrial complex, right? So this being Russia, right? When we say military industrial complex in America, even if you don't like the term, and that's a negative thing for you, it's still the image of, factories that make weapons of war, military contractors that, range from that enrich themselves off the war industry, right? And what, even if you want to take our worst examples of that, like Blackwater, right? It's military contractors, it's factories that make weapons of war, and it's the part of the political process that maybe seems a bit overly militaristic, depending on your views. However, that isn't a broadly corrupt. No one says military industrial complex and just assumes basic corruption in that complex. But when you say that for Russia, so yes, the military industrial complex means that Roscosmos is one of the few places still hiring, right? That's their major Russian rocket contractor. Normally, I just call them by like Russian rocket company, Russian tank company, etc., because they often have 130 different sub components into one huge conglomerate that owns the entire vertical. Roscosmos owns their full missile system vertical. So all Russian missiles, the Terror missiles, the ICBMs that their nukes go on, all of it, that's Roscosmos. They're one of the few people that has posted jobs online, because welcome to the internet age, you can see who posts jobs for third shift, which is how we know they're able to keep running their plants. And they're able to possibly increase production of what's coming out of there. So, what few machine tools we know are getting through, right? It's not as many as before, but it's still many. That's apparently one of the destinations. But it's Russia, so it's inherently corrupt. So where else are they going to go, right? You're going to see, the kidnapping of people and sending them into, corrupt versions of military recruitment offices. You're going to see people, a Russian contractor, he makes his money by possibly stealing by charging the Russian government for stuff that he then steals, right? The Russian generals don't like to report deaths because then they can't keep acquiring the supplies for that soldier and selling it off. Supplies, fees for his salary and wages, paychecks, all these things are open for theft. So yes, I completely agree with you, but I think we were already there, right? Like the major game in town, 30+% of their economy, give or take, is now the military industry and things around it. This is, we're talking World War II levels of militarization of their economy, which again is shrinking so much that they started out this war with an economy the size of Italy. And I can't remember what they were being compared to most recently, but they've lost so much GDP and so many higher level.
Chile.
Chile? We're to Chile now?
Sonnenfeld said Russia's economy is smaller than Chile. I'm calling for Russia to be ejected from the G20. I tweeted Prime Minister Modi the other day on this. I'm still awaiting his. He'll probably come back to me today on that.
You keep us surprised on Prime Minister Modi. He would obviously be a fascinating interview if you wanted to get him onto the space. Would love to have Prime Minister Modi here. Certainly someone I would have some possibly pointed questions for. But even he, speaking of Modi, even he seems to have come around. That the Japanese seem to have brought the Indians around to supporting Ukraine.
Could you elaborate on that? I haven't heard that. Maybe it was my tweet. I asked him to let Chile in from the cold out.
Oh, I was getting this from Jingu that I don't think they're fully throwing Russia to the wolves yet, as I wish they would, given that India, for whatever its faults, and you can point out many, is in fact a multi-ethnic, multi-religious democracy of 2 or 3 billion people now, and certainly does not hold the autocratic values of Russia and China. And it would be really nice if they would, join the rest of the democratic world. But it seems that Japan has Prime Minister Kishida has actually been working double time on the diplomacy end. And while they may not be big in as far as military supplies go, that hasn't been their thing since World War II. They want to have more military exports, but they actually don't have the full supply chain built out there yet. So I'd say stay tuned here, but they've been trying to do that for over a decade. So I'm not holding my breath on that. But they are a massive economy, and they do have massive economic clout. They do make a lot of the important machine tools and machines, etc. And apparently he is pulling India towards the democratic world and is working to ally Japan more closely with India. And if anyone could do it, that would be him, because, well, as terrible as Japanese colonialism was, they weren't known for taking over India. That was the Brits. So where the shall we say, Western democracies might have issues being received properly in India for historical reasons, that baggage is not there with, of all people, Japan. And they appear to be making inroads. I was talking about this with Jingu, so that we should stay tuned for, because India is, of course, 1.3 billion people, and they have been slowly moving towards more cooperation long before 2022 on, say, the intelligence side with the U.S. So if Japan is apparently pulling them away from the Russian support, so that actually makes this more interesting. All right. Yeah, no, fun news.
I have something to add.
Fire away.
Okay, so with regards to Russia's industrial complex, I think, well, they're very good at showing the surface and not showing what's underneath, aren't they? They're sort of being quite shadowy and only showing us the stuff that they've managed to figure out. But they still couldn't seem to produce it in any sort of quantity. So I think from the surface, a lot of people, possibly not everyone, but a lot of people did assume Russia had some sort of industry that could keep churning out this stuff. And I think we also assumed that they had a lot better stuff than we thought they had. I know for a fact that before all of this, I would have considered Russia enigmatic, as in a bit secretive, a bit, sort of. I don't know enough about them to be, making a judgment. And now, since February last year, it's become very clear that there's an awful lot of things wrong in Russia. And if they can keep their military industry going when they literally need to maintain the entire country, obviously that says something, doesn't it? That if everything they own requires maintenance, at some point the rot just has to either be dealt with or it's going to break everything. I was reading some fun facts about Russia last week, and one of the fun facts was, I cannot believe that Russia has not already broken down in its entirety about 100 years ago because nothing works. And that, yeah, I'm impressed that they're still going right now. That's all. With regards to the what you were saying about industry and what have you, everybody appears to be hiring themselves a PMC, and well, that always bodes well for the future. I'm sure if British Gas were hiring themselves a PMC, they might have security at places, but not an actual PMC armed with like guns and stuff. So yeah, everybody is arming themselves with a PMC, but I also think, what about those veteran guys who, were originally volunteering for the front? If any of them are left now, they're going to have been pulled into a PMC, mainly because they might get paid for a start, and also because it keeps them well away from the front lines, doesn't it? And I just think there'll be many more eligible fighters clamoring for a place in one of these PMCs to protect them from being pushed to the front line. Just a thought. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, lovely people. How are you? Mockers, finance, decoding.
I've got an hour and I'm disgusted.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. But as you said, Mockers, the cats appear to be oblivious to time shifting. Where are they? Yeah, okay, I can see one. Anyway, they're around somewhere in that, but they were definitely they thought it was the right time to be pestering. So now listen, what was I going to say? What was I going to say? There was a couple of things, but Mockers, the Russians. What's that thing? The Russians used to be a mystery wrapped up in an enigma. I don't know, part of a puzzle, and all that blah. Whatever they used to say, whatever they say, decoding will know. But now they're the emperor with no clothes, right? Because it's not a mystery anymore. Said early on, and it said early on, and it's just sort of like a reality check. I don't know if you've ever watched them. Have you ever watched the interviews with the Russian prisoners of war, Mockers, that Zolkin, his name is? Have you ever watched those?
Yeah, I've seen a few of them.
Yeah. But the thing is about it, right? I keep thinking about like every now and then there's a few thousand like Russian prisoners of war who get a reality check, because of course when they're kept as prisoners of war by the Ukrainians, the Ukrainians treat them quite well. And they usually have these discussions with them, at least Zolkin does anyway, like basically like going, so have you seen any Nazis? Have you seen NATO? No, haven't seen any Nazis, haven't seen any NATO. Oh, so that wasn't true then? What they said, that you were here to, I mean, they've stopped saying that now, haven't they? But that wasn't true, that you were here to fight Nazis. No, I guess not, and you're not fighting NATO either. Well, no, and anyway, so basically I just keep thinking about these people, these Russians that get a reality check. They find out like how nice the Ukrainians are, and obviously the standard of living that they have, and then they go back to Russia. They probably forget it when they get back to Russia, but nevertheless, I like to think about this sort of like, you know, tap dripping of a reality check, you know, going back into Russia. So I don't know what decoding thinks about that. And then the final thing is, I thought was interesting. I suppose it's a bit in finances territory. Is an article that I sent you guys in DMs, basically saying that everybody's surprised that the American aid into Ukraine is working more efficiently than it ever has anywhere else. Like, wow, you know, like basically, like what they're saying is, well, you know, billions or whatever it was. I don't think it was trillions, but finance will tell me. Billions of aid was given to Iraq and Afghanistan, and most of it was completely wasted, and you know got left in Afghanistan or wherever it is, you know. But weirdly enough, the Ukrainians seem to know what to do with it, and it's being used extremely efficiently. So there you are, just a few random points.
Yeah, well, one of those things I'm going to pick up on because let's just say this is a slight joke first. The USA has had a lot of practice in moving equipment around, shall we say? But also, yeah, they do practice. They do move logistics and tanks and all sorts of things into Europe and out of Europe, and you know, rotate troops and NATO bases and updated and things like that. So, you know, they have had practice. However, also, the Ukrainians are problem solvers in general, I think. I see problem solving, put it that way, going on a regular basis with the Ukrainians. For example, a friend of mine had a broken down vehicle, and it didn't take very long for somebody to help to MacGyver something together so that they could move and get it to a proper mechanic. And you know, it's one of those things where if you are allowed to use your brain to be creative, this is the sort of things that you come up with. You come up with workarounds, and you come up with stuff that, you know, might look a bit wonky, but it'll get you there. And it's the ingenuity of that. So with that in mind, I would suggest that Ukrainians are probably quite out there. It is. Sorry, I've been looking for something for 10 minutes. Are probably quite adept at doing their best to make things work. I hear that the equipment now is not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is been putting the logistics trains in place, and you know, making sure that if they were to make a move forward, if they were to go on the offensive, that their logistics train will be able to follow and keep up. You've got to imagine that the tanks aren't running around on their own. They've got lots of artillery and, you know, support vehicles with them, and there's engineering vehicles and bridging equipment and blah, 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 blah. They move like a community. And you've got to remember that one of the things that the Russians cannot do is operate too far away from their logistics hub, from their railhead, because they just cannot get themselves organized enough to keep supplying those front lines when they get further away from the railways. And the Ukrainians are having to overcome that problem because previously they've also had Soviet equipment, Soviet doctrine, and they're learning that You don't actually have to have a railway in order to supply your troops. You just have to have the right stuff and the right people. And these things are being put in place. And I'm pretty sure that once they've dealt with that issue, once they're happy that if an offensive was to take place, they could continue to supply it, I think we will see something happen. Obviously, we heard Zelensky say yesterday that there will be no offensive until we've received, more assistance. I've also heard people tell me that things are happening and we should just wait and see. So I don't know who's giving out the absolute truth there, but Ukrainians have been known to maybe once or twice give a bit of misdirection, shall we say. So hopefully that means something. Chris?
Yes, well, Mockers, I did, of course, predict that the counterattack would start at 5 a.m. this morning, and people may say, well, that hasn't happened, but you never know, do you? It might have happened, and certainly something I heard earlier, I can't remember who said it, and that I don't think it was you. I think it was before you, but somebody said that Zelensky basically announced that they were sort of ready to go. I think, if I heard correctly. What was I going to say? But you know what I think is going to happen here, or is happening actually, is that the Ukrainians are going to logistic the Russians to death, if you like, with obviously with the help of the West, But as you say, Mockers, the thing is that the Ukrainians actually know what to do with this stuff, don't they? So that goes back to that article that I mentioned, that we have all these voices, or certain voices in America and that are saying it's just a waste of money, but actually here's an article saying, well, this is probably the most efficient use of American aid in maybe in history. I don't know. Somebody can argue against me if they want to, and that you're right. They just are just brilliant people. They know how to make the most out of everything, don't they?
Well, I think in a lot of places there is quite a high level of education, and even those who maybe don't have the intellectual education are also intelligent, and they pick things up quickly. And it seems to be a general thing for them, that they are intelligent and ingenious about how they deal with problems. Finance, you wanted to say something there?
Yeah, I was going to just agree with the efficiency comment, right? The if you view it as a positive goal of supporting democracy, and not the way that, say, maybe our pro-Vietnamese war presidents did, but in the actually supporting a democracy, fighting against an authoritarian power trying to take it over in an old-fashioned colonial war of aggression, then this is, one, amazing politically, and two, if you view Russia as a strategic enemy, which of course they are. Like, Russia has been a strategic enemy of the United States since the Soviet era, since the entire Soviet era. So I would say, given that given the cost of destroying a strategic enemy, the absolute support of a democracy and freedom to make sure that this kind of aggressive war does not continue happening, which will continue to have higher increased costs, which actually makes the world more dangerous should Russia succeed, because their success in belligerent action will just bring them to do more belligerent action. That is the way mobs work. So, the costs continue to be higher. I go back regularly to the Gary Kasparov. He actually tweeted this years ago, but he made the comment that, like, you know, every time Russia isn't stopped, they increase the scale of their aggression actions, and every time the cost to stop them increases. Could have stopped them in Chechnya, we didn't. Could have supported Georgia, while instead we were messing around doing totally unhelpful things in Iraq, we didn't, right? We could have done a whole lot more in 2014, we didn't, right? And the costs just keep rising. And right now, the Ukrainians are paying that cost in human life, and we are paying a much lesser cost in terms of money. Right? I mean, this is not like impoverishing nation amounts of GDP. The amount of aid is nowhere near trillions; it is still in billions. So, I would say that, yeah, this is absolutely an efficient use of resources if you want to go that route. I generally prefer the human terms of this war, but if you want the economic, how much are we getting for the money we're spending here? This is absolutely as efficient as it's going to get. And if we don't stop here, if we don't stop the Russia here, the Russia will just continue to move on with its aggressive belligerent actions, and that will just make the cost of stopping the Russia greater in the future war.
Thank you very much. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to stick with this idea of logisticking the Russians to death for a minute, finance. I'm going back to, I don't know when it was now. It was probably just after the Russians invaded and that, when somebody, worked out that the Russians don't really use containers or pallets. So I don't know whether that's true. I mean, I'm sure the Russians must be sort of like part of the what's the word container revolution, because I would think that there are containers appearing in their ports and that. I'm wrong, I don't know, but anyway.
Yeah, you're referring to, so Trent Telenko got quite famous early in the war, but one of the things he pointed out was the lack of palletization in the Russian logistics train. That is true.
Was it also containerization, finance?
If they're at least certainly shipping is containerized, because that's just like the only way to ship. But they do, they're importing, exporting from around the world to other advanced nations. So I haven't seen good information that they're not using containers in that way. It's the lack of pallets that really makes their logistics supply chain not work. They also lack a lot of the equipment that the United States military discovered in both World War II and the Cold War, the early Cold War with Vietnam and Korea, especially World War II and Korea, that it needed to build a lot more less exciting things that authoritarians love to build tanks and things that they can march in parades. But what the U.S. military realized they needed was things like military tractors, right? Like the U.S. Marine Corps has a tractor model that it uses, and it's an armored tractor that does tractor things. Why? Because you need to be able to move a bunch of earth sometimes to keep your logistics moving. You have to have mobile logistics that gets you to the front. So it's not just palletization that they're lacking. They don't have any of the sort of on the ground logistical equipment as part of their supply chain that the West has to really allow them to extend supply lines in any sort of distance, right? So what they do decently on supply is the rail. They're the only military that really has a dedicated rail division. They're actually considered to be relatively competent. And if they're near rail lines that are connected to the main Russian, rail logistics, they can be supplied. But if their rail goes down, they are roundly hosed. That's hosed with an F, everyone. If their rail goes down, they're hosed with an F, because that is their only real logistical ability. Also, if their ability to have rail cars or enough of their rolling stock goes offline, they're also hosed because, again, that is their only real logistical ability. They've never put together like, heavily armored anti-mining vehicles, the kind of things that led Operation Desert Storm for the United States that allowed the U.S. to just defeat Saddam's army way faster than expected. They knew we were attacking and they mined the place, right? And so the U.S. knew it was mined and had vehicles meant to demine in the front to lead the tanks. That's not something that the Russians have in the kind of numbers the United States has. Definitely not the kind of numbers they need. And what they do have actually is their demining vehicles actually come with a rocket. Like they literally shoot the ground to take out the mines, which could have some military effectiveness. Like that, the theory, Chuck was discussing this, that like that theory is not bad, but instead they've done the Russian thing, which is they've picked those rockets up and they've used that instead of as demining things to go, say, make sure that they're not demining Volodar one BMP full of dudes at a time. They've actually shot all that at Ukrainian civilians. So what little demining equipment they have, they're not using to demine, they're using to try to kill Ukrainian civilians and making their own efforts to have war even worse, right? Like by approaching war as a terrorist activity, they're actually less militarily effective than you would expect them to be, right? So part of this is, yes, they are just so stupid, but they don't build the things that like they need, and they don't have simple things like pallets in their things. And it's not like the Russians don't have pallets. This is not a new piece of equipment. Turns out Russia's a pallet exporter. This is something that we had a laugh about almost, I won't say a year ago. It wasn't a full year ago. It was like 8 months ago, 9 months ago. That the Russian pallet exports, turns out they have pallet exports to like China, in the Siberian regions where they cut down forests, they put pallets together, and they're still a net exporter of pallets, which, given that that would be a massive assist to their military if they were to just use them, while they realize that they shouldn't be sending tanks to fulfill all their orders because they can't make them. If they can make them, they should probably try to fight with them. They haven't realized that the really boring stuff, again, like pallets, that they probably shouldn't be exporting that either. So, yes, absolutely hear you. Yes, it is true the Ukrainians might logistic them to death, as you say, but the level of idiocy in the Russian logistical trade really can't be understated. Back to you, Chris.
Yeah, finance. That's really interesting point that you make there. Actually, thank you for that. Yeah, so we should start. We should think not only containers and pallets, but also other stuff that makes American or Western. Would you extend it to Western, or is it peculiarly American and maybe British? I don't know. What do you think? Do you think all of the Western nations are up to this level of logistical efficiency, or are the US like way ahead?
We're the biggest, and thus we're sort of the most ahead. I don't know the state of like logistical equipment of other nations. That you're just going to need to ask one of our more NATO savvy military guys this question. This is the exact kind of question I would love to ask Chuck if he was still here, Yehuda if he wakes up. These guys, perfect question for them. I just don't know. But no, it's really cool, right? If you have that sensibility where you just like seeing large machines, like the video of the Marine tractor is a cool video, right? And it's just doing tractor things, but you're seeing basically a heavily armored tractor that's built to do stuff, right? Bridging equipment is the same idea, right? But the Russians have a lack of all of this logistical supply equipment that that the U.S. uses to try to extend supply lines. They also have a lack of lorries, right? Like they have a massive lack of just basic things that have four wheels and drives that isn't armored, both armored and non-armored personnel carriers. Granted, Ukraine also shares a lack of this, but Ukraine didn't have anywhere near the military buildup Russia did. But I've regularly said that, my worry with some of their buildup of currency, everyone's like, obviously there's worry about them being able to buy arms and ammunition. That make a huge deal, especially the ammunition. But it would actually be massively helpful to them. And my fear has always been that they would suck down their racism and buy and use all those Indian rupees they don't want to buy lorries, right? Basic Indian lorries that the Indians use to deliver massive hauls of, lentils and rice, right? If they could get 500 of those just to drive stuff around behind the lines, that would actually be a huge benefit to their military. And thankfully, they're not doing it because, well, they're, as I said, these are the kind of people who have a non-palletized military supply chain while they export pallets, right? This is just not along the lines of what they're thinking of, despite the fact that, thinking along the lines of logistics is possibly thinking along the lines of empowerment. And, this is not the kind of thought process and approach of a necessarily corrupt mafia government. Back to you, Chris.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking here, finance, that the point is here, maybe, or one of the points is that the Russians have never, done what the US has done and the Western allies, if you like, have done in terms of logistics, have they? They've never, I don't think, anyway, unless you want to tell me I'm wrong, right? But if you go back to the Second World War, when America shifted all this stuff,
were held together by the U.S. Lend-Lease, right? When Mockers was cracking the joke when she got up here, that the Russians may well be driving stuff to the front with Studebakers from the original U.S. Lend-Lease because they're going so far back into their stocks of military equipment, and some of these really old vehicles were their machinery is both simple but really durable, so some of this stuff might still drive, because the American machining of the time for the military was made to have the gears, etc., have the engine itself be super durable. So if you put new tires on some of those things, they will drive. So if they've been kept at all in decent condition, huge question. They might have some of those in thing, but no, at the time, America provided Russia. I think the number's in the thousands of just light, basically light trucks, right? We're not talking, on top of all the military supplies and all the things for their factories to keep them able to fight and defeat the Nazis. We provided massive amounts of basic logistical supplies so that they could run that kind of thing. And, the fact that they didn't build and think for that themselves, that maybe the basic logistical supplies is such a key important part of the military, that says plenty in and of itself. But they did have it in World War II because we gave it to them. Chris.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking as well, as you say, it certainly goes back to World War II. It might even go back to World War One. When America was obviously was involved in that. But then, of course, it's been, I don't know what the right word is, honed, if you like, right? The sort of the logistical expertise has been honed again in Iraq and Afghanistan. If probably that's the next example, right, of huge logistics exercise since the Second World War.
Yeah, Afghanistan is a uniquely horrific logistical environment ever since the time of Alexander the Conqueror from Macedon, and it hasn't particularly gotten any less mountainous since then. And I would say that it posed a challenge that you could argue even the Americans didn't do a good job dealing with. When we were there. So
none of us have fared well in Afghanistan over the centuries. Finance, don't worry about that. Yeah.
Right. It has well earned its graveyard of empires moniker. There have been times where it was a much better place for its own people, and certainly many of us who have gone in, both the Soviets and us here in the States, have not left it better for our time there. And a lot of us could do to learn some of these lessons, which hopefully we will. Coding.
Going back to your point about the military-industrial complex, I mean, I suppose the point is many of us would have queried the amount of money the United States spent on weaponry over the past 70 years, although relatively few of us now would still question that. But we now see the proof of the pudding, in the sense that most of us weren't aware of HIMARS and ATACMS and all of this stuff before this conflict. So this money actually produced. There was an output. By contrast, as we've seen, Muscovy hasn't produced anything new in 50, 60 years. And as I often say, I spent 7 years sitting in armored cars with NATO and Russian military guys, and most of what we had to talk about was weaponry. And I went on weapons training, Russian weapons training weeks, which I spent to recognize Russian weapons systems. And in this whole 7 years in Ukraine, in eastern Ukraine, no one once raised, because I would have mentally noted it, no one once raised the issue that Russia hasn't made anything new. All I ever heard from Russians and others was about how amazing their weapons were, even their thermobaric stuff and all of these things. And I personally, I didn't have the information to make an assessment, because I had no idea about HIMARS and all of these horrible things, which are now very useful. So, and this is why, to finish Chris's thought, while Chris was talking about the riddle wrapped in an enigma, I was already composing my post, which is basically Russia started this war as an enigma wrapped in a riddle, as Mockers pointed out, and then going for Oscar Wilde's The Sphinx Without a Secret. Now we realize Russia was the Sphinx without a secret. And had we realized this, perhaps the Western military-industrial complex would have relaxed a little bit. But now, thankfully, it hasn't. And Russia's left without its pallets and all of these very boring things that are pretty useful out.
I agree that Russia is awful. I could actually take to task the U.S. military-industrial complex in many ways. Certainly, our procurement system is questionable in its politicization because of the way we tend to keep factories and programs running, depending on which politicians here in America, are doing the horse trading, as opposed to what the military needs. So I would point out that if instead of having the F-22 program, which we've spent truly billions upon billions, I mean, the numbers like 30, 40, 50, 60, might be $67 billion. It's some disgustingly, shockingly high amount of money for a plane whose only real ability is to shoot down an unarmed Chinese balloon. The F-16 is a better plane than the F-22 from everybody's military explanations, despite the massive amount of money spent developing it, despite the fact that our Air Force time and again basically said, it's not that good, we don't want it. And then politicians said, but the factory is in my place, let's build it. Had instead of building that, we spent that money on ammunition, HIMARS, more equipment that we know works, that's maybe more prosaic, as opposed to a super exciting sounding training facilities, etc., as opposed to a super exciting sounding plane that is a very expensive high-level piece of junk, we would have a significantly more effective military. So I actually don't know that we haven't gotten quite comfortable, because our own military's conflicts and observations have not been paying any attention to anything like a peer-on-peer or a near-peer conflict, almost since the Korean War, if not World War II. So I would say that there's lots of suggestion, if you look at our procurement strategy and supply strategy, that while we did many things right, we've also done many things wrong, to the tune of literally more military aid than has been sent to Ukraine. And so, when we're talking about a number that is more military aid that has been sent to Ukraine, that would dwarf it, that perhaps that there's a, shall we say, room for improvement. Is that fair, Dakota?
Absolutely. I have to drop down now, unfortunately, but I'll be back later. Out.
Great. Always a pleasure. If you're going to be a while, I will probably be passed out because it's starting to get a little late here in the U.S. hours, but I will be here for a while. I just had a nice late night cup of coffee, so I could enjoy some Maria Report time with Mockers and Chris and Nafo Dave. So with that, Chris.
Yeah, sorry, Finance. I just wanted to catch Decoding before he ran away and just say that I'm with him on the Russia out of the G20 mission, as I was with him on the Muscovite mission and most of his other missions as well. So that was just, hopefully he heard that before he went.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate I appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Yeah. Oh God, no, I'm not sure if I can remember my other thing now. Finance. Oh no, I tell you what I was going to say to you, Finance, is that obviously you can critique your country if you want to, but from a tech perspective and that, we always say that in general terms, the US is probably ahead 6, 9, 12 months or something like that of us in the UK. I've had many bosses that used to go over to America, to the big tech shows and that, and look to see what the latest tech is in America, and then bring it back to the UK. So from my perspective, I appreciate the American innovation, if you like, right? And I also think, Finance, as well, that this war is showing the difference between mass and accuracy, if you like, and that accuracy comes a lot from American innovation, I think.
Well, certainly, I'm not saying that the American military is wrong or bad. I'm just saying it could be significantly better for the amount of money we have paid for it, right? As you point out, mass. It also demonstrates just how much value mass itself has this war, since Russia has been able to continue fighting with horrifically out-of-date doctrine, with untrained troops, just by having a ridiculously amount of out-of-date equipment that it can keep putting people in, and that has some amount of military value. And certainly the amount of artillery ammunition you have seems to matter a lot, as well as the amount of drones you have. So there's definitely some value to mass learned by this war. And I hope, and clearly everybody's watching this one. I think maybe this is going to show just how much many military should have been paying a lot more attention to Nagorno-Karabakh and the various fighting between Azerbaijan and Armenia, where drones played a massive part in the Azerbaijani success in those, and there was a more near peer conflict like feel to that war, despite them both being smaller countries, than a lot of the other fighting that has gone on in the last 30 years. So one of the things that is clear in history is often people don't pay enough attention to the actual peer-to-peer conflicts that occur, and you'll see militaries fighting the exact same way as a similar war just before that, without having learned any of the lessons when the war starts. World War I was fought the same way the Russo-Japanese War was fought. Trench warfare, machine guns, going over the top, ridiculously high casualties on both sides, artillery. Everything about World War I looked a lot like the Russo-Japanese War. It went on for years, right? All of the same features that made World War I pure hell existed in this other conflict. And because it was in Asia, and because lots of the European colonial powers at the time were just a mixture of racist towards the Japanese and looked down on Russia because it was behind in many ways other European powers, they wrote off paying attention to the conflict at all as a possibility for what their war might look like. And I would say that this war has shown a lot of similarities with the drones and everything to Nagorno-Karabakh. Just want to make that interesting historical point for everyone. Chris, back to you.
Yeah, finance, but NATO hasn't really shown up in Ukraine yet, has it? So I tend to think that it's a bit weird this, because we're fighting on the Russians' terms and that, whereas like in it, Iraq in particular, I think was a demonstration of what the West could do at that time, and it can do even more now in terms of precision. And if the West's power really was applied in Ukraine, the Russians wouldn't have any chance at all. I don't think that mass, just wouldn't be a factor. I don't think anyway.
Absolutely true. Speaking of people who can speak to mass and warfare, coming up right now is John Spencer. Welcome up. John, we had Chuck earlier this evening. Pleasure to see you at the super late night time in the U.S.
Hey, well, that's because I'm in Kyiv, so it's not late for me. Just getting a morning workout in before I head off to do some more studying of the Battle of Kyiv. I just wanted to come up and say 100% agree with finance, and that's why I went to Nagorno-Karabakh in 2021. And you have to be careful on listening to my field. What were the lessons to be learned from Desert Storm, both Iraq and Afghanistan, Nagorno-Karabakh? Militaries, analysts, and all these people will capture what they want. And that's one of the reasons why I go to places and why I went to Nagorno-Karabakh was to make sure that walk the ground and get some of the lessons maybe not being talked about. But I agree with everything, and I'm just enjoying listening, especially about the biggest impact of the arsenal of democracy, the Lend-Lease and everything has overwhelmingly been stated to be true, that just the sheer number of vehicles given. And in comparison, I would agree that the U.S. is, we've given less than 1% of a single year of DoD budget. A lot more could be done to end the war in Ukraine against our stated enemy a lot faster.
Hey, John, since we have you here, I'm going to steal Chris's question from earlier. That was excellent. I was pointing out, just how much Russia doesn't seem to make, for all its mass and size, it just doesn't seem to make the basic logistical things the U.S. makes, as far as just, four-wheeled lorries and things to drive all your equipment around, and logistics train, and the marine tractors and all the other things, huge amounts of demining things that you can that are armored, can run in front of tanks if need be. That they don't seem to have all of this stuff. And Chris asked the question, is it just the U.S. that has this, or what other NATO countries sort of build in this sort of logistical thinking of let's just have a lot of really boring, not too exciting logistical equipment, but that's what's going to help us win the war? And I said, I have no idea, but John or Chuck might know. And John magically appears. So please, can you help us with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I mean, I wouldn't say, well, one, this is the problem with looking at any nation in their war capability, is that even the United States' strength, although I'm a big tank, infantry, armor, infantry fighting vehicle. I agree with finance that it's the logistical backbone of the West. To United States, NATO. The United States couldn't do half the stuff it does without the logistical backbone that has been put in place over decades, both in basing, in sea lift capability, airlift capability. Really, if you get down to it, we've never talked about why tanks are the way they are now, why our infantry fighting vehicles the way they are now, why we have infantry fighting carrying vehicles like the Stryker. It used to come down to how much does the thing weigh, and can I project power rapidly? And the United States projects power with allies. So this is where Russia, your question is spot on, of course. Russia built a new army, force structure and force design, like what it has in its army, what it's capable of, based on a lot of assumptions, and all militaries do that. Russia built with this assumption on the ability to then have a smaller force like all of us do. We're all, it's hard to build a military to deter war without war, because war is politics. People want to defund defense budgets. It's a problem. So of the vehicle, I can't tell you. No NATO country other than the U.S. has the scale of certain one of those equipments like HIMETs and PLS, things that can move large amounts of stuff. And we heard that talked about in Ukraine earlier today, but there's just such a long list of assumptions that get factored in, and why. I mean, and I'll point out, even the U.S. relies on other people. Like you said, the D9, which is a bulldozer, an armorized bulldozer that you put in front of your formations. I drove one in Israel, I think last year or before. I'm just a big fan of that vehicle. The U.S. doesn't have those, and when they do, though, like when they went into the battles in 2004 in Iraq, well, there's a D9 from Israel, because countries that have allies rely on allies to bring capabilities, and that's why even Iraq, Afghanistan, Desert Storm, you name a war, and the U.S. is, even Sun Tzu, since maxims seem to push the point, said that your strength is not your military, it's your allies. So this is where Russia will come up wanting, and that Russia assumed that it could fight a certain type of war for a certain amount of time, and then reach back into depots, into supply networks that they didn't fund to keep up, right? If you ever dug into the U.S.'s defense budget, there's millions and millions of dollars spent on maintaining pre-positioned stocks, maintaining stuff in storage, but everything from nuclear arms to trucks. It cost a lot of money to keep those supplies ready to go. And everybody knew, and this is the biggest question to include even like tanks. Oh, they got 10,000 tanks in storage. Okay. Well, how much did they spend to keep those tanks in serviceability over the last 70 years? Zero. Oh, so you have 10,000 hunks of metal sitting in a warehouse somewhere that maybe you can use for scrap parts. So is there another NATO country that has more stuff? This is the thing, is that some, like, whether it's France, England, some of the bigger players, you'll see that each one has a certain capability that they will agree, like, okay, you keep this capability. So when we all come together, like, we're going to rely on, American aircraft to position things strategically, or, we're going to rely on German this or that. So it's a great question with a lot of complexity.
Finance, you just double tapped.
Apparently, I'm trying to go back to Chris, who wanted to I believe, ask you a question. Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, John. Actually, really interested, and by the way, best of luck with everything that you're doing in Ukraine and that. And I'm sure some great things are going to come out of that, with you being on the ground, if you like, and seeing what's happening. Hope to join you there in the not too distant future. So from what you're saying, put simply, we could say Well, certainly the US in combination with the NATO countries, let's put it like that, right? Perhaps if we start there, is a highly efficient military logistical operation. And then probably everybody else is somewhere below that, or something like that.
Yeah, 100%. You're not going to move. I mean, that is one of the superpowers, and I don't mean the pun there that I've stated. I mean, there's just few armies who have been working on an expeditionary capability, to include China. So, right, China is supposedly now the only peer competitor left to the United States and allies. But even they, even crossing the Taiwan Strait, that is a military capability. Although we all like to talk about, fighting capability, but your logistical backbone to project power is called power projection. Nobody can do it like the United States. I don't care what anybody says. And the United States will rely on everything from airspace agreements to basing agreements that allow that capability. And that is one of the quality and quantity factors into US military strength, is not just counting numbers of people and equipment. It is exactly that load and projection capability. How many aircraft, how many ships, how many bases, how many refuelers would it take to project that power? But absolutely. And that's why even in gear like PLS, so big flatbed trucks that can move everything from a tank to massive amounts of ammunition, that's a specific truck. The US has invested great money to make sure they have enough of them for any contingency. And this is where Russia came up wanting. It built a military for certain contingencies, and Ukraine taught them the lessons of World War I and World War II. If you try to scale that small capability to mass capability across great geographic terrain, you're going to run into a lot of problems in just logistics. And that's what we've seen. And that should be a lesson that everybody takes from day one of the Russia's invasion of Ukraine to today.
Great. Thank you very much, Sean. So can you tell us a bit about what you're doing in Kyiv?
Well, I mean, I've returned to look deeper into the greatest battle of the modern era, the Battle of Kyiv. So lots of engagements, lots of talking to key leaders, because writing this story is very difficult, and making sure you have the key decisions that were made, the key players, key units, the key moments, the key battles. And while I was here in July of last year, I got so much, and I was able to tell a story. But there's just so many more questions that I have. So again, the Ukrainians, open arms, a lot of key leaders, influential people who were there in the moment and made these decisions and why. So I'm just spending a week doing more research on the Battle of Kyiv, and there are other meetings as well. I'm a single focused guy, but of course I'll learn about the status of things going on as well in other meetings. But the primary purpose, I do research and then bring that research back to the people to explain what happened.
Great. Thank you. No, do appreciate it. As I said, I did use the word can. I'm sure maybe there's some stuff you can't talk about. I do remember you going over there last summer to discuss, to learn and study the Battle of Kyiv. I guess my question is, I find it interesting. You're going back to study the exact same battle as opposed to anything else, which clearly there's a lot of other battles. Quite hopefully, the Battle of Bakhmut will end sooner rather than later with Ukrainian victory, but that one's clearly going to be a big one at some point, especially in your urban warfare specialty. And I really am curious to hear, once we can hear, what's actually going on the ground, more than the dribs and drabs and little bits we've gotten out from you and Chuck and Yehuda and everyone else. So why Kyiv again, round two? Why that battle, as opposed to the clearly many other battles of this war, Kherson, Kharkiv, etc. Why Kyiv again?
No, that's a great question. It really is. Well, one is I like I said, I go around the world. Since my trip here last summer, I have been around the world presenting on that very specific battle because it had an impact, and under the context of war for other militaries, power projection, attacking the capital city, logistics, like all the lessons are there. And while the war has gone on since then, the history of that battle won't be written for a long time. But I think the lessons are so tangent to now. Everything from the urban aspects to the civilian aspects to the fact that the city kept running, which are a lot of my meetings. How do you research a war? Of course, you got to walk the ground. I think you have to walk the ground, but understanding really the complexity of what's going on, and then telling the story where what you leave out is as important as what you put in. So that's, I write case studies, finance. So, me and Jason Drew write case studies, and there's no better way to do that than actually walk the ground and collect the information, since there's stuff that's been written on the Battle of Kyiv. And this is what I said in July when I was here, like going to Mashun, going to Bakhmut, some of the key players whose history of what happened you want to record because of the war going on are gone. They're dead. Matter of fact, a lot of the key leaders I want to talk to are in Vuhledar, in Bakhmut, in other places, because they're important people continuing to fight a war. But I'm back for the same battle because of the importance of it in the history of war. And I don't want to downplay that or overemphasize it, but I truly believe its importance in the place of war and the need to get the story out sooner rather than later, because it has impacts on what militaries like the United States and the UK and all these people are making changes to their militaries based on what they see in the war, right? Based on whatever lessons that you want to take from the war. People around the world make changes based on that now. So that's kind of the role that I feel. Besides being, just a big supporter and wanting the war to end immediately, but I'm also the urban guy. So which battles matter most to me? The Battle of Kyiv, Mariupol, Severodonetsk, Kherson, in Bakhmut. These are the things that I will be able to write, and I get paid to write history or case studies and the lessons from those specific urban battles. I'll let somebody else do the open terrain battles.
Thank you, John. I do have a follow-up, but I believe Chris also would like to ask questions. So we'll go to Chris.
Well, I was just going to say, John, put simply for me, right, it seems to me that what you're saying is, look, Ukraine beat Russia right here. And obviously, I don't want to assume anything and diminish any of the other battles that are going on. But that's sort of basically what you're saying, is that, the Russians were broken right there. Perhaps they were broken even before they started, with their strategy and that. But certainly they were broken at the Battle of Kyiv.
No, 100%, and 100%. It will be a time in history where there's smaller force. And we've talked about this, and of course, I don't want to say this is all old news, but where the second most powerful military on paper was defeated by a smaller force who was discounted and would not survive for 3 days. And this is, for me, even in the history of urban defenses, a lot of the naysayers are like, defenders always lose. Well, let's say, okay, there's a few times where that's not true. And one of them happened less than a year ago, where a small military force backed by a massive civilian population who had the will to fight, defeated a much superior military in numbers and capability, as in equipment. But then it highlights, like that I do, highlights like the things that we talk about in the space all the time, the things that matter, your will to fight, your morale, your motivation, certain pieces of equipment, things like this. Where mass that is still important. It's one of the principles of war, but that doesn't mean it's a maxim. If you have mass, you're going to win. Well, no, and I agree with you. Russians were defeated at the Battle of Kiev. Their entire strategic objective, their one objective from their president, from the political leadership, was taken from them, and they'll never get it back. They'll never take Ukraine as a nation. Ukraine will exist as a nation, hopefully a member of the EU and eventually the member of NATO very soon, and defeated this greatest incursion on the global international order since World War II. They did that at the Battle of Kiev. Now, of course, they couldn't have done that without the Battle of Chernihiv, Sumy, MriyaReport. Like, they couldn't have done that without these factors. But I 100% agree. That's what I'm saying. This is where the Russians were defeated. Lots of fighting still to continue, but this is where Russia's political objective was taken, and they'll never get it back.
Thank you very much, John. Do appreciate that. Chris, do you have a follow-up for that? Or are you good for now? I will take that as good for now. John, asking the question where your specialty sort of starts to hit what I know about. What have you seen, at least that you can see in public, as far as nations changing their military procurement and their military industries in response to the Ukraine war? Obviously, we have stuff about trying to build more ammo for Ukraine, but how much is this affecting people's discussion of doctrine here, elsewhere, everywhere?
Yeah, no, I think, well, I do want to hit on one. I only have a couple more minutes. I got to run up and shower for my great day I got planned here in Kyiv with talking from even how the police were used in the Battle of Kyiv, which is a force multiplier. But I think what you kind of briefly mentioned, I do want to highlight that that's the biggest, what I see right now, the biggest tangible change that the world is making, as in the West, from learning how to conduct a large-scale combat operation against Russia or anybody else, is that the military-industrial base is important, and you can't just. It tested the assumption of what you're able to just flip back on, even in the United States. Oh, you mean I can't just flip back on massive actors to produce artillery rounds, like 30,000 a day? So that's the most tangible effect. Now, doctrine, that's a much larger conversation on what is doctrine, how do militaries use their doctrines, who writes it, how long does it take to get updated, things like that. As I travel the world, of course, you have militaries immediately changing their scenarios in which the missions that they're giving themselves, the context of the mission, in both the lethality of it, military is changing. Of course, the drone, counter drone fights, but even their cover and concealment, headquarters, because of the lethality of the battlefield, it isn't. If you don't win in the first 2 days, it isn't going to be all precision long range strikes. There's so much that militaries are doing, but doctrine, it's just one thing. I usually say there's a big D doctrine, the way that people do things, and there's a small D doctrine, what they write in the books. What they write in the books, that takes really around 2 years to change. But this is the problem with the war in Ukraine, is that there's been so much going on now that militaries around the world are like, oh, see, what I was doing before, what's going on in Ukraine justifies what I was doing now, because you can't see that. Here's the lesson that I should have artificial intelligence and robotics. See, this is the lesson right here. They're losing, 1,000 a day. That's why I need robots that can do it for me. It's not, it's the world I live in. I know that people now take what they want, and that's why I do what I do, to make sure people don't forget the lessons But the biggest things on the doctor people, as the way they do things, is that a reflection of the sheer lethality of the battlefield, but also the importance of kind of older styles of how you disperse forces, cover them, conceal them, electronic warfare, all of these things. So that's a really big question, but a great one. And we'll see. It's a big one. We'll see how much the military has actually changed itself. I can say for sure that the military-industrial complexes of whether it's Poland, Germany, France, European countries to the United States have definitely woken up, requested resources to address what some people had downplayed as in the requirements for the machine of a major war that will be resolved, I know, for the United States very quickly.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, John. Mockers, would you like to ask John a question while we still have him for a couple more minutes?
I would just like to thank John for the incredible work that he's doing. I've been watching your tweets and very interesting information coming out. So yeah, keep it up, John. And thank you for your time this morning.
Thanks, Mockers, and thanks for all you hosts do to keep this space. And no matter where I am in the world, I can pop in and listen to both friends, family, and supporters of Ukraine, but also such a wide variety of experts to keep me informed too. So thanks for that. I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you, John. Finance, I have. I'm sorry, guys, if you can hear my tummy grumbling. Right. I have the MOD report for this morning, if you would like it.
I would always like to hear it, especially to hear you talk about your favorite thing in the world, special equipment.
We'll do this one first. So this is the British MOD intelligence update for the 26th of March. Since the beginning of March 23, Russia has likely launched at least 71 Iranian-designed Shahed series one-way attack uncrewed vehicles, also known as UAVs, against targets across Ukraine. These attacks followed a 2-week pause in UAV attacks in late February 23. So Russia has likely started receiving regular resupplies of small numbers of Shahed UAVs. Russia is likely launching their Shaheds from 2 axes, from Russia's Krasnodar Krai in the east and from Bryansk Oblast in the northeast. This allows Russia flexibility to target a broader sector of Ukraine and decreases flying time to targets in the north. It is also likely to be a further attempt to stretch the Ukrainians' air defense. So that's all they've got to say today about Shahed drones. And it is true that for a while they disappeared off the battlefield, and now they're coming in, not in the same sort of numbers though. So what the UK MOD there is suggesting that they are continuing to get them, and that that's going to obviously continue to be a problem. We have noted what would appear to be regular flights between Russia and Iran, or Iran to Russia. So, we suspect that they are indeed still receiving these drones, otherwise they wouldn't be keeping appearing. They've obviously run out of their initial supply. So let's hope that drone production in Iran has been seriously reduced by what happened to them recently. We can only hope. Good morning, Doman.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Yeah, you've just missed a drop-in from John Spencer, which was lovely.
I can say that it's been an excellent and lovely time co-hosting the Saturday Night Fever evening after Chuck came on for a surprise late night bullet points. We then had a brief John Spencer sighting for the last, 45 minutes or so. So I would say that we've had as good of a military discussion as possible here at the MriyaReport, basically all night. And our lovely panelists have been going strong, though most of our U.S. people are now fast asleep, or at least just listening and relaxing. And we have the nice British and, of course, yourself here. So it's been absolutely excellent here. Thank everybody for listening who is here. Thank you all for supporting Ukraine. If you'd like to donate a couple ducats, MriyaA.org is here. But with that, I'd like to go back to you, Doman. How are you doing today?
Pretty well, thank you, Finance. You say Saturday night fever. Fever makes me think of prescribing rest and tea.
Well, with that offer, I'm going to go hop down of my seat up here, and I'm going to let you take over.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in place almost. May do a PSA, Mockers. I have a PSA of great service to the people to whom it will be announced.
Please go ahead. Yes, of course.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, as of a few hours ago, London has moved. Britain has moved out of Greenwich Mean Time. Right? Even though Greenwich is a suburb of London, all of London is no longer in Greenwich Mean Time because they switched to summertime. That means that UTC and London time are no longer the same thing. UTC has drifted off westward and is now somewhere over Iceland instead, which is very odd, but it is how it is. So please be advised that henceforth, yes, the difference between Eastern North American time and in Britain is now again 5 hours, as it is most of the year. Difference between North America and Kiev is now 7 hours, like it is most of the year, because Europe has 2 weeks after the North Americans shifted to DST. However, UTC no longer corresponds to London time. It is now 1 hour to the left, to the west, and it is now, like it was already for the past couple of weeks, only a 4-hour difference between New York and UTC. This is the end of the public service announcement. Do not be surprised. Do not miss things by an hour, as many people already have over the past week, including some hosts, including some interviewers, and including some interviewees. So hopefully this will all settle down over the coming week or so. But just FYI, you have no idea how many meetings I've had people not show up to, and then show up an hour late, or show up an hour too early and then complain because they're over adjusted for the fact that Britain was not on GMT.
Well, I can certainly say that I was a bit more confused this morning, having to get up an hour early. Somebody stealing an hour from me of sleep is really rude. Funnily enough, though, the cats seemed to know it was time to get up. It's amazing, that, isn't it? So I have numbers that I will give to you, Doman, because, well, Thomas Steiner made me promises yesterday.
Did he not keep them?
Well, not entirely, but still, it's good enough. It's good enough. I can't complain. So we did indeed hit 170,000 today, with 660 additional liquidated personnel. We have 15 tanks and 15 armoured personnel vehicles. I think they're notable. 8 artillery systems and 2 MLRS. So again, more artillery systems off the field. 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, 2 UAVs, 3 vehicles and fuel tanks. I know that's disappointing, Doman, but 3 special equipment, which obviously some of my favourite things in there. We like to see the removal of special equipment from the battlefield. So yeah, there has been quite a lot over the last 24 hours, but not the absolute bonanza that Thomas Steiner was hoping for. Maybe over the next day or two.
I will say these special equipments that have been being destroyed. Of late there have been some exciting things included in that, including a Zoo Park 1, Zoo 1, Zoological Garden 1 counter battery radar, which is yet another thing that got crossed off of the list of Russian equipment not yet destroyed in Ukraine. Ever more of that is getting destroyed. It's all very exciting, I have to say, and it's the big countdown list that I monitor particularly closely. Even though said the countdown list does occasionally have things added to it, such as, for example, the T-54 tanks that were added to it the other day.
We've also seen a video of some very strange and wonderful items. Let me just find out what it's called for you. Oh dear, I tweet too much, obviously. Here we go. So these were reported as World War II type vehicles moving towards Ukraine. And I was very amused by the fact that Lend-Lease 2.0 is going to start meeting the original Lend-Lease soon. So, yeah, it is true that Russian forces do indeed have some American kit. It's just very, very old. And somebody pointed out to me that these are Katyusha rocket launchers, first launched in 1941. So true vintage there appearing on the battlefield.
Is this Putin really trying to fill Stalin's shoes by playing Stalin's organ?
I see what you mean when you say Stalin's organ. It does look like a big organ.
It also makes a noise.
Yeah.
There's whooshing sounds that kind of sound like organ. That's I think that's what it was called. That's what it was called, Stalin's organ.
Well, no matter what, it looks elderly, and yeah, if it works, I'd be quite surprised. Daniel, you might have something to say on this.
Yeah. Stalin organs works because the missile, the Katyusha missile, is very easy to maintain and is not something very, very, very high tech. It's very old technology. But idea to get from the Grads to Katyusha is laughable. I don't know how much is credible that launchers. I saw it on Twitter, but and I see what Ukrainian army say about daily losses and tons of Grads, Uragans destroyed. But still, Grads, they have a lot of Grads. And you easily put the launchers in back of any truck. Probably they don't have missiles. Probably that is the problem. The absence of the missiles for Grads. More than probably with launchers. Launchers are not so advanced.
Maybe it's quicker to reload.
I don't think so.
I think it is.
I don't think because in smaller missile, you are right at this. But imagine They have that ammunition because they still keep in storage for 80 years. Is, you know, any fuse, any, I don't know, was solid. If I remember well, Katyusha was solid fuel. But is stable? Now, I think these anecdotes are not helpful. You know, Grad's T-54s, I don't think are helpful. Not at all. And I think we laugh. We say, oh, look what Ukrainian army need to face. But we forgot something. This discourse is damaging for them. Extremely damaging. Because what compatriots of mockers of or mine will perceive? We beat a child with a big stick, right? Nobody will try to imagine we have a country who breaks every rule, including yesterday, when they said they will deploy nukes in Belarus, which is breaking another treaty which they signed, which is very, very damaging. And we laugh about T-54s. And I don't think it's the right avenue to talk. I think the right avenue is something like, you know, septicemia kills, lack of good water kills. And this war is horrible at a scale we cannot imagine. Because if we project just that, how stupid is their command, how stupid is their tactics, is not helping the cause of Ukraine, is my personal opinion.
I think what it illustrates is that Russians are happy to throw everything into the fight because they believe in the whole quantity idea, right? I don't think that yeah, was I not clear, or was I breaking up?
No, I heard you fine.
No, it's okay.
Okay, so you know, all their all it really shows is that they want to put everything because they believe in volume, endless volume. That's all it's really for. That's all it's really about, right? I don't think the Katyushas are there to be being used. If they are, I really hope that, you know, suicide negotiators know where the Oryx people live and will go there preemptively, because some things are just too much, right? At a point, it's just too much. I get it. But I think they're probably going for some sort of parade. Is there a Russian holiday coming up? Maybe they're preparing already for May 9th. You know, want to have a big parade in Sevastopol the last time they can, something like that. That's probably what they're being used for, I'm guessing. No, unless we saw 200 of them being moved in a convoy, then we'd be thinking, yeah, okay, they are actually doing this. They're actually using them. As to the rockets, these are the sort of rockets that Russia can domestically produce right now. And that is something where you might be onto something. And it might just be a question of what production line can go more quickly. So yesterday we had a bit of a chat about the T-54s, right? And it's probably a case of, well, they can recover 100 T-54s, or with the same amount of time and effort and, you know, men and material, they could recover 20 T-62s. So they said, well, of course we want the more tanks, because they're all going on a one-way trip anyway, and they're all going to get blown up on mines anyway. So what does it really matter what kind of tank it is? You know, maybe now with some statistics, we'll have chance of getting some through and doing something. And they might just be doing the same with the Katyusha rockets. They have no range. You know, modern 120 millimeter mortars all have longer range than the Katyusha rockets, but they can make them easily domestically without a problem. Maybe that's the reasoning here. Maybe it is really that simple. Maybe it is just a case of, well, it is, just a metal tube with some propellant that the Soviets could make 80 years ago, so they probably still can make, and an explosive warhead. And it is just that simple. And maybe it's just because of that. What do you reckon, Daniel?
What I say, I disagree with you, because you talk like it's something conscious, orderly, and logic.
You're going to talk about perception, but first we need to figure out what actually is there to then talk about perception after that.
No. Try to imagine something like this. Prime Minister of Russian Federation is Mishustin, right?
If you say so, yeah.
Okay. How much power Mishustin has?
I don't know. He might be allowed to pick which toilet paper his office toilet has.
Exactly. Second, imagine something like this, and this will be challenging. How much control Gerasimov has? How much control Shoigu has?
A lot of operational bureaucratic control.
Bureaucratic doesn't matter, mate. You know that.
Bureaucratic control got Prigozhin kicked out of the inner club.
You talk about Prigozhin. Prigozhin is just one PMC. Let's remember, in Vuhledar, which PMC works?
Shoigu's.
Patriot. Yes. Is another PMC now find it in Crimea. In my opinion, and I will say this with great confidence, which usually I am exaggerated because I'm a total optimist. But at this moment, I look at Russian army and I will say it without any experience in military, just history, analyzing and some synthesis. I think Russian military is more like French army in medieval times. And let's explain to the people what does it mean. When some expeditionary force led by Black Prince landed in France to defend their feudal dominion, King of France, which was a very weak person, extremely weak politically in this matter, he need to ask all the counts, all the barons, all the marquises, send your vassals, send your horses, your knights, your men-at-arms to fight this English invasion. Because how history is learned is a fight English versus French, in fact, was feudal lords versus feudal lords. And Russian army, in my opinion, has this problem, is a feudalistic system with a lot of lords, with more or less power and influence, political, economical, military, which are not coordinated at all. In my opinion, the strike in Sevastopol with drones, the recent one, lead me to believe even the Navy, which probably is their most competent and professional remained in Russian Federation. Even there are problems with command structure, with coordination with defense of the port, coordination with aviation in Saki. And I think is a huge problem. And I say this with great confidence again. And I think when Medvedev says something, even when Putin says something, the orders maybe touch Gerasimov, Shoigu, maybe the commander of Western Military District, yeah, but will not touch the commander of the brigade, not touch the Rosguardia, the Spetsnaz, so many units which are so different. We have reserve battalions, we have voluntary battalions, we have assault groups mixed, Donetsk, Lugansk officers with conscripts, we have PMCs, we have mercenaries. The things are so bad in organization, in the structure, in ammunition settings. Imagine you have, I don't know, Acacia self-propelled guns, you have some Grad launchers, you have maybe some, I don't know, 100 millimeters guns, some mortars, and you need ammunition, and you need to ask different depots, different officers to send you just ammunition. I don't add this water, uniform, small arms ammunition, oil, lubricants, spare parts. You know what does it mean? It's a nightmare. And it's not just about logistic. It's not just about how can I make different units under my command to work together. Is a total mess. And they are saved at this moment. Their number is so big. They can act with some resistance, some defensive stance, because proverbial mass. But it's not just.
You could say it like this: a big thing is slower to move. There's more inertia because of it.
Yeah, inertia. Yeah, you are a physicist. Yeah, we have inertia in the Russian front. We have a huge military deployment, but in the moment when the effectiveness of this military agglomeration on this huge thousands of kilometers front will be dead stop. You don't have enough energy to put in the engine to reactivate. And I think this moment will be a total collapse. I mean, politically, because the army cannot move, so they get the punches. You see the Kiev what said. Total silence, please, on the news about our offensive operation. So they start. And the punch will come. Let's see who will receive the punches in the faces. But after that, when the FSB will understand where it's going, what they will change, and because they cannot go to safeguard, to support the military effort, they will go to the symbolistic Kremlin to make there a hall and get the armistice and the peace treaty. Probably July, Domen. Probably July we need to put ice the champagne.
Yeah, sounds good to me. And yeah, things are slow to move, right? They don't fit a 24-hour news schedule very well because they are slow to move, because there is a lot of inertia, because Ukrainians, in order to do something, need to destroy many hundreds of Russian armored vehicles, many hundreds of Russian tanks, etc. That just takes, a lot of effort bit by bit. There are many walnuts to crack in order to make a honey walnut cake, aren't there? And there I absolutely agree. And this is what we're seeing. If they are actually moving the Katyushas in earnest, they're doing this to add more mass, more stuff to be destroyed. It's like, I can do a movie reference. Trying a movie reference. This would be 2 in 2 days. This is uncanny. Okay, so you know Home Alone, right? The little kid with the burglars. I've never actually seen the whole movie, but I've seen about 20 minutes of it, and I think I have a good idea of what's going on. So I remember he sets a bunch of traps all over the house, and then the burglars, have to run through all of them. it almost feels like Russians are doing the same thing with putting all of their, 1950s equipment into place, and maybe some 1940s as well, because it's just saying, well, in order to get us out, you will need to destroy all of this stuff also. And it will just be in the way. It will be like, those paint buckets and whatnot. And they can say a paint bucket swinging on a rope, not really a good weapon. No, it's not. But you need to get around it, and it's not. It doesn't make it easier. It is all of the limits, all of the limitations that are put on them to do it. So I reckon that's what it's for. Irish Ting, please go ahead, and then we can go back to Daniel, so Daniel and I can discuss the Black Sea. Irish.
Hey, Doman. I'm just curious. I haven't seen the Chechens anywhere lately. I heard there have been blocking units, but is there any word where they are at the moment? I haven't seen any come up in any videos or anything for ages.
Oh, they have realigned their priorities. Marcus, maybe you can help me out with the correct translation, but it was something like Kadyrov got a medal for defender of human rights of Chechnya. So I think they've been working hard on this whole human rights bend, and that's why Kadyrov rights have been less visible. No, I have no idea what they're doing. I think they're far behind. They're working as blocking troops. There's nowhere to record cool TikTok videos at, so they're just kind of quiet as a consequence. I think they were kind of made to be a little bit more quiet as well, a little bit less visible. Remember 2 months ago there was the big court intrigue showdown between Kadyrov, Prigozhin, and Surovikin on one side, and Gerasimov and Shoigu on the other. And the incumbents won, right? The incumbents won that one, and bureaucratized Kadyrov and Prigozhin kind of out of the schema. And who's ever seen Surovikin anywhere? I've not really Surovikin. I've really not seen in a couple of months now. I wonder what he's doing.
Well, that's a good point, Doman. If you don't see someone for a while, they're probably in a basement somewhere.
There you go. Daniel, what do you reckon? Where's Surovikin at? Cleaning drains?
I don't care. For me, it's just another moron. But for the Chechens, I have a very easy answer, which people forget to read. 1991, 1992, when the first Chechen war started. What was the people of Chechnya? How many lived there? 1 million. After 2 wars, after they recruited heavily in the army, how many Chechens are able to get arms and play ball with Kadyrov? It's just about numbers. It's the most easy explanation you can imagine. And I said, because you jump to talk about movie reference, where you are just lacking. I can say something like this. For people who watch Star Wars, the next counter-offensive will be an event similar with destruction of Death Star. The empire collapsed not just because they lose a battle, but the symbolism behind it. It is not about grand strategy. People imagine it's about grand strategy. How I hear you. I hear Thomas Steiner when he talk about we need to kill hundreds of thousands of Russians. I can disagree about that. I disagree heavily because usually we think the good evidence this idea, look, 170,000 of Russian dead, look, they lose 2-3 batteries of artillery daily, and the company of tanks, is not what will move Russian society and the guys who can stop this war. Because Putin will not stop, we know that. I think, in my opinion, it will be more important after the media blackout will be stopped to see the attacks. When you see how Ukrainian attack, how Russians just throw away everything and run, how the massive scale of destruction is implemented by Ukrainian army, probably some Russian prisoners, some equipment captured, some, again, horrible war crimes discovered and mass graves. This will affect what will happen in Russia, in Ukraine, and in all pro-Ukrainian alliance. You know, to win a war now is not the same thing to win World War II, invasion of Germany. I think sometimes it's counterintuitive, but you don't need to parade National Guard of Ukraine in Sevastopol to win the war. I think it's enough to destroy 5 brigades of Russians in the south or in the east. How Kiev thinks they need to operate is their choice. They know better than everyone, including Pentagon. But when this happens, when we'll see this, and look at me, I'm not just optimistic. I'm sure not just there will be a win this offensive. I think we'll be short, extremely short, unexpectedly short. Even if you have huge numbers in defensive, even if you have big landmine fields, even if you have a lot of guns, even if they will push their aviation in desperation, they are in a system of dugout. Let's blunt the offensive, which makes them not just static, but they will not try to repulse counterattacking the counterattack, They will stay their ground. They will not try to retreat also. It will be a bloody massacre. I imagine we'll see so many people without limbs in this new operation, then we'll have a problem to watch Telegram or Twitter. And that will stick a very sharp finger in the eyes of the guys who need to move in Moscow. I think we are close to death of Stalin scenario here. Very, very close. Sorry to disappoint you. Imagine the meeting with Xi Jinping, the last gasp for air, the last chance to get something, which was a total loss for Putin. Imagine all this effort, to make people to be scared, to be content, to be, I don't know, prudent. Nobody put their money on this bet on Russia at this moment. Nobody. Look, the propaganda said, so Medvedev yesterday said something like, we will put 1,600 tanks on the front against the 400 tanks of Ukraine. You know, they start arguing with logical numbers. Russian propaganda is never logical. They start this arithmetic to boost the confidence of every level of society which matters for Putin in a war where they never put this way. The discussion where T-90 is the best tank in the world. We have
Armata is the best tank in the world.
Yeah. All the bullshit, you know? It's no more that. It's no more about the technological advantage, the sheer power, professionalism, and domination of the Russian army. It's about, look, we still have numbers. We still have a chance. We're still... You never argue like this when you are Russian, you know? You are just cocky. You are just arrogant. You are not scared about anything. All is great. Russia will prevail. No more. The argument, you know, Leopard are not good tanks, is like just Leopards are coming, not Bradley, not Marders, not French stuff. Look how much French stuff will come. How much stuff will come in volumes. How much demolition explosive, for example, accumulate Ukrainians past 5 months. How many claymores they have. How many smart ammunition they have. Look, every package from Washington is full with HIMARS ammunition. If CJ will be here, he will say to us, we'll see HIMARS working not like now, hitting just HQ ammunition depot, but what was planned for them when they were developed, like direct artillery at huge range, direct artillery strike on enemy position. They accumulate huge numbers of missiles or HIMARS. Every time, every package, I watch every package from Washington. Every time they have ammunition for HIMARS. What do you need so many? For me, I don't know. I just stay and watch and expect to see how will develop, how much time will keep, and when they will stop the media blackout. But okay, let's see how the Russian Federation will break up. I hope will not be too bloody.
I've actually been thinking about this last bit, Daniel, a little bit. And I've been thinking, you know, is it wise for the Russian Federation to break up? Because,
Yes.
you know, is it wise? No, see, because I figured something out. You know how many countries vote with Moscow in the UN General Assembly?
7.
Yeah, it's like Belarus, Syria, North Korea, Eritrea, Nicaragua, and then, you know, somebody else usually. Now imagine that you break up Russia into 40 countries. There's going to be a ton of countries that are all going to have, you know, still the same, you know, cultural underpinnings.
Why do you imagine there will be countries, Donald? Why do you imagine will be countries? I don't think there will be countries. I think Russian Federation will not break up like international recognized entity, will break up like system, state, administration, police, emergency situation, institutions.
Failed state is what you're saying.
Something like Libya, yeah. Something like Libya. Libya is not a, how I can say, splitted country like Sudan. Russia, in my opinion, if FSB is not moving extremely fast and have a lot of contingency plans to not go there, at least not so fast, at least not so I can say, the point of no return, Russia will become a huge failed state. All the society become accommodating the criminalization of entire society. The country is nowhere close to get to normalization 1 year ago, because 1 year ago, Russia still were arguably not like in Europe, but still were somehow viable state. There will be nothing viable. If you live in Yaroslav, or you live in Khabarovsk, or you live in Tuva, you'll be in the situation you cannot expect running water, you cannot expect you can make on the road 200 kilometers without being robbed and your car stealed or maybe raped and killed. We'll go in worse, much worse situation than the 90s. And every PMC, every guy who now and there we see in different cities, a guy take an RPG or AK-74 shooting from the balcony, and we'll see this becoming not the frequent attitude, but something like, everyday life. I watch Baza every day. I translate their messages. And what is the recurring factor? What they say, how much increase in criminality is in Russia now. And I don't mean about some guy steal a car, some guy was killed, chopped off, and the parts of the body find it in different places, and the killer is a policeman. I mean, raping children in schools recorded on phones. I know it sounds horrible, but I was stunned that is a real case debated in Russian society. Things like that. The woman beaten for 2 years, he was a policeman, everybody covered up his ass, and after 2 years of domestic violence, he cut the hands of his wife. These things are recurring. These things destroy the fabric of society. They are not impressed by human suffering. They don't care about killings. Always Russians were violent, and they have a huge pole of tolerating violence. But even for them, where they are going is hell. And I can say I never bet on intelligence of Russian Siloviki. Everybody was scared of them. I think we overblown them. But some people from there are intelligent and understand the world somehow. Even our position, they understand. They understand how the future will draw. And imagine you are in one of the most feared intelligence organization past 1 century, and you look at the future and say, how I can protect my villa, my dacha, my car, my lovers, my family, all the shits I still lie and cover for past 30 years, how I can face a PMC or a new criminal organization which is allied with PMC, how I can stand the Chinese triads when I come, how I can stand everything. They will draw the same conclusion. We need to kill Dadia Volo. Kill Dadia Volodia is a necessity. It is not something like you need to debate, you need to look the successor. It's just the future is not dark, it's full of terrors,
You know what's interesting? Actually, there is a debate. Is it better for them to get rid of him, or is it better for them to hand him off to the ICC?
Yeah, but if they hand over Putin to Hague, this will be a national embarrassment, and the Russians are not good at this. They are never good at this, of humiliation. It's a society which not accept humiliation. They cannot be humble themselves. Even their religion clerics, they don't believe in humility. The most important principle in Christianity, to be humble in the face of God. Russians didn't get it. I don't know why. And this is a big problem for them. Huge problem. No, they will want something very Russian acting, You take the Dadya, you shoot in his head, eventually public, you change the statements, something very similar Khrushchev after Stalin, start something different. I think this is about something similar like this, more or less, not need to be same or very close, but I think that is the progress. That is the only way. And also, and this is the great tactics of Western leaders. They will need to ask for help very overtly, not publicly, to show weakness to their enemies, to Americans, to the Brits, to the Germans. They will need assistance. And people imagine it's just about money. It's not just about money. It's about help us with a plan, help us with something to keep these things to not crumble. And the good thing is, except the Eastern guys who will enjoy any apocalypse in Russia, any other leader never send the signals we want to destroy Russia. In fact, was totally the opposite. And that's why a lot of discussions are centered on Vladimir Putin, extremely centered on Vladimir Putin, because if you blame a person and a small circle around him, is an easy way out for everybody else. And I think this is essential in the strategy and planning for Washington, London, Berlin, Paris. And if I look back at my rage to Olaf Scholz, Emmanuel Macron, I think we were too harsh with them. I understand very well the message. Give them all the support. Stop dragging your foot, stop Scholzing. But if I look back, look at Germany now. Germany acts very Polish, pressing all their allies. Let's help them. Let's get them the tanks, the ammunition, anything. Yeah, they have a small taboo about airplanes, but let's be fair. And French, what the French did, the first who sent the SPGs, right? The first who said we send tanks.
Yeah,
it was not just words.
Kind of tanks.
No matter, mate. Let's be fair. Macron was criticized heavily because he's French and the French have a different way of thinking. He's not Anglo-Saxon. But in fact, he acts unexpectedly un-French from a French president. If you put Macron next to Sarkozy or Hollande, he acted really, really good. It's easy to criticize. It's easy to blame. It's easy to say, I'm not satisfied. I don't think you make enough. You don't send enough. You don't help enough. It's easy to say. But if I look back, what the Europeans did, I don't need to discuss about Biden. For me, Biden is, oh God, how good is it? Is not Trump now. And this is nothing political. It's about how they act for short term, medium term, long term, how they calibrate their discourse, how they help Ukrainians. Look, just 1 year passed, and we go from armored vest, helmets, some medical stuff, some small arms, some, NLOs, javelins, and things like that. To what? I remember in the spring, summer, I talked with Americans in the morning and I said, send them aircraft carriers, atomic bombs to Ukraine. But if all exaggeration, they send almost anything. I watch people saying, look how many Humvees remain in Afghanistan after the retreat. And I laugh. I think people not understand the scale. Just moving so many trucks of stuff, so many planes of stuff. Axel said to us in May, June, there were more planes, more transport, military stuff with American Galaxies and a lot of other airplanes than was the bridge for Berlin, which was a huge historical landmark, right?
I think by mass, right? Because those are lighter planes.
Yes, mate. Yes, it's about mass, but people not understand mass. How many tons? How much fuel you consume? How much airframe hours? How much pilots' salaries and time? How much things you need to deliver? Because a transport plane is not just a transport plane. It's many other things, people on the airports, checking the engines, radars, refueling tanks, fighter jets to cover their asses, all these things. And you multiply. Imagine every truck with one gun on Otto Melara from Italy, put on a track and put on that track and drive it to Austria, to Slovakia, to Poland, and from there to Ukraine. It's just one. How many drivers? How much fuel? How many tracks? How many trains? We not understand the scale. And Domen, I think that's why Xi Jinping don't help Putin. So the invasion, February last year, surprised many people, many political leaders, societies. We were not prepared for this stuff. But after a year, what China discovers, the scale, the speed, the changes, the new direction, and I mean economic, I mean military, politics, everything, the changes are, I think Beijing is extremely worried. If they say, in 2027 we'll invade Taiwan, it's a joke. Because they look what Russia did and the answer of our all virtual enemies. How the crap will cross the Formosa Strait 100 kilometers with the landing ships and airplanes trying to invade Taiwan. Even if we try the soft solution, virtual blockade. Who say to us Americans will not develop transport submarines in less than a year to supply Taiwan even more strongly they do with Ukraine? Chinese are desperate. At this moment, they understand the Russian debacle for them is no go for Taiwan, not near. And also, what this year made it more than past 10, 15 years, where is Vietnam? Where is Philippines? Where is Indonesia? Where is Malaysia? Where is Singapore in this equation? I think the win of Ukraine, with the debates in Eastern countries like Romania, Poland, Baltics, Finland, Slovakia, the idea Ukraine defends democracy with blood. They share the values and their determination to become part of European Union and NATO alliance with supreme sacrifice, and in fact they fight for us. Is a very popular topic, very easy to use it like political discourse, but I think it's much more than this. It's extremely more than this. It's something like Mohammed bin Salman, Assad, sheikhs in United Arab Emirates, Iran. Don't forget Iran. All the problems in Iran last year. All this get the strongest message ever.
Did you see did you see the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs write a scolding letter to the French that they should?
Mate, that is stupidity of Russian level. Let's be fair. At this moment, the idea, I read so much past 20 years about how the West is failing, how our societies are becoming less powerful. All the discourse of all these guys who are more nationalistic on both sides of the Atlantic. Immigration affects our racial situation, our cultural situation, religious situation. Or the military explained to us, we don't have a Cold War. I think the death of Western democracy, Western way of life is just an impression, and we didn't activate a very militaristic society. With the exception of Poland, somehow at some level Romania, for example, we didn't militarize our societies. We don't live the values, the patience, the peaceful way of life of every citizens in our countries. We live the same way. We enjoy the sun, we enjoy to go to the market, we marry, we love each other, we are happy because Ukraine fight, but also because it was easy for us. Remember about all apocalypse about gas and oil and grains. The African countries will starve, the Berlin will be frozen, the price of oil will go to the roof. All the bullshit never happened. So our resilience is so big with so small effort, and we come after a huge crisis, which is called a pandemic. And after that, a hard restart of economies. And add to that the Chinese problem, which affects our relaunching economies. And look how much cost us this. I will lie if I say my standard of living was not failing, but we had a huge inflation in my country, not yours. And I have low wages. That is a personal thing. But if I go outside and don't be egoistical and think about me and my family, I can say almost everybody not just survive, we, we are thriving. It is better, and the perspective is better. I hear people who understand this war, who understand Russian society, who understand Ukraine, and explain to us, look, we are in danger of a new war with Russia in our next generation. We are in big danger, and revanchists always thrive after something like this. But also, I see what we did in 1 year. And all because Vladimir Zelensky, his government, his army, the people of Ukraine didn't act like president of Afghanistan. They didn't leave. They didn't say, we are in a big danger. Assassins come for me and my family. We will be bombed and probably nuked at Kiev. No, they said, I will stay. I will defend. I am determined. It's not just about my people who are not scared enough to run. We send our children, we send our women in other countries to be protected, but we'll stay and defend our land. In apparent, not positive odds. And for that gesture, probably all what happened was changed. What France, what Germany did, what United States did, is just because Vladimir Zelensky said, I will stay. And he was the most improbably hero in this war. Tell me, is anyone who imagines Zelensky is so Churchill?
Not before the war, but you know, at a time of great events, you know, great people are born, and he was put in front of a choice, and he jumped, or rather didn't jump. You know, didn't jump. He jumped in the Rhodos sense. He didn't jump in the, you know, actual sense, because he stayed where he was. What I think is really fascinating this week, we were talking about 4 days ago. We were talking about you know, Xi went to Putin. They had a meeting. They agreed some stuff. They agreed the pipeline and all manner of things. And then what happened then? We hear more details. We hear that, but maybe the pipeline isn't getting built anyway. And then we hear that China is now setting up a new Central Asia summit, which is going to be them and the 5 ex-Soviet stands. No one else. No Russia. Russia didn't get invited. I think that's really interesting. It's a really interesting as a juxtaposition, and it really shows how, you know, they've lost their soft power. They thought those countries were granted. They thought, you know, no one's taking these away from us, and yet somebody who's going to be taking a whole lot more away from Russians as well.
It will be funny. Chinese with Central Asian states summit to fail. Will be extremely funny.
Oh yeah. Jens, morning.
Morning. I wanted to speak earlier, but I really didn't want to break Daniel's train of thought. I thought I agreed with so much of what he said. So I don't know where to begin, but I mostly wanted to say that I strongly agree. I think I have been, as a fellow social democrat, I've been not very infatuated with Scholz, but I think this has been a question of turning a supertanker. You know, for the last decades, apparently, we have been looking into the eyes of Putin from the West, and I don't know if we have seen dollar signs or what. And we have we were sucked into I don't know if I would say, I think Afghanistan, I thought always was a reasonable response, but we kind of was sucked into a war that stretched out and which we lost a taste for and had to find an exit for. And I think when we look at the last couple of months where countries have been counting their tanks, how many are actually operational, how many are stuck in some kind of refurbishment limbo, and we are waiting for F-35s to trickle into Europe, so we can I guess we intended to sell our F-16s. I think we found a suitable buyer in Ukraine, but I've been screeching for ATACMS and tanks and and fighters louder than most. But at the same time, I always thought that Ukraine had to start their summer offensive, and that they couldn't get that. The priority had to be on winning, or at least getting some kind of artillery parity. I think when we look at the massive oversight of what has been happening in Georgia and Chechnya, and what happened the last 8-10 years in East Ukraine, while we have been putting up factories in Russia, probably the worst being Denmark, Carlsberg, made a massive investment in Russia, and we hear of all these international corporations that had massive investment that they reluctantly either have to let go, or I don't know what kind of maybe shady temporary deals they make, or slow pullouts. I think this is from going from a place where there's been war fatigue in Europe, and where probably our defense forces has been deprioritized. I'm constantly concerned about the price Ukraine are paying for the freedom. But I also, to some extent, we're searching for a reason why this trickling of aid trickled into Ukraine. And sometimes I think, I'm hoping there was made a long-term plan, or at least someone in NATO didn't go day to day and say, oh, now is a new tomorrow, or now tomorrow is a new day. What are we going to do tomorrow? And I'm hoping there's a plan where we saw that that when they started the summer offensive, they were pouring artillery, they were slamming artillery 30 minutes before the assaults. And I'm hoping we'll see similar, that all these tanks that are pouring or driving east, that they will be revealed. So I'm constantly searching for explanation why this took some slow, and I think there has been reasons why it did so.
Some of it has been, some of it is being done. Is it being done enough? Probably not. Will it eventually be done enough? Yes, by definition. Over this past week, there's this whole joint ammunition purchasing approach, right? It's a good start, or it's a good continuation, rather. Is it enough? No. Should the commitment be 5 times, 10 times as much as it was? Yeah, probably. Actually, probably. But it is at least there now a framework. Hopefully, will contracts finally be doled out? Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully, finally, they will be. Because without contracts, there won't be sufficient manufacturing. Earlier, we were talking with Daniel about inertia. These things have inertia as well. But will it be just about enough to kick out the Russians? Yeah, it will. So right now, there's a few countries that haven't joined the EDA yet, a few EU member states. So Denmark's one of them, but that's because it only just joined the EDA and hasn't yet joined any of the initiatives in it. You remember the referendum last year, Jens, where Denmark got rid of its exemption from defense policy. Bulgaria, where I think they're probably waiting for the election in a week's time. Slovenia and Latvia for some reason. Slovenia for internal political reasons, because not all members of the coalition, agree that ammunition is something useful. And the other one is Latvia, and I know what's going on in Latvia. But it's happening. But just because it's not there yet doesn't mean that it won't be there. That's worthwhile remembering, and not be too worried. Jens.
Well, Denmark has come a long way. My very first time where I was able to vote, I voted for the ratification of the Maastricht agreement. So I voted yes for Europe in '92, and 30 years later, I voted to remove the defense. We had the first vote was a no, and then half a year later we made a lot of exemptions, and then we got a yes. We still haven't joined the euro, so it has been it has taken time, and I like Estonia and Denmark. Obviously, we are not going to. I mean, we are so small that we have to rely on alliances and unions. And Mette Frederiksen can't march in with our 16 tanks and make a difference all alone. I think we come a long way from, first of all, denying that Russia would even invade, even though they basically had been invading for 8 years. And then at the same time, in the build-up to the invasion, Macron and Scholz were trying to appeal or to assure Putin that Ukraine would never in 30 years join EU or NATO. And now we're seeing that joining EU and NATO, I would say, if it's not a given, it's a high certainty. So I think we've come a long way. I would love for us to, rather than saying we'll support Ukraine for as long as it takes, I would rather we said we will support Ukraine with all it takes to get it done now rather than in 10 years.
Oh, 100%. Completely agree with that. And there's a mistake in the rhetoric there, right? As long as it takes. Well, how about say we will expedite it as much as we can? The problem is that if they make that sort of commitment, You know, you can always say, "Oh, but if you do this, it could be faster. But if you do this, it could be faster. But if you did this, it could be faster." And I think that they're probably afraid of that because they'd be taking too much to account. But for as long as it takes, you know, as long as they never stop, they can never be taken into account for it. If that makes sense. So there's some clever self-preservational political messaging in there, I think. Daniel.
First, I don't think it's anymore the count of small countries. There is no more small countries. I think Kaja Kallas and Maya Sandu work for this purpose to explain to everybody this concept of big and small countries is the perspective of Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin. If you live in this part of the world, this idea, I think, not only must be rejected, but we need to be aware is no excuse, no place to play on this road. Another thing, maybe Bulgaria didn't join the ammunition alliance, let's say. But I think if you live in Pakistan at this moment, when you have huge economical problems, huge problems, and your government is not stable, one way to make money now is just build and sell ammunition because are a lot of buyers. And if you live in Argentina, if you live in Pakistan, anywhere, you can make 155, 105, or any other stuff which Ukraine can use and British and Americans and Germans to buy. Just do it. Because if not, in less than half a year, there will be no place because, you know, yes, Western companies have a way to make a lot of profit and act faster when they smell the money. Why I raise my hand is because Jens triggered me about NATO planning. And one good thing I hear some time ago, I mean, many months, was retired and active high-ranking officers and generals from Romania who had some connection. Let's be fair. They were in Brussels. They said things like, NATO planners are the best planners in the world. They know their stuff extremely well. And every time you bash because, you know, Romania had and has MiG-21 Lancers, for example, or TR-85s, which is modernized P-55. When we talk about Air Puma, our helicopters, or our frigates, which are not modernized full, and things like that. These guys explain to us, don't worry, NATO planners look at our capabilities and design for us a role, a purpose. When you are in a peaceful time, when you are threatened, when you are in war, don't act like this. And this idea of great strategic planning of NATO planners combined with something which people forget, because I totally agree what Manuel did for Ukraine and all the operation of training of officers and soldiers of Ukrainian army by British, Canadian, Americans was a great stuff, was a small scale. The most important thing I imagine is the war in Donbass for 8 years. That war rotate, create veterans, get experience, understand Russian way of doing war, understanding the shady gray area of this is Russian army, is not Russian army, these are separatists, these are not separatists, these are GRU operatives. No, they are fighters for freedom and things like that. That 8 years, I think, helped hugely to get experience for Ukrainian army, Ukrainian politics, Ukrainian society, and in combination with smart strategic thinking and transfer of know-how from the NATO, help hugely what is happening now. And what Russians have a problem to recognize and acknowledge, there was no plan against them. There was no plan of invasion of Kursk Oblast or Belgorod Oblast or Rostov Oblast. There was no idea Ukraine to try to reconquer Donbass. You'll be shocked. But look at Zelensky political actions before the war, when in fact he made huge concessions to Russian Federation because everybody was tired to die for that morons in Lugansk and Donetsk republics. And still, despite the odds, man, this guy will enter in history probably greater than Churchill because, you know, you had a huge empire. This is Ukraine. Zelensky will be an interesting page of history. And if he keep his promise, he will don't want a second term, and he will go to the beach and drink a beer, and New York Times reporters will come. President Zelensky, how is it to not be the president of Ukraine? How is to enjoy the peace on the beach and drink a good beer? That will be, I don't know. I think history will be very interesting to read by our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, there you are, Doman. Carry on.
No, I was going to say, no, if he's wise, he's not running again, and I think he's not running again. Nale.
Good morning, friends. What Hungary doing with this, joining this joint procurement of ammunition deal and not arresting Putin if he comes to Hungary? How does all this jive together? Because I can't figure this out. It's very, very strange.
Okay, so we're looking into it still. I gave Nick the homework to look into it properly because, you know, who better to read through this than our dear Nick Bram. But then yesterday, by the time he came, I left. And we were in the middle of ground warfare, so we never went into this. So hopefully we will discuss this more detailedly sometime during the course of the day, Nale. But I reckon I reckon, Nale, that there might be some condition that Hungarian factories can't be involved in it otherwise. And it's also for replenishing of European stocks. So it could be that Hungary would just keep, you know, their share in their own armories and not give them to Ukraine, basically. But there's components there that are a little bit more complicated. Remember that Hungary has quite a lot of arms manufacturing capacity. It's not generally owned by Hungarian companies. For example, Rheinmetall owns a bunch of stuff in Hungary, a bunch of factories in Hungary. Other Western companies do too. So it could be just a jobs thing. It could also be that Orban, you know how it is, Nale. Orban kind of talks a big game all the time, but he picks his fights. And he knows he can only pick so many fights. and this just wasn't the fight he was going to pick, especially since it can actually kind of benefit the economy of his country. Does that kind of make sense? That's my reasoning thus far, but I need to look more into the documentation still now.
Yeah, that makes sense, but isn't it also true that whatever fights he picks, he will lose those fights because he doesn't really have any leverage anywhere? But also, wasn't it quite beautiful that Biden didn't invite Orban or Erdogan to this NATO internal democracy summit or whatever it was? He didn't invite those two. I thought that was quite a strong message to those people and countries.
It's like, yeah, we're not gonna have spoil sports at the table unnecessarily. But yeah, I quite like that. That's it's good. I think it sends a message. It doesn't cost anyone anything actually, but it sends just a little bit of a message, and it's not like they particularly want to go, they particularly enjoy it. Maybe it was already messaged on the diplomatic channels that they wouldn't come anyway. And then it's best to not invite them, because then they get to be embarrassed rather than yourself. There you go. Jens, shoot.
Yeah, I just liked what Daniel said about big and small countries. I think when we look at images of Zelensky 3 years ago, sitting timidly beside world leader, and now world leaders are pilgriming to Ukraine, and they are honored to be in his presence, and they are inspired and emboldened by coming to Kiev. I think Ukraine will not be the same negotiator when it comes to after a war. When we start, it will not, like Anders says, be sitting in the back of the class when it comes to Europe and NATO. And I think the battle of Kiev, of Azovstal and Bakhmut, with Ukraine, have bled. They have bought time, and they have time for the rest of Europe to be more courageous. If the whole everybody extended an invitation to Zelensky to escape, to live somewhere nice in, I don't know, in Montana or in Berlin, in absentia. But because Ukraine decided to fight, we had, if this had been a mere insurgency, the world wouldn't have sent HIMARS into to insurgents. They would have sent them, machine guns and anti-tank weapons. But now we are seeing Abrams and Leopards coming. So I think that because Ukraine stood up to this Red Army, they allowed Europe to change the perception of and start to slowly get in gear.
Yeah, and many. I will say this. I don't like this historicist argument of, because it happened, therefore it was always destined to happen, right? I don't like that. But here I'll actually say, despite very many people not realizing it beforehand or at the time, Ukraine was always going to, fight back. fully comprehensively. I really don't think that there are any indications looking back that there was ever a chance that they wouldn't. But it was certainly unexpected for many in the West, right? But then again, it was maybe a little bit of a public test. You know, it was like almost like a marshmallow test, and it's good. It's only right, you know, that they have gone and done the right thing, and I'm definitely glad for that. And you're right. You know, it's hard to camouflage a HIMARS as a bread delivery truck or something, right? It's kind of distinctive. So yeah, we can talk about a certain HIMARS strike in a little bit because it's very exciting, and it's a very good illustration of exactly what's going on there. But before that, Anda, very good morning.
Good morning. I'm very excited to bring a new topic for you. I don't know if new, but because I just woke up, and I have this nasty habit of opening up the phone before having my first coffee. So sometimes my mouth talks without me. But yeah. If you want that, I'm here, and I'm really excited to talk about cars.
Excited to talk about cars? What about cars?
Well, remember that at the beginning of the war, we were discussing about the manufacturers, which are the manufacturers who are still in Russia, from outside Russia. What do they do? And if they are leaving or not. And I at least was bitching about this a lot. Well, let's say it this way. The investment they made was huge because Russia, just as China, have huge markets, right? People often say countries go to China to manufacture cars because it's cheap. And that's not exactly true. One of the main reasons for which you produce cars in China is because you produce them for the Chinese market, which is a huge market because they still have a lot of power of absorption, and they want to improve their status. So they buy, basically, Western cars, even if they are made locally. Probably more because they are made locally, because they are kind of nationalist. So it's a
There's
point of
one more
pride.
reason.
Which one?
Money.
They are cheaper.
They're cheaper because China has quite high import taxes on vehicles, right? I don't know what the number is, but if the same vehicle is assembled in China, is deemed by the Chinese to be produced in China, even if it's mostly imported parts and just bolted together in China. I don't know exactly where they draw the line, right? But if it's on the correct side of the line, there isn't the import tax, so obviously then it's cheaper for the person buying it to buy it because at some point they didn't have to pay a lot of tax on.
True. So they did the same in Russia. Russia doesn't have such a big market as China, but they do have a big market. So their power of absorption of cars, of Western cars, is big, and their desire to do that was big. So one of the things, and they were far closer, like they were seen as being still in Europe, right? So if you wanted to produce there and ship some of the cars back in Europe, it was easier. That being said, at the beginning, the car manufacturers were like let's see how this how this fares. Like it's a 3-day war. It's a 6 months war. Let's see how it fares, because the investment in order to build up an entire factory someplace else, and the value of one car is high. Therefore, you have stocks. Therefore, you have parts, and therefore you have a lot of other investments which you need to deplete before you up and leave. And at first they were kind of in standby, and after 6 months they kind of started announcing, we're selling out and we are out of here. And there are a lot of companies who actually did that, Western companies. What that meant was for the average Russian, and I think we made a calculation here in MriyaReport some long time ago about their power to actually buy the cars, which decreased a lot during this past year, and putting everything together meant that at some point they have to reorient themselves in finding new sources of cars, right? The Chinese, their friends, said, we have our own. We can provide our own cars. Russia also has local production, and they want to take over, just like they took over McDonald's and others. They want to take over the factories, some of the factories which were performing in Russia. Bottom line, Russians right now reoriented themselves to the second-hand market. They are not very keen or happy about the fact that they are left without the Western cars. The Chinese cars are not yet up to par. So it's not like comparing an iPhone with an Android. Any Android. It's far less. So I'm happy. I have to say this to you, but I'm happy because one of the first things people ditch to buy, they say we can hold on to this another year, another 3 years, is a car, because it's a large payment, but in most cases than expected, it's an investment that it's not necessary. The difference between Russia and US, for example, is that not everybody needs a car. So it's a luxury. It's something you don't need, you want to have. It's something related to your statute and with your comfort. So they kind of pushed through this year, and I expect their car market to drop even further in the years to come, to be completely honest.
Do you know what makes me happy?
I'm waiting for you to say.
There's something really funny here, right? So, are you familiar? Maybe Daniel will be familiar. Are you familiar with автомобильный завод имени Ленинского комсомола?
The tank manufacturer?
No, the car manufacturer. And it's famous for producing a car that went by the name of Moskvich, or the Muscovite. They literally had the car called the Muscovite, which they produced.
Moskvich. Yes, yes.
Moskvich, da. They produced it in Moscow. Obviously, that's why it was called the Moskvich. At the car factory named after the Lenin Komsomol. Komsomol is the communist youth, right? So the funny thing now is that the Moskvich is now one of the brands that has been revived in 2022. And it is the Chinese car. Forget what the Chinese car is called, the original. Doesn't really matter. It's not sold anywhere in Europe anyway, don't think. And they are assembling it in St. Petersburg, not in Moscow. So this is the Muscovite from St. Petersburg, which ironically is where Vladimir Putin is from, who's likewise a Muscovite from St. Petersburg, but owned by China.
I I find that extremely funny. What I remember about Moskvich, I think Daniel can say more about this, is that it was their highest. How do you say?
Like the most luxury.
The luxury car. Yes, Lada was for everyday people, and Moskvich was for the elite.
There was like one car above that. Yeah, there were cars above that in very small volumes.
No. Zils were for the elite, not Moskvich.
Moskvich is like the upper middle class. No, but actually, I do need to say, this was the story that I kept telling, that Moskvich is now made in St. Petersburg for months, but actually now they're going to restart the production in Moscow at the former Renault plant in Moscow. So it's no longer true that it's just like Putin. But it's still funny because initially for the first few thousand were assembled in St. Petersburg. Daniel, go ahead.
I'm shocked they didn't reactivate Lada Samara and Volga. I expected to see Volgas. And
I think they tried to, but they couldn't get the parts.
Of course. I saw one statistic about Chinese imports of cars, and I was struggling to understand how can you export in more than half a year 1,000 cars of, I don't know, Geely, I think was a model of Geely, just 1,000 cars. But I will tell you something which I understand very well. I hate cars. So I'm a guy who works to work. Yeah. So I hate cars with passion. For me, idea of cars in a small, medium-sized city is outrageous. Yeah?
They're just the background noise to your communication on the space.
Not also. Pollution, dust, and to see one guy in a car, for me, is like a middle finger to our atmosphere. But jokes aside, let's take to very serious things. Because I'm Romanian, I understand Russians because we are very similar. You don't want to hear this from a Romanian, but I will say because, I don't care. And Russians, like Romanians, they get the taste in the 90s, which remain very, very hard in our minds about German cars. You cannot go on the street with an Audi, with a Volkswagen, with the Mercedes, with the BMW, and to jump from that to Lada Samara, or this failed Dacia Logan, which is called now Lada. It is something like going from spaceships with sailing ships. If you live in a normal country, you had probably in your life a crappy car, a bad car. I saw even in our streets sometime one Indian car, Tata, or some Chinese mock-up, even some electric Dacia Spring, which are made in China, which are crappy car also. But the comparison, what Germans can do on the cars and German brands in Russian car enthusiasts is something like, the supreme apex. If you cannot afford to go, Infinity, Lexus, of course you go to German cars, even secondhand, because are great. Everybody knows Germans know to build stuff. And in cars, they are master race. I know Axel will enjoy this idea. But really, German cars are wonderful. And give to the Russian the alternative. You can buy a Moskvich or Lada or Geely or, I don't know, some South Korean, Japanese brands remain, but with difficulties in Russia. It is outrageous for any Russian. It's something which builds up in you the hate for the situation. If you want to fight a flock of bees, it's much, much harder than fight a tiger. The small stinging, constant stinging is horrible.
So the one thing I'm kind of curious about, and like you said, Japanese cars, right? A lot of used cars from Japan, but possibly also South Korea, used to be exported to the Russian Far East, to Vladivostok. And I'd be very curious to hear if those exports are still going, because that would really kind of be working against, the whole spare parts embargo from Europe. And I hope they're not, right?
Imagine you have a Mercedes. You paid 100,000 euros per that car. And you have a problem with your gearbox or your engine. And the part is a small piece of metal or rubber, which costs, let's say, 500 euros. But you cannot get it. And your 100,000 car, which was your proud, your I don't know, Broad Street aspirator, right? It's useless because that teeny little piece you cannot change. These things will make you very pissed off. Because, yeah, you can buy a second-hand Toyota 10 years ago, but you have your Lexus and you cannot, maintain. Imagine they need oil for the engines. They don't have the oil for the engines. You need specific oil because you destroy your engine. Things like that. Small things.
May I add something?
Please.
So let's not forget one aspect. Daniel mentioned the fact that we are like, so there is a similarity between Romania and Russia. There are several, actually. And one other is the fact that we come from not having, right? And one reaction when you, how should I put this? When you're in the land of plenty and you get money to buy plenty, is that you buy plenty. And you like to buy nice, shiny things, things that show to the rest of the world the fact that you did good, you have the money. So one other thing that happened in Russia was that they bought German cars because they are good, but they bought German cars because they were more expensive and they show status, right? We have had here in Romania early after the revolution, people buying vehicles which were more expensive than their own houses. So if they would sell the vehicle and the house, they could afford to move in a better house, like way better. But they didn't, and they kept the nice shiny vehicle in front of the house in order to show to their neighbors, look, I did good. And I saw that also in Russia as a behavior, not only with cars, but with every luxury item that you can think of. And this is actually a reason for which iPhones are still sold in Russia, even though the price of one is not $1,000, is 2,060 or something like that. So with all the taxes and lack of demand and still higher lack of supply and still higher demand, you have outrageous high prices for these products, and they still buy them, right? Which is good. Let them spend money on gadgets and not on war, because it's not helping their economy. Like buying iPhones, it's not helping their economy. And going forward, you will. I expect the next market to fall in their country would be the housing market, but we will see about that. We will see.
It's fun times, isn't it? Yeah, I for one, I'm glad that they're having a hard time with their vehicles. Particularly saddened, however, that commercial vehicles, trucks, and the like, they're having less of a hard time with, because they were always produced to a greater degree domestically. Because that might have an actual impact on matters locally. But anything that forces them to shed the perception of normalcy is a good thing, and that I'm quite a fan of.
Did I hear someone?
Did you hear someone? I hope so.
I hope I hear someone. Or is that just the voices in my head? Never mind. Did someone say Van Helsing? And I thought you said Van Helsing, just the best vampire catcher in the planet movie. I think he's from Doman's hometown. Van Helsing. I don't know, it's a German sounding name, but whatever.
Why would Doman have vampire hunters when vampires are in Transylvania?
Because isn't he from there?
I don't know.
I'm from the place where we got rid of all the vampires with ample garlic.
Yeah. This is another attempt at my poor humor of pretending to forget where Doman is from. And just overall, it's a horrible thing I do. I'm sorry.
Everybody knows I'm Belgian.
100%. You're Beneluxian. You're from all three.
He has a house in every country and moves from time to time just to confuse us, right, Doman?
Exactly.
Yeah, did I ever tell you, Doman? I don't know if we sidetrack for a second because I'd like to talk about Russia in a minute. But sometimes instead of Russian, I like to slow down and give an anecdote about my cousin's wedding in Antwerp one year, a long time ago. Did I ever tell you that story?
Was it a diamond wedding?
Well, there was a diamond involved at some point, but no, it was a wedding, and I decided that I was going to go see a friend the night before the wedding in Amsterdam. Right. So I rented a car, and I decided I'll drive from Antwerp to Amsterdam, and then I'll drive home late at night. And the wedding was at 11 in the morning on the next day, and then basically went out, got to see a bit of Amsterdam, and my cousin's like, "Are you sure this is a good idea?" I'm like, "This is a fantastic idea." It was not a fantastic idea, so I don't really drink, so well, at the time I actually didn't drink at all. I didn't, and so there was. I'm like, I don't care. I'll just drive back, and so I was driving back at about 2 in the morning, and or no, maybe like 1. I left Amsterdam at 1 in the morning. I don't need a lot of sleep, so I'm driving back, and then all of a sudden, I'm going through like a town called Breda, and then all of us there's construction or something. It was funny. The road was closed, but there was no construction anywhere. So I had to get off, and I'm starting to drive on all these back roads. This is before GPS and stuff, and we're driving and driving, and I was driving for like hours, and then I was lost basically, and all I could smell was manure. I was in Dutch farm country, and I'm like, I'm like, I can, judging by the stars, I'm pretty good at navigating. I'll be in Belgium by no time. And then it's now like 4 in the morning, and then I'm like, this whole country isn't this big. Am I going in circles? And I was going in circles, no lights, just cows and poo. And then I see this sign, a light. I'm like, oh, thank God, finally, almost in Antwerp, and it says, "Welcome in Deutschland." And I'm like, what? This is not the right direction. So I had to call my cousin in a panic the morning he's getting married. He goes, "Where are you? Where the F are you?" I go, "I think I'm in Germany." He goes, "That's not the right country." I go, I'm aware. I'm aware Germany is not the right country. Can you help me get home? Anyways, I was an idiot. He was pretty mad. But I made the wedding. I was the witness. It's kind of like the best man in a Jewish wedding, an Orthodox Jewish wedding. We don't have best men or women. We just have witnesses for the contract. Anyway, bottom line is don't go to Amsterdam before a wedding. And that's all I had to say, Doman. I just wanted to regale the audience with just an off topic driving experience in Europe. Because for us North Americans, driving in Europe feels like we're in Legoland because the roads are so small and all the trucks are little baby trucks and all the cars are tiny. And it's just awkward. Anyway, sorry, Doman. This is just literally stuff at the top of my head.
I have 2 small comments to that. First of all, Breda is right on the border.
I know, I was very
So
close.
you're so close.
So close, and the road
So
closed.
close. And the other thing I wanted to say is, funny you mentioned Breda, because the Dutch town of Breda shares its name with an Italian artillery manufacturer, also called Breda. And maybe that can be a segue. Who knows? I'm done.
I have so many bad jokes, Yehuda. At this point, I'm gonna be a lady not to bank on this, because it's terribly unladylike, and I'm sorry. Yes, Domin is right. It happens. But yes.
That's what's so frustrating about it, right? I'm thinking everything's so small, and even your street lights, they're like you could touch them almost. They're so everything's miniature. I find in Europe. I'm thinking I'll get there in no time because everything seems small. But truthfully, I was driving on these stupid round roads, circular roads, and then I just made it to Germany. I thought this is definitely not where I'm supposed to be, and why is it even here? What's going on? It was a horrible night. Very bad.
With no GPS, I bet. Just with a map or without map.
The street lights weren't even on. The street lights were there was nothing. It was just literally cow town.
and you never stopped because you're a man, and you don't ask for
There's no stopping.
You don't ask for directions, right? Who's stopping?
There's no stopping. I passed by 7 gas stations. I'm not stopping. I'm going to Belgium, lady.
Follow the smell of the waffle.
like getting lost going to the corner store around your house. I mean, there's no way I'm not going to find Belgium. I mean, I'm just going to go west, and then the roads kept turning. I'm like, wait a minute. And I had this, like, I don't know, like these silly, like, Galant, or I don't know, some tiny. I feel like it's like a lawnmower engine in these cars, and it was just this tiny little car, and puttering along. And I'm looking at it, and when I saw that Germany sign, I go, I did not expect that. It was one of those Simon Cowell moments when Susan Boyle comes out. Like, I did not expect that. I expected maybe like somewhere else in Belgium, but not Germany. I was pretty convinced that's literally in the wrong side of the country. So it's a 50-50 chance I got it wrong. East-west.
At least it didn't cross across the Dutch-French border on your way.
Either way, so back to reality, back to life. Russia.
Would you like to know something that goes around and comes around?
Sure, a boomerang.
So, in 3 days' time, the North Macedonian government, who has previously sent some Sukhoi 25s to Ukraine, is going to be discussing the donation to Ukraine of Mi-24 attack helicopters. Do you know why I say what goes around comes around?
Because it's like a circle of life. I don't know, Doma. Why don't you tell me?
Because those helicopters, it is like a circle of life, kind of. Because those helicopters, like the Sukhois before them, were previously owned by Ukraine and were sold from Ukraine to North Macedonia in 2001. And now they're going back to Ukraine.
Well, it's definitely a circle of life. Cue the Lion King song right now. But you know what's also interesting is Xi Jinping, you know, the fallout after this Russia meeting. You know, I'd like to think, not because I'm super smart, maybe because I'm so optimistic that nothing would have happened, and Russia's now, you know, like, I mean, people were saying, oh, the Chinese are going to do this. They're not going to do anything. Chinese are too afraid of secondary sanctions. They're also embarrassed and annoyed with Putin, and they know that nothing good will happen to it. Imagine the Chinese give all this equipment, and then the Russians use it just as efficiently as they use all their other equipment. So you're going to see burning hulks of Chinese crap out there on the battlefield. And the Chinese don't want that, which is fair. I wouldn't want it either. But the funny thing is that now Putin's has to walk back all of these claims. So it's coming out quite a bit in Russian media that he goes, we do not have a military relationship. Obviously you don't. But it's very apropos. I've also got a message from some people saying, hey, read on the Telegram channel. I don't know if it's I haven't read the I don't get a chance to read all these things. People say don't talk about Ukraine, the counteroffensive, because, you know, this, that, and the other, for operational security reasons. Just for the record, when we talk about, you know, counteroffensive stuff, I mean, we literally talk about like, how's this? The Ukrainians can come from every direction, not one or two. Every direction they can come. They can do the south, they can do the center, they can do the north. We're not trying to give away any secrets. It's just very much an academic conversation. And I highly doubt anyone here, you know, I don't think, except for, what's his name? Prigozhin listens. We know he listens to the space. But the truth is, no, they're not making their plans based on us. And so I think the messaging that was sent in Ukraine, if this letter is accurate, it's more for Ukrainians who are on the ground. I suspect they definitely don't want servicemen and women who are, you know, collecting at certain points in Ukraine, and they're shaking out, and their battle groups and their brigades and their brigade groups are getting sorted out. They don't want those people saying, hey, we're here sat at so-and-so Ivka, and we got all these, you know, leopards, and we got this and we got that. Those are the people that you definitely do not talk. Yeah. So if you're one of those people and you're listening, don't come up here and tell us anything. But if you're armchair quarterbacks like some of us over here, we could say what we think. I mean, frankly, the more information out there, the harder it is for the Russians to figure out. But the reality is, for those on the ground in Ukraine, obviously we don't have Ukrainian servicemen and women coming up here to say, hey, here I am sat at blah, 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 and we have this strength and this is what we're doing. God forbid, that would be an absolute horrible thing. So I just want to allay people's concerns that this space, you know, is sharing, you know, trade secrets. We are not. I can assure you that especially Doman, but me too. We don't possess faculties of cognitive abilities that you don't. So we're not wizards. Maybe Anda is. I don't know. Maybe Anda is. Sorry, go ahead.
I am. I am a wizard and a witch. So, yeah, don't mess with me. And the vampire. So yeah. I have questions, Yehuda. Actually, I have questions about Mardars. I never understood. So I'm back in the back of the class, right? So I wasn't paying attention. Let me tell you this: I wasn't paying attention in class when Mardars were taught. So I missed why everybody is so excited about them. And I saw them arriving in Ukraine. So could you please enlighten me about them?
Honestly, Anda, I'd love to, but I actually don't know very much about Martyrs. It's not a platform I'm actually remotely familiar with. So I think Doman, being from Transylvania himself, maybe he could help because I know he knows more about it. I don't know if Axel wants to come up. Kind of from his hometown in Hamburg, where he went to school with Olaf Schultz. Doman, can you help out?
I can help a little bit. So it's an IV. It's kind of like a predecessor to, say, the CV90 or the Bradley.
Well, hold on, Doman.
It has
Just for full clarification, I did know it's an infantry fighting vehicle. I just don't know anything else about it. That's what I should have clarified. Sorry.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I know. I'll get
I know
to.
nothing
I'll get
else.
to more.
Yeah.
I'll get to more. So it's an older version, right? It's from the 1960s. It was never really exported anywhere. It was only really used by the Germans. The reason why people were excited, especially when they were announced, it was because it was a big deal for Germany to move off of their stance of no IVs or MBTs, because then about 11 days later, they moved off of their stance of no MBTs as well. So and then they freed the Leopards. And it seemed like, you know, the giant crack in the dam that you look at and you start, oh no, we should run away now because the dam's going to blow. And then it did. So that's primarily why they're going to be, you know, used just as about as any other IVs. I think that there's consensus that they're not as useful as either CV90s or Bradleys, which are also going, but they are at least as useful and more useful, and certainly much more reliable from a maintenance perspective. Because, you know, they're basically German cars, think of them like that, right? Than the Soviet BMPs that the Ukrainians are using. So they will be useful in the way that BMPs are useful, except more. And that is the. I don't know if anybody's super excited for them. I know people are super excited for CV90s and Bradleys because they're more modern vehicles, and Bradleys have the the tow missiles, and the CV90s have the really big guns, and that's exciting. But beyond that, they're going to be of some use. Absolutely, and it's good to have a compilation, a coalition of countries contributing to this, so including Germany. Yeah. You started talking about fallout and from Xi Jinping's meeting. Before that, I just want to comment, you know, on the question of the counteroffensive. At the very least, I think we can promise to not say anything new that we haven't already said previously in the last 2 months, because we said literally everything that possibly can be said about it. So at the worst, we will repeat something that we have already previously said. So definitely nothing new coming from us.
Nothing new, just old boring Doman. I get it. No, I did come out. Just kidding, Doman. He's our Ruthenian superstar. Look, the other thing is, Doman, it doesn't really matter what the Ukrainians do. I didn't say hi to Marcos. I didn't see you there. Sorry, my eyes aren't so good in the morning, or my brain.
Morning.
Good morning. You know, it doesn't really matter what the Ukrainians do, to be honest with you, because the Russians aren't going to be able to stop them. That's really the long and the short of it. There are
and the official,
Go ahead, sorry.
the official who came out and said this, right? The official who comes out and said this said, and it doesn't really matter because our goal is to liberate all of Ukraine. That's kind of what we've been saying, right? Because
yeah.
the counteroffensive can come anywhere because the Ukrainians just want all their land back anyway.
Yeah, I mean, how's this? They're not attacking Mariupol with submarines. Okay, ooh, now the Russians, you got some good intel. You know, there are certain things that can't happen, but when it comes to the ground war, I mean, wow, every Russian position is malleable. Every Russian defensive line sucks. Their forces are depleted. Russians are actually moving troops out of Bakhmut in a certain area. They expect, I think they expect something from Bakhmut, but I think that, you know, they can easily expect the same threats or the promises of liberation. How's that? From the north, from the center, from the south. It's really anyone's bet. It's anyone's bet. Or maybe it's all three, you know? Maybe the Ukrainians are just going to hit them everywhere. And the Russian army will collapse. There will be no, I mean, there's no Russian army right now. Right now, it's a ragtag militia of people. I mean, I saw a video. I don't know if it's true. Maybe it was in a museum moving products around. But when you see those in the 1940s vintage cars, trucks with you know, like, I don't know, cannons that were stolen from Napoleon, and they're being dragged behind it, and you have no idea what's going on. I mean, I swear to God, I hope it's not real. I hope literally like a war museum was moving equipment for a display. But if that's actually going somewhere near the front, like, God help. I mean, wow, just please, just nuts, crazy talk, absolute crazy talk. But here, I want to talk about the Chinese thing, because one of the important parts of the space is that disinformation, the disinformation from the Russian side. God knows we got a ton of it, too much, and you know, I'm not sad. I'm not sad to not hear anti-Semitism or, you know, crazy talk, but, you know, we did see a pretty healthy cycle of crazy talk. You know, Jewish neo-Nazi presidents, followed by drug-fueled presidents, followed by, you know, mosquitoes and biolabs. What else? Dirty bombs, nuclear weapons. Food starvation, the world starving to death because of Ukraine. And it was a pretty pathetic attempt. The Russians would do it on a cycle, almost drop. But, you know, the Chinese, you know, several months ago, made it very clear to their Russian, you know, clients, look, do not stop it. You know, remember that Michael Jordan commercial? Just stop it. And the Russians did. I think it's very interesting that after a lackluster and anticlimactic meeting with Xi Jinping, Russia's obviously been losing for a long time, but magically we talk about ballistic, tactical nuclear weapons, strategic, blah, 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 blah. We're moving to Belarus. We're doing this cool story. No one cares. But it's interesting that they're throwing the nuclear. So someone said, well, it's only because they're losing on the battlefield right now. That's why they're talking about it again. They've been losing in Bakhmut for 9 months. Like, okay. No, it's because I think they're pissed. I think they're pissed at the Chinese. So now they're just acting erratic. I'm like, okay, well, if you're not going to give us anything, we're just going to rattle the nuclear saber again, which is a joke. It's an absolute total joke. Everyone in the Russian military who has a brain, who's obviously nowhere near the front, they're not going to countenance this. So just important stuff. And obviously, Dima have another Medvedev there, you know, talking about pirating all of the Netflix. That'll just destroy all of the West if they steal all the Netflix videos. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. It's literally, it's like, you know what I see? You know the German remake of Hitler's Last Days? I think the movie's called Downfall. Is that it, Doman?
I think so, yeah.
It's like, instead of 2 hours, it's been like 9 months of this. You just see crazy people cornered, dumb, and saying dumb things. And we're going to keep hearing it. And gosh, thank God we have this space to keep telling people it is not true. There'll be no nuclear war, and, you know, Russia is not winning. And this is a matter of how it ends. And that's anyone's guess, I guess. Over to you, Doman. Good answer, Nima.
Another thing that Dima said was, he said that you know, they could be done with Finland in a matter of hours. And I think he's close. I think whatever they have remaining near the Finnish border, I think the Finns could be done with them in a matter of hours. So he was close, very close. Kernel of truth and all that.
Yeah, I mean, Dima have I call him Dima, have another. Medvedev and have another is a reference to a drink. He
gets Putin's rations.
He's the gift that keeps on giving. Like I just wonder if this guy. I mean, this guy's got no filter. Anyways, excuse me. I will BRB.
Well, wow, Yehuda is BRB. Doman, you asked me to have a little look into Russian industrial fires, and
So I've been noticing, right?
Before.
Exactly, I've been noticing the last few days, Marcus. You keep mentioning this is on fire, that is on fire, quite a bit more than you have in the weeks prior. And I thought, you know what? Wouldn't it be nice to have a little bit of a consolidated idea of exactly what Russian industrial capacities have been turned into heat and soot?
District heating facilities, I think you mean. They've just been repurposed. So yeah, over the last 3 days. So I've only looked back 3 days, and I ended up 2 pages. So here we go. My writing's quite big though, so don't take that as anything. But let me see. It started off. This one perked my interest in particular. This is when I started really paying attention. So the Yaroslav motor plant. Now this plant produces motors and engines that are used in Russian military equipment, and that made me sort of pay attention. I was like, ooh, really? Russian military engines not being produced there anymore, obviously, because it was indeed pretty extensive, that fire. Another one then caught my eye. This is Aramil in Yekaterinburg, a 4,000 square meter fire. Now, this complex develops various protective coatings, including for military purposes. So again, a little bit like, I was like, maybe 2 items is not necessarily a pattern, though. So there was a fire then at a gunpowder factory. This was in Perm, but unfortunately, it was only the checkpoint building that was burned down. Doesn't appear to have been the factory itself, but it suggests that place has been a target.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, maybe next time. Practice room. In Omsk, a large plastics warehouse has been demilitarized, or it just isn't there anymore. It's just smoke. Now, I don't know if this might be related in any way, but in Shatovsky, which is in the suburbs of the Moscow region, a warehouse with paint and varnish products was taken out by fire as well. And then there's this in Voskresensk. Oh, I don't know. Sensk?
Voskresensk. Yeah.
Hey, I got there in the end. The Fregat plant, which is a battery production workshop. Now, apparently, very, very toxic smoke in that area. So, if you're listening from wherever the heck that is, please remember to breathe deeply. Also, this particular plant, which appears to have been quite heavily destroyed, was also the largest producer of recycled lead. Sure, that comes in handy somewhere. And that made me look a little bit more to see what else had been happening. So in the Rostov region, we've had 2 such smoking incidents. 1,200 square meter metal warehouse, and in Novocherkassk, a 1,000 square meter cellulose products production facility. So yeah, I don't know about you, but a lot of these things seem to be, you know, manufacture and production, and certainly batteries, metals, protective coatings, engines. You know, all these things seem like they might be slightly related to military production, perhaps.
Just a bit, right? Just a bit, and it's good. Thank you for giving us that rundown. There's a lot of stuff there.
But
The
she
Yaroslav
lied,
motor plant.
She doesn't write big because that was 3 pages. I was expecting not a lot of info. That's a ton of info, Markers. She's being modest again.
I try.
But I actually laughed when you said that 3 pages. Don't worry, I write big. I thought that was hilarious. Stop trying to be funny. It's my job here. Okay, I'm the clown.
I'll say I'll note something serious then. The Yaroslav
What?
motor plant is important because it produces truck engines. Is the principal, I believe, Russian domestic manufacturer of truck engines. And Russians need truck engines to make trucks. Commented earlier that Russian truck manufacturing isn't down nearly as much as their personal vehicle manufacturing, and that's because the truck manufacturing is relying much more on domestic parts. However, they can't get engines and transmissions for their trucks. Maybe there might be a little bit of a lower availability of commercial vehicles, logistics vehicles for transport of stuff around, and that's good. And that's important.
While we're speaking of trucks, by the way, did you notice that the USA have tightened the sanctions on Belarusian truck manufacture?
Yes, it's the only trucks which are not only powered by potatoes but also made of potatoes. Sorry, just kidding. Yes, I did, and I thought, oh, that's very amusing because that's going to have no effect because nobody's going to be buying them anyway. It's fine. I don't quite understand the basis on which these particular sanctions are supposed to work, but it is how it is, and can't hurt to have some more sanctions.
In parts, though, if they were purchasing parts and things like that on behalf of Russia, I think that's where the thinking comes.
But where were they purchasing the parts from? Is kind of my question. And where were they getting them transported through? Because you already can't send car parts from Europe to Russia or Belarus. So was Belarus flying in stuff from somewhere across Russia and then back to it? It's very confusing. But yeah, well, I mean, can't hurt. Again, really can't hurt. So that's good.
Klaus, you've got your hand up.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Where is the 3D printer when the Russians need it most? Thank you.
It's being used by the Ukrainians to print pink things.
Uh, 300 tanks are going to get to Ukraine. Who knows if there could be more than 300 already there. But he said that these tanks are, nothing because Russia, in fact, they're going to make 1,600 tanks. And so people thought that wasn't true. And I actually was able to use a lot of OSINT capabilities. I posted it to the nest. The Russians have hundreds of tanks like this already. They are being deployed all across Russia. And as you can see by my tweet, the tanks, technically the drivers are not allowed to get wet because their moms told them. and they have to be in bed by 7 p.m. And this is true. So don't discount Russian tank building capabilities, even with sanctions on what do you call it, on those parts and mockers. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Some bad news, but anyway. So
I'm sure there's plenty of spare cardboard around. Yeah.
Well,
But you could. It's a really clever move, because you know how Russians have been having a hard time getting thermal optics for their tanks. Well, if the operators aren't allowed to operate them past 7 p.m. anyway, it's
they're not.
You know, you really don't need them.
So unfortunately, we've tipped our hand. The Ukrainians will be attacking after 7 p.m. Because that's when most of the Russian tanks have to go to bed. Horrible.
They've been training for an awfully long time.
Sorry,
Hey,
what was
Doman.
that, Dom?
Oh. They've been training the tankers for a long time. They have about 15 minutes after recess where they teach them how to walk around in the cardboard tanks. And that's, I mean, I don't know how NATO training in Europe can compare to playtime in a Russian playground. You know, it's funny though. I just want to talk about leopards and how they're freed. And you know, I kind of have a sneaking suspicion, Doman, that Western countries are just not telling everything that could be told. You know, I think shocker.
You think?
You know, yeah, you know, people are saying stuff like, "Oh my God, everyone's complaining. The leopards, not enough are there." Not isn't it strange how Ukraine is suspiciously quiet? How no one seems to be talking about when those leopards are going, or where they are, or what's going on. And then you hear Gherkin, Igor, and other people rambling. There are at least 100 leopards in Ukraine already. Who knows? Maybe there's close to 500 tanks in Ukraine. Why would someone not want to talk about that, Doman? Right?
Because they have a cat allergy.
There you go. Right, and it's the spring, and they shed a lot at this time. So just for the audience, you know, it's kind of one of those news items that dropped off the cycle. I have a feeling that so much more has been done, and we will never know. It'll come out in the documentary in 5 years, and I suspect the Russians know that that there is a bell, and it's tolled, and for whom no one knows, or I think we know who the bell is tolling for. Um, you know, and regardless of the Leopard tanks, the Ukrainians actually have a ton. I think, courtesy of the largest exporter of military equipment to Ukraine, which is Russia. Thanks, Russia. Not necessarily voluntary, but nonetheless, they are. Yeah, so it's really dealer's choice. Ukrainians are going to do what they want to do when they want to do it. But you know, all of this quibbling and squabbling that you've heard about who's sending what, and you know, this country has that many leopards, and we don't want to. Da, da, da. It just dropped off for good reason, because it's radio silence. Because you know, anytime between 1 minute from now and the end of the year, Russians can expect a counteroffensive, and it's glorious to have them squirm. So that's all I wanted to say, Doman.
I'm just looking forward to hearing the news. You know, it started yesterday at some point. Anda.
Well, I have several topics in hand. I have one. I will start by questioning Yehuda about his knowledge on international relationships between countries. Namely, U.S. is a great ally for Taiwan. And there are only a few countries around the world who recognize Taiwan. I was wondering if Canada is one of them, because I just learned that among the countries who recognize Taiwan, and actually Romania is not one of them, is changing sides. So China managed to convince Honduras to stop recognizing Taiwan and to recognize China as the sole and the how should I put this, official single
Government of China.
yeah, representative of Chinese people. Let's put it
Okay.
this way.
So basically, almost no countries in the world recognize Taiwan as an independent state. They have relations with Taiwan. They call them bureaus or offices. I don't know at the top of my head which countries do. There's just a handful of I think Latin American countries, and then there's I think like the Micronesians, some Micronesian countries, I think also recognize them. But doesn't mean that countries don't have relations with Taiwan. Most do, especially considering that Taiwan has a very special product that it makes that is sought after by so many countries around the world, and that's what it's called, the Tamagotchi, and they produce them, and they're one of the biggest producers of Tamagotchis on the planet. And as you know, those are important for computers. And I think the other word for Tamagotchi is a superconductor or something. I don't even know what it is. It probably looks like a microchip or something. Who knows? I know that the Russians want them, and that's why they've raided every appliance store in Russia to steal all the refrigerators, Tamagotchis, and that's not good. So Taiwan is super smart. I mean, I don't think it's an accident that they invested a lot of R&D, research and development, into creating such an important product, because it means, kind of need us. You kind of need us, and that's good for them. So there are a lot of countries, especially Western countries, that have really strong ties with Taiwan. So for those who don't know, 101 spiel here. The issue is how to maintain that relationship with Taiwan and promote democracy and freedom, and take advantage of the great things that Taiwan produces, yet not piss off China. And that's the way to do it, to make sure that you you don't you make it look like you'll let the Chinese and the Taiwanese deal with their problem, when the real problem is that China wants to destroy Taiwan as a nation, and the Taiwanese aren't very interested in being destroyed. Kind of reminds you of Ukraine and Russia, because the Chinese don't consider Taiwan a people or have any separate identity, which is untrue. It's palpably untrue. It's a functioning democracy, unlike China. So, and even if it wasn't a democracy, it's still functioning. It's a different country. But the governments obviously want to maintain trade relations with China for obvious reasons, and therefore you have that fight. So Western countries have opened up to China, especially in the 70s and 80s. Canada was one of the countries that led the way. And by the way, these are all my personal opinions. Don't represent anyone when I say what I think of the views of Taiwan. However, if it's good enough for the American president and Congress and all the important leaders around the world to say we value Taiwan's democracy and we're not going to let it get pooped on or destroyed or threatened, I think that's the good side of history to be on, and that's the side of history I think we all should be on. Hope that helps, Anda.
On the flip side, there's a new Russia Central Asia summit, which Xi didn't invite Putin to. It's just going to be Xi and the leaders of the 5 previously Soviet Central Asian republics. Is Russia's grip on the region thoroughly and completely slipping by now?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, it is slipping.
It's like a slipped disc, right, in the spine. No, well and
I
truly.
got it. Sorry, I was answering a DM here. I'll have to BRB again. Thank you. Sorry.
And to be very concrete, I think the most populous country that actually recognizes Taiwan in full, officially, is like Paraguay or something like that. It's sort of a dozen tiny countries that Taiwan's managed to buy off for thus far, and the numbers ever shrinking. The most powerful country of the ones that recognize Taiwan, of course, the one which is the least populous, and that is the Vatican. The Holy See famously recognizes Taiwan, but it's they're definitely not recognized by a large country like Canada. Definitely not in the formal, official way. A lot of things changed in the 1970s. It was quite interesting, an interesting series of episodes of history. Then, Mr. M.
Yeah, it's not about China or Taiwan, but I don't know if you have seen the news that a second batch of Ukrainian artillerymen have completed their training on a 150 AS-90 SPG in UK.
Excellent, good. A couple of days ago, I think we saw a final shooting of one batch of Ukrainian artillerists with very large Ukrainian flags proudly flying over the AS-90s, is what I can only presume is probably the Salisbury Plain. Or maybe Britain has another place that they don't mind throwing lots of artillery shells at, and that's good. It's good that there's a second batch, and I'm sure that they can't wait to be able to punch holes in Russian positions instead of punching holes in the English countryside. So looking forward to that. Anda?
I'm I'm sorry, as I was looking for information about China and Taiwan, I stumbled across something. So I kind of digress again. So you can put me on hold and call me back later if you want.
No, shoot.
So there is a declaration of the of Joseph Borrell. So one of the things that we have done during the last years was to get strong ties to certain countries in buying certain goods, like we did with Russia and the gas and the oil. Most of the goods that are in our stores, especially regarding clothes and stuff like that, they come from China. And there was a statement that basically Joseph Borrell acknowledged the fact that dependencies of any kind, be they a result of peace and cooperation, are still not good from the security point of view. And therefore, he's looking forward to strengthen the ties between Europe and Latin America, commercial ties, as a source of progress for both Europe and Latin America. So basically, it kind of made me think, to be completely honest. I know that in 2021, there have been large investments in Latin America and the Caribbean, and 1/3 of them were from EU, but I know it's not enough. So I was kind of let's put it this way. Last year, in April, May, there was a problem with some docking ships in China, and we were looking at that point of to delay in deliveries, and we got spooked. Like all the markets got spooked at that point. What are we going to do? There are a lot of goods that come from there, and I'm not only talking about phones. Apple has their, I know that, and they have their a factory which is actually larger than most towns in Romania, in terms of population working for that factory. So China does have a capability in people in delivering this and making things happen. So I know the global economy is kind of tied to China right now, not only the EU economy, but the global economy. So I was wondering how could we make this happen going forward, and how could we make Latin America help more Ukraine? Because I know 3 months ago, the U.S. president and Anthony Blinken and Austin Powell is his name. They all made statements towards countries from Latin America to consider delivering their Soviet type products, equipments to Ukraine, and getting deals from US and getting new products from US, new shiny good ones. So in kind of a convoluted way, I'm trying to see how could this work, and if this can be benefiting not only EU but Ukraine going forward in the next years. Does this make sense?
Absolutely. So there's a couple of things here. There will always be a lot of trade between Europe and China unless something very, very bad happens. That's because China is a really big country with really lots of people. So saying, oh, we won't buy anything from China anyway, it's not really likely, right? Is it necessary? No. Is it good that there are important things that are being bought primarily from China? No, not a good thing. Is it okay if things that are a little bit more, kind of, if they kind of vanish for a few months, we're okay? Tennis balls, I don't know, clothes, right? Imagine that for 4 months there are no clothes from China coming to Europe. That's okay. I think Europe will survive 4 months without any deliveries of Chinese clothes. That's fine. Most people can probably say that, yeah, they'll probably be fine if they don't buy any clothes for 4 months at all. Forget about sort of half the clothes that come from other countries, from Vietnam, from Bangladesh, from wherever. But even if everybody in Europe just didn't buy any clothes for 4 months, people would be kind of okay with it, right? Because most people actually have enough clothes to clothe themselves, and the few that aren't usually ones that go buy clothes anyway. So it's probably fine. it's a question, however, of things that are of a security interest, right, or a long-term strategic interest. And no, their reliance shouldn't be there. So it's a complex question. As to Ukraine, Ukraine will be in a very interesting position, and Ukraine will definitely be realigning its own industries compared to the pre-war industries after they win the war. It will definitely be a slightly different set of both services and industrial production than there was before. And that's probably space where a lot of these things can be sort of repatriated, but not necessarily repatriated to exactly where they went from, but in some cases, go to Ukraine instead. And that's probably something where it does matter for Ukraine, where it will have a considerable effect on Ukraine going forward. So there's definitely space for it. Now, Mockers, if you could do me the favor, because now we're having North America wake up. Yehuda is usually the early swallow in this, but now we're slowly. Good morning, America. Would you, because it very much ties into this, would you be all right going through the defense intelligence update again? On the one hand, all of Europe is now up. On the other, America is now waking up, and Canada is waking up. And I think it's very pointed, and you can learn something from it, because I have a bit of commentary to add on it. But if you would do me the honor of going through it again.
I can do the MOD report for you, of course. So, the latest intelligence update on the 26th of March. So, here's what the British have to say. Since the start of March 23, Russia has likely launched at least 71 Iranian-designed Shahed series one-way attack uncrewed aerial vehicles against targets in Ukraine. These attacks followed a 2-week pause in UAV attacks in late February 23. Russia has likely started receiving regular resupplies of small numbers of Shahed UAVs. Russia is likely launching Shaheds from 2 axes, from Russia's Krasnodar Krai in the east and from Bryansk Oblast in the northeast. This allows Russia flexibility to target a broader sector of Ukraine and decreases flying time to targets in the north. It is also likely to be a further attempt to stretch Ukrainian air defences. How was that?
That was perfect, Mockers. And, people ask, how did you get from industrial production in China to loitering munitions from Iran to Russia? What does that have to do with the price of tea and Ceylon? Right? Nothing, but everything at the same time. So the reason why I wanted to link this together is, remember a few months ago, there's a lot of talk of, these aren't actually Iranian drones anymore because now they're made in Russia, because Iran has moved production facilities or sold production facilities for these to Russia. Do you remember that?
That I do, yes.
So in that context, they've not actually moved production facilities per se. What they've moved, or what they've set up, is assembly facilities. Now, what's the difference between production and assembly?
Well, with production, you would actually do the making of everything, but with assembly, you're going to receive it like a IKEA kit, and you're going to put it together.
Precisely, right? That's exactly, you stole my metaphor, because that's exactly what I was going to say. If you go and you buy a chair at IKEA and you bring it home, you haven't produced the chair, you've assembled the chair. Probably, if you've followed instructions.
And you have all the components.
But I mean, you generally do. If you don't, it's often your fault. Not always, but generally it's your fault. So what Russians have actually gotten is the ability to assemble these loitering munitions. Maybe, probably. The problem that they're having is they're not getting all that many parts for them, probably. And I think that has something to do with two things. There's the guidance system, right? And then there's the engine. And the engines aren't actually from Iran, because the engines are produced in, drumroll please, China. I don't think China has a lot of those engines left for one reason or another. Possibly because, just maybe, somebody has swooped in, not with a drone, and instead with a briefcase full of money and bought them. I think that might have happened. Something else that's happened is somebody else has swooped in with several briefcases full of money and picked up all of the components for the first-person view loitering munitions that are made in China. And that someone was from Ukraine, or maybe a friend of Ukraine, and is basically crowded out the market, or not crowded out the market, depleted the market completely of any such components for Russia to buy. So while Ukraine will end up with 100,000 plus first-person view drones that will be equipped with little presence, Russia might only have maybe at most quadruple digits of them. And I'm sure the Ukrainians will put them to just most excellent use. So, you know, industrial production really, really matters. Yeah, that's what I wanted to raise. You know, there's a lot of parallels here. There's a lot of parallels here.
It's amazing what you can do with a briefcase of money, isn't it?
Somebody else is also
Yes.
buying something for Ukraine.
Are they buying it in Pakistan?
I don't know. It's RM70 Vampire.
Ah, Czech Republic.
Yes. You saw the post?
No, but I know where they're made.
Yes, so they have bought an RM70 for Ukraine, so we will see that also in theater.
Yes, and I think this is the sort of vampire that the Russians can't chase away with ample garlic.
Or with silver bullets.
Maybe with silver bullets, depending on how big the bullets are. But you can resist just endless quantities of garlic. Completely impervious to garlic. I don't know how Romanians feel about that, but such is life. You know, technological advancements. Yeah, excellent. The good people. You know, the bowler hat wearing, pinstripe suited, briefcase and brolly carrying brigades are doing their job well. Klaus.
Regarding Taiwan, they have one of the leading manufacturers of chips for mobile phones. And a little background, a decade or so before mobile devices became a thing, they decided to make a chip that was using as a possible. And that company was called ARM. They type, and while testing it,
Sorry, Klaus, is it me, but you're dropping in and out?
Klaus,
oh, I'm in a bad spot. I'll come back.
Yes. But what I will say is you're right. I want to hear the rest of the story, but I will say you're right. No, Taiwan is one of the premier manufacturers of microchips, whereas Belarus is one of the premier manufacturers of precursors for the sort of chips you buy at McDonald's. Which is really ironic that Russian substitute for McDonald's, Vkusno i Tochka, can't actually sell you any chips when they have the premier potato country right next door. Anda.
How can you say this? How can you say a something produced in Russia is not good. Like it's against you go against the party, Domin. The party is establishing the rules, and therefore you should abide by what the party says. It's not what you think. It's what the party says, and the party says whatever the Russians produce internally is better. They are smarter than anyone else. They are champions in chess. What else? First people in space, but not first people on the moon. I can add to this a lot.
I think there were people in space before Russia was even founded.
They were?
Yeah.
Please do tell.
Well, you remember, for example, the ancient Romans, or even before that, the ancient Egyptians.
Yeah.
But they all went to space.
Okay.
They were in space.
It's a joke of physicians about space and time.
Because everybody's always in space, right? We're all a part of the universe at all times.
Yes, we are. One fun fact is the ancient Greeks clearly said, and they were not the only ones, that the Earth is round, and we have people in 2023 saying the Earth is flat. So, yes, we checked; it's not flat. But yeah. That being said, I think I'm done with the fun part today. I hope I can provide more. I have a lot more, but it's Sunday. I am allowed to, Domin. Am I not allowed to?
I mean, if you're not careful, somebody's going to put a big bounty on your head. Although I hear there's a coconut shortage. Ivana.
Yeah, so Anda mentioned the fun stories and the space race, and I wanted to tell you a joke about Gagarin. They say that he trained very hardly half of his life just to spend 108 minutes outside of Russia. And I think we are all in space, aren't we? All in space. It's MriyaReport space. So we are like how many right now? 465 in space right now.
I'm gonna send
And
you
it's a
out
good
of
thing.
space, find another race.
Yeah, I had some news for you if you want a slight change of subject. In fact, many report, the statement of Putin about placing nuclear tactical weapons in Belarus. And it's kind of strange because this comes shortly after the visit of Xi Jinping in Russia, sorry. And they issued a statement together. And in that statement, they said that they will respect the treaty of non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. And guess what? In the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, it is clearly stated that countries should not place nuclear weapons in other countries. So it's kind of interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I was hoping Yehuda would address this because he started his comments by, I want to talk about the fallout of Xi Jinping's visit to Russia. And I thought he was making this joke, but then he wasn't. I was very disappointed.
He uses this language in a very intended, I don't know how to, with intention. And also there is a newspaper title in Kommersant about this, and it's the title is Weapons of Mass Persuasion. So basically, they admit that they use these statements just to persuade or force the Western countries to do something. And in the article about the weapons of mass persuasion, they comment about how NATO countries reacted to Putin's statement about this deployment. And the US reaction, nothing unusual, and so on. So they comment largely on that. They said that there were nuclear weapons in Belarus and before 1990, and so on. Basically, it's an article to defend their action and to say that the West is either overreacting or not reacting at all, which is kind of strange. So yeah. And also, if you want some more from Kommersant, I call it deep dive into the eternal darkness of the Russian mind. They have some live text, and it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Do you want some titles from the live text?
From Kommersant?
Yes.
One thing here, that they've talked about building a facility to house these weapons in Belarus. And no doubt they might start the building, but do you think they're ever going to finish it?
Before that Ukraine destroys it, you mean?
You know, they have a history with building facilities, and I'm referring to other type of facilities. So if they are doing this facility like the other facilities, well, guess what? It will be kind of open to the elements or something like this.
Well, I mean, you know, it's yes and no, right? They might have even a longer history of destroying, a richer history of destroying facilities. No, but that's quite right. On that, I would note that I have heard surprisingly little from all those who are going around saying depleted uranium saber rounds. No, this is beyond the pale. How could they move depleted uranium saber rounds? Just think of the environment. And then they're I think they've run out of their word quotas, and that's why they're not saying anything at all about actual nuclear weapons being possibly moved to Belarus.
Exactly, and I have to mention this. I already told this in the space the other day, but maybe not the same people. In the reaction about after finding out that there will be a depleted uranium munition in Ukraine, the reaction of Lukashenko. He registered a video, which was probably filmed by his girlfriend or something, because sometimes there were hair in front of the camera. And he said that if you are sending depleted uranium into Ukraine, Russia will send real uranium into Ukraine. Like, two boys fighting and making very, I don't know, powerful threats. If you do this, I will do that, and we will send real uranium into Ukraine. And yes, we have to say it again, depleted uranium is not radioactive. It's very slightly radioactive, is less radioactive than uranium ore, from which the radioactive isotope of 2035 uranium is extracted. So depleted uranium is what is left. It's just alpha particles. They have small life. They can travel about 40 microns through the skin, for example. So if you are near something like this, you will have no problems, unless you ingest it, of course, which will be a problem because it's also a heavy metal. So it's not. It can be dangerous as lead, for example, and these depleted uranium munitions are not used for their radioactivity, because we already said it, they are not radioactive, but for the very specific properties of this metal, which allows for a better penetration of armor, and also has a property that can set on fire things very quickly. It's called. Yeah, sorry, I had a little distraction. Yeah, it's a pyrophoric or something like this.
Yes, that's what it means. It catches fire or causes fire.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's very good. I just hope that Abrams A get to Ukraine soon, and B bring some DU penetrators with them. The funny thing is, do you know what's really amusing? The Ukrainians have actually captured Russian tanks with DU munitions in them. So, I mean, hypocrisy is going to have Lukashenko's, Medvedev's, and Putin's faces next to it in the next Merriam-Webster's visual dictionary. Klaus, do we have you in a better spot now?
Yes, I have 3 stripes on my cell phone coverage. Regarding what Ioana said,
Is it an Adidas cell phone?
It's a iPhone 12 to be specific. Regarding what Ioana said, do we have a Russian version of "I'm the Great Pretender"? But going back to TSMC, which is the most advanced chip manufacturer in the world at the moment. As we all know, it's a Taiwanese company, cutting edge technology. And they are making chips for like Apple. Apple have bought the entire capacity for the coming year. A decade before mobile devices became a thing, ARM made a chip that where they focused on using as little power as possible. And when they first made a prototype, it used so little energy that they thought it was malfunctioning. But they saw that their idea was very good. And when mobile devices, long before iPhones, Nokia, Ericsson, whatever, began to search for a chip, they decided to use the ARM chip. What ARM does is it's designing chip, not producing it. So what the companies do, they buy a license and they put the chip together with all the external devices, support for data buses, etc. And then they have a company make this chip. And the chip factory that is most advanced at the moment is, as we know, TSMC. And before it can become a chip, they have to go to a factory that makes the blueprints. And one is in the Netherlands, and I think 2 is in the US. So these have, there are some restrictions on what technology they can export to China, for instance. The thing about TSMC is that it's cutting edge, it's far ahead of other competitors. But as I think it was Chingu that said that the Taiwanese allow great people to prosper, to have good ideas and to be creative. And this is probably a very good example of the differences between mainland China and Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. Anda.
I raised my hand while Diana was talking about the DU shells. We actually had a very interesting discussion this morning this night. About depleted uranium shells with Doc, and what he mentioned was that one of the reasons for which those are used is their density. All right, so it is really dense. It is 2.5 more dense than steel. It is 1.5 more dense than lead. So they are really heavy. That's what this density means. A small amount, it's really heavy, and therefore propelled with the right velocity, it really gives an impact when it arrives at the target. So that's one aspect, and the second one is unless you ingest it, or so I don't know, lick the shells, I guess, you're safe. It's not affecting your life, because this depleted uranium is 40%.
It's in the name. It's depleted.
It's depleted, exactly. It's 40% of its original power. All right, that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Yeah. When I was in high school, we had lab work, and one of the things was, this is how you use a Geiger counter, and we had some uranium ore, some straight, rocks that had uranium in it, and we were basically told the same, just don't lick it, and don't sniff it too hard, because maybe then some dust will go up your nostril. But other than that, it's fine. Just when you're done with it, put it back in this, in this lead box. Sometimes it is really that simple. Just don't lick it. And people, don't lick your grandfather's glow-in-the-dark watch either. That's not a good idea either, right, Ioana? Don't lick your grandfather's watch.
Well, actually, in Romania we have mines, and we have uranium ore. It was exploited before the revolution. I think the exploitation stopped, but I'm not sure, because it's an issue of strategic importance, and there is very little talk about it. And I had Peck Blend in my collection, which is the ore that contains uranium. And yeah, I kept it in a metal box. It's sufficient for that. And it's quite lovely. It looks, shiny like crystals. And yeah, that's it. And I wanted to add to what Anda said. It's not only about density and atomic weight, because tungsten, for example, is very close to uranium in density and atomic weight. It's also about the structure of the metal. Lead and tungsten are almost amorphous. They deform on impact. It's like some plastic material that when hits something, absorbs the shock by deforming, while depleted uranium has an internal almost crystalline structure with atoms in some layers, and when it hits something, there is that diabatic shear band, which means that it's self-sharpening. Like it sheds some external layers. Of course, we are talking about microscopic layers, but instead of deforming, it's self-sharpening, so it penetrates much better than any other type of ammunition. And you have seen that there is a specific form of this depleted uranium ammunition. It's not like other bombs. They have a specific shape to enhance this effect. Yeah, that's it.
I'm just going to add that I have heard from reliable source that when Russian sappers complete their bomb tech training they eat a piece of the explosive as some sort of ritual celebration. So I don't think they need to really start worrying about licking shells.
I wonder which explosive. Laughing Tommy, any guesses?
Oh, I don't know. The Russians still use a bunch of very toxic stuff. I don't remember. I have a very crappy memory when it comes to chemical compounds, which was a great big problem when I studied chemical engineering. But I don't remember. They still use two very, very toxic and all types of explosives, which the West has mostly replaced. One was a type of TNT. Anyway, I want to talk about the...
Is it picric acid?
I swear, Dom, I don't remember. I read about it like 3 days ago, and it's in my head, but it doesn't want to come out to the top. I'm sorry. Basically, I wanted to talk a bit about chips. Somebody mentioned China and
everybody wants to talk about chips. Come on, where's the fish?
Yeah. So when it comes to semiconductors and the value of China, because we keep talking about, so China has three main things that are valuable to the world economy. One is labor, the assembly of stuff, but not a lot of the manufacturing is actually of components is actually done in China. And another is rare earths, which are the rare earth elements are important in a multitude of fields, and China is a big producer, and they have roughly a quarter of the reserves, but they're at 80% of the production. So that's why it was very important last year that we found out that Sweden has a giant deposit of rare earth minerals. But when it comes to chips and the value of Taiwan, the value of Taiwan is not only the biggest manufacturer, but it's also that the technical know-how in itself, because basically you have, if you split chips into roughly 3 tiers, you have the very low-end stuff that goes into the simplest things, like, for example, you have it in a, I don't know, something simple like a guitar amp or something like that, something that doesn't require a lot of processing powers, but has some, like a coffee machine. Then the medium tier is for more complex machinery, like, for example, the controls on your gas unit in your house, stuff like that. And then the top tier is what goes into smartphones, computers, etc. So Taiwan is the dominant force. Basically, it's Samsung, IBM, Sony, TSMC are the biggest producers. If I'm skipping anybody, I'm sorry. And they're stationed in South Korea, Taiwan, and Japan. But now, due to the situation in Taiwan, there's a big move to diversify and build chip manufacturing, both in the US, which has already begun. We're talking mega factory for IBM, for Samsung, and for TSMC on the territory of the States. And now there's programs that the EU is also wants to be part of this build-up, both for strategic and economic reasons, of course. And the thing is that the only company in the world that builds the machines that are required for the laser lithography, so cutting in the semiconductors into a wafer, is the Dutch ASML. And basically, due to pressure from the United States, the Dutch stopped exporting the best machines to China, and now China basically lacks the ability to build newer generations of chips, and they have no way of building the machines for them. and they're going to be rapidly dropping behind in the quality of chips that they can manufacture. And that's the reason, by the way, that ASML is probably the most valuable company in the world, since it's basically the technological advantage of the West relies on it. Now, some people that I've talked to were going like, well, if it's so valuable, isn't it very dangerous to have it like destroyed, for example? And yeah, it's a very expensive company, but it's not like the technological knowledge is going to be lost, since the know-how and if you want to call it brain trust is all over the world, but it's concentrated in Silicon Valley. So it's a very important company to the West. I would say probably the most important company in the West.
Yeah, it's really valuable. It's a little bit ahead of ASMR.
Yes, definitely. Yes, ASMR. Okay, so that was it. But something very important also is that China has an advantage in basically the mid-range of chips. They manufacture a lot of them, but companies have been trying to move that manufacturing out of China and into the Indo-Pacific. So we're talking countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam. They're spinning up. So it's not looking good when it comes to Chinese manufacturing, because if you don't have the machines to make the chips, you can't make the chips. If you can't make the chips, you can make simpler machines, and it goes into a technological pyramid all the way down. And also there's this, my brain.
Eventually hit all the turtles, right? All the way down.
Yeah. Oh, yes, and another thing that was a big hit to Chinese electronics is that the Biden administration basically told everyone that's working at these major, every American that's working at these major companies, because that's where the brain trust in a lot of high-end Chinese manufacturing comes from. They basically told them, well, you can keep working there, or you can keep being an American citizen. And basically over a weekend, a whole bunch of people left, because nobody's keen on staying. Like, no matter how good the salaries are, that the Chinese Communist Party attracts Western specialists with, nobody's willing to permanently become a Chinese citizen for those salaries. At least very few people are. And I don't think, for me, there's no high correlation between being a CCP true believer and being highly intelligent. So that's that.
Yes, this is the length that they had to go to. Whereas if they were Finnish, they could just say, free buckets if you come back home. Free buckets for everyone.
So apart from free buckets, what do I get in China? If in
Finland.
In Finland,
in
sorry.
Finland, you get free buckets. Free buckets, and the sound of silence. It's great. Morning.
Good morning, Domen. Good morning, everyone. How's my sound, by the way?
Perfectly fine.
Okay, that's great. So if the chip discussion has run its course, I thought I'd bring up a topic that has been discussed many times the past days, which is the
finally fish,
the Nordic Air Force. I've read more articles on the Air Force, and I don't know, much of what I've read may already have been referred on this space. I don't listen 24/7, but I found it very interesting to note that they are very clear. The heads of the national air forces in the Nordic countries are very clear that they want the Nordic Air Force to be a stepping stone towards an Arctic operations center for air defense. So they want to add the Brits and the Americans to the operations center and have a joint NATO/Nordic coordinated Arctic air defense, which I've found very interesting. And if you take the already very mighty Nordic Air Force and you add the Arctic parts of the British and American Air Forces, then I think you get something that will be extremely powerful. So that's one observation. The other was that reading carefully what's been stated, I don't think there will be any sort of joint command. I think it's going to be what they call it, an operation center, which I understand is more of a joint place of command with completely shared information, with the same tactical and strategic picture seen by everyone. But I believe that all the national air forces will still be commanding their respective parts of this joint force. And the third observation is that one of the capabilities, or one of the improvements that the Air Force commanders are most enthusiastic about, is the ability to use each other's air bases, and especially in a crisis or in a war situation. They believe that lessons from Ukraine is that having the flexibility to go land the air assets somewhere else than they took off, and move them around, and remove the transparency on where they're located, that would be a critical capability. So these three observations.
And what plays into that is, of course, in a few years, 3 of the 4 countries will all be on the same jet type, so the F-35. And I think a lot of this is maintenance, sustainment, ground crews, and all of the airfields in all 4 countries should then be able to take all the different types of F-35s, as well as the Gripen, and that's a part of the resilience here.
Absolutely, and of course, having interchangeable parts and all the competencies, and I think what they didn't mention, but what I also assume will be important here, is to avoid doubling up of capabilities. So, for instance, I believe that it would be logical for the Norwegians to take charge of all the maritime surveillance, or at least to spearhead that part, and maybe Norwegian P8s will be patrolling the Baltic Sea as well, and so forth.
Yeah, and at the very least, if there is any more maritime surveillance investment, if other countries go that way, maybe they go the P8 way as well, because then you have more commonalities with logistics and whatnot.
Yeah, and then you can have common training, for instance. So rather than having a maritime aviation course in each country, you just have one for the Nordic region, which also means that you create greater ties between the officers, and they will be even more capable of cooperating when needed.
I think one part where Denmark is already ahead of the other 3 is in who's running the Air Force, right? Because in Denmark it's Major General J. Dam, and that's just.
Yeah, I mean, how can you compete with that? I think so a Norwegian surname is Mo. So I'm wondering whether we could have a Moab maybe here. I don't know, but yeah, it's hard to compete with the general JDAM. I agree.
Yeah, exactly.
So
It's just absolutely terrific.
I just, you know, the organizational changes usually don't excite me because very often organizational changes are just putting lipstick on pigs, or they are cosmetic, or they are instead of doing something more substantial. But in this case, I think this is absolutely a marvelous development. It's really, really impactful, and I think it's also important that this agreement was signed by the heads of the air forces and not on the political level, because that means that this is very likely to be designed to have real, you know, on an operational basis and on a military. On a military basis, not on a political basis. I cannot express enough how excited I am about this development, and I hope we get something similar for the navies as well.
Peter, would you have imagined this ever coming into place were it not for Finnish and Swedish NATO accession impending?
Probably not, because it's difficult to have that level of integration if you're not really going to be on the same team. And of course, the Finns and the Swedes have been on our team in one way, but on the other, if they want to be able to say to claim some sort of neutrality, they cannot integrate too much with one party. But I will say there is a very, very, very strong tradition for cooperation in the Nordic region across all sorts of economic, academic, educational, cultural fields, everything. So military cooperation has been desired by most parties in most of the countries forever. So it's not surprising that this happens as soon as it's possible. For instance, the people who have been against NATO membership in Norway have been very vocal about the Nordic military cooperation as an alternative to NATO. And actually, that is their argument for changing their minds now, is that, well, if Sweden and Finland are also going to be in NATO now, then we can get the Nordic military cooperation within NATO, so we are not against NATO anymore. Which is, of course, just an excuse for we were wrong, but that's another story.
Exactly, and it's not. It was never an instead of. It was always a complement, right? And now that's really being done properly, and I think it's absolutely terrific.
Yeah, I'm bubbling with enthusiasm, and I don't say that very often.
That's excellent. Yeah, and it will be 250 fighter jets on top of everything else, all told. That's a really big difference. Why do you say that you don't think it will be quite a joint command? Because that's how I read it. And why do you think it's why do you think different? What did you read that makes you think different?
I read some statements on the Norwegian armed forces pages where they presented this joint force, and I read the wording very carefully, and they avoided any reference to joint command, and it was the term operational center was used. And at least in Norwegian, that sounds like a staff function not as a command function. So it sounds like there would be a joint, that all the information would be in one place, that the planning would be in the same place, but if they didn't go as it would be very natural if there is supposed to be a joint command to state that clearly. The omission was quite glaring in what I read. So could be that they want to get started and that they don't have the details, so they don't want to go too far yet in presenting what is to be. So I cannot rule out that there will be a joint command, but just the way it was worded, it didn't sound that way to me.
Yeah, no, you're right, because reading the English language version, it says integrated air command and control, air operation planning and execution rather than joint. So you're right. There's a difference in integrated and joint.
And maybe that is maybe that's all that there could be, as long as this is signed on the heads of air forces level. But because if you're going to give away control of the country's armed forces to commanders potentially from other countries, I think that would have to be on the political level. Then it would have to be signed by ministers of defense or by prime ministers, right? The head of the Norwegian Air Force couldn't sign over command of the Norwegian Air Force to a Nordic Air Force and have Finns command the Norwegian pilots without that being decided on the political level. I'm sure this has political support, but for that kind of ceding control of one's own armed forces, I'm sure this would have to be signed on very high ministerial level.
Very good. Peter, so you said the UK, but not Canada as yet for the Nordic Partnership. That's interesting.
Sorry, I may have missed Canada. When you mention it, I think that was on the list too. So I think the Canadians are invited as well, and it would be pretty silly if we're going to have an Arctic NATO Air Force and Canada is not invited, given that they have probably the largest Arctic border of anyone in NATO.
Very good. Thank you, Peter. And so you got a bunch of Nordics up. Let's go to Matthias, followed by Per. Matthias.
Yeah, just to add, I think the reason they're not saying more in terms of joint command right now is because that would most naturally be something that's organized through NATO chain of command, which requires first that both Sweden and NATO become full members. And that's the timing where you can actually announce something like that. But it's definitely an indicator of direction, that they are willing to go in that direction. I know the Swedish Supreme Military Commander has been vocal about there's being a potential for joint operational command. And he thinks it would be Sweden could be a natural fit for that. But yeah, I think that's the reason you're not seeing that. And in terms of political consent, if Sweden and Finland become full members of NATO, then all the political consent has been taken care of. So after that, it's more an operational organizational issue within NATO. So that's what I would like to say.
Makes perfect sense. And first, integrating command and control is a very good step towards, if there were ever a time of need, and probably won't be, to also be able to take over if one part becomes incapacitated. Excellent, thank you, Matthias. That makes perfect sense. Per.
Yeah, hi. No, it's very exciting with this new Air Force. I'm just wondering, I haven't seen it written anywhere, but I'm guessing there's a lot of cost savings in this also. Does anybody know anything about this and logistics and everything? How this would improve and make it cheaper if we have a joint force instead of separate?
Peter, have there been any details about that at all?
I think they have highlighted efficiencies, but I think they are very careful not to say anything about cost savings because they don't want to have budgets cut, right? So let's all hope that any cost savings will be translated into added capacities. And not reductions in the military budgets, and especially in Norway, it's become a quite thorny issue that Norway is not living up to its 2% of GDP NATO target, and we don't have even a plan to get to 2% of GDP now. If we're going to get there, then we cannot realize any savings from this. We will have to reinvest anything we save into more airplanes or more air defense or whatever other benefits we can gain. So, and this again, since this is communicated by the heads of the Air Force, I'm certain that they will never ever speak of cost savings. They will always speak of efficiencies and the opportunity to get more defense for the budget.
Exactly, Matthias?
Yeah, I think that makes complete sense. And I think in terms of cost savings, maybe not, but there is a potential, like for more specialization. For example, if Finland and Sweden would be neutral and outside of NATO, then we would have to have in those two countries all the capabilities necessary to have a complete air defense capability. If you're working together with two other Nordic countries, then a single country may not have to invest in the future into every single potential capability. So, for example, right now, Finland, Norway, and Denmark have stealth fighters, right, in the F-35. There may not be a need for Sweden to invest in stealth fighters. They're extremely expensive. It's, especially for the numbers that you're going to get, it's a very, very super strong capability with unique capabilities. But within Nordic defense structure, maybe Sweden could invest in even becoming even better at multi-role fighters or naval strike capability or something else. So, and that could translate into more targeted investments and not necessarily have to have a full house of cards, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll tease George a little bit now. There have been suggestions that this could be followed by other groups of countries regionally in NATO. For example, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia. Makes sense. But maybe in the south, maybe Greece with its neighbors like Albania, North Macedonia, Bulgaria, Turkey. It'd be fantastic, wouldn't it, George?
Actually, Dylan, if Ukraine had been allowed to join NATO back in the day, there was actually to make cooperation agreements between Greece, Bulgaria, Romania. Some idiot whose last name was Merkel had other plans. But yeah, for my Nordic friends, you got to look beyond. When you're investing 2%, in your military, you're going to be the fighter pilots, right? If you're expanding certain capabilities, you're not bringing in Mau fighter pilots, right, from Africa. They're going to be your pilots. You're going to be paying them, and they're going to be getting taxed on that pay. The other thing is, when you have 4 countries in a region that are right there all together, you now can pool your resources to develop more weapons systems that where you'll hire local labor. So it might be a actual if they invest 2% in their military, they might actually reap more than they might actually get a lot more money back. It might pay for itself because these countries, their technology, we're not talking about third-rate tech here. Sweden, would be able to develop. They have the Archer. There's heavy industry in these countries. They would be able to develop weapon systems to put on the international market. Because who's not going to be selling or shouldn't be selling weapons systems moving forward on the international market? You have any ideas what country that would be, Delman?
China?
Well, yeah.
I think George is going for Russia.
Yeah, and China de facto, right? Because all they got is cheap, shitty copies of cheap, shitty Russian equipment. Like right now, India, they've changed their stance lately, and I know they're not happy because weapon systems that they thought they were going to get are not being delivered by the Russians because the Russians are wasting, wasting them away in a war in this country called Ukraine and getting their clocks clean. So that is going to be a big hole around the world. There's a lot of states that up to now have purchased Soviet/Russian equipment, and right now they're looking at their stockpile saying, "Oh shit." So there's going to be opportunities, especially for Nordic countries. Like you have a base of Finland has developed their own types of APCs. Obviously, so has Sweden, the CV90. We've got Archers. There are a lot of systems that are going to be proven in the coming months in Ukraine, and people are going to be, holy crap, I want some of those. So they can really benefit if they invest a little bit in their military. And remember that money usually stays home. For them, it would be able to stay home because other than the F-35, there's not that many weapon systems that they would be importing. So you got to think of it that way.
Of course, there's a second production line already being set up for the CV90 specifically.
Exactly.
Which
exactly.
Says something, doesn't it?
Yeah, and
But yes.
Just really quick, Dolman. I mean, these are systems that are going to be proven in the next few months. So the need for them, I think, is going to go up exponentially.
Absolutely. But yes.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, and it's also happening, right? And I know for a fact that I think CV90 they 6 or 7 times the protection capability, one a week, now one a day or something like that. And it's no secret that the Nordic countries have, at least in part, some very capable hardware manufacturing industries, right? And having being outside of NATO, that's a necessity, right? You need your own supplies of things. At least that was the strategy during the Cold War. But it's also the fact that we're massively reinvesting in military defense capability, and we're doing so, at least in the Sweden part. I mean, we made some really major mistakes. The eternal peace. We reduced military spending over a couple of decades, and it's really coming back to bite us. But we have completely, fully changed that direction now. I think we've almost doubled military spending, but we're doing so from a place where we have a lot of holes to fill, especially in the ground force capability. We have very, very high-end quality, but we need much more volume, and we're also at a place where we need to replace just for example, we're buying new firearms for infantry, personal kits. It's just one of those things that you replace every 30 years. It's just we're in that cycle right now. And also all kinds of other high-tech hardware. So there's so many needs to fill, and especially personnel. The number of personnel in the Swedish military is very, very low. People are super motivated and putting in hard hours, but we're just really understaffed in terms of officer corps. So there's this 5 or 6 years ahead of us that we need to we have so many things we need to invest in. So if the other Nordic countries have stealth fighter capability, that should be sufficient, and we can plug other gaps that allow us, for example, to accelerate our capability faster. It's really about, it's not about the willingness to invest that's already there. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sweden in 2 or 3 years from now that we would be well over 2%, because we have a lot of ground to cover. But yeah, we're all on the same side in terms of how to think about this, I think. So I'm just saying it's going to take a little time, and this Nordic, pooling your capabilities is a good thing to do in general when you can, and that's part of the NATO idea. So it's just, it's just us trying to plug into that idea.
Do you foresee similar things being done in other fields beyond the Air Force, in other branches?
Yeah, why not, right? It's really about what are the operational responsibilities in the Northern European region that's gonna become part of the responsibility of the joint. I don't know how to phrase this, but with Finland and Sweden in NATO, how does that change? What does that change? We have the Arctic regional objectives, right? We have the Baltic and the Finnish objectives, right? What are the priorities? And then from there, you pool your capabilities, and then you also plan your force generation and investment based on that. So I think there's I don't have a crystal ball there, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, for example, look, can we talk about Kaliningrad, right? We haven't done that on this channel. Can we talk about what an enormous strategic liability Kaliningrad has become with Sweden and Finland and NATO? So if I was a Russian military general, I would really scratch my head on what to do with Kaliningrad, because it's really about either go all in and massively reinforce Kaliningrad, or completely pull out even before a shot is fired. So I don't know. I don't think that's an answer, but it's the one I have.
Yeah, it's really funny how they managed to stab themselves in the back by invading Ukraine, right? Not just Kaliningrad and the Baltic, but also the position of their bases between the border in Murmansk and Arkhangelsk, both up in Petsamo, as well as further south around Alakurty. Completely different situation. Oh no, whatever shall they do?
I agree. Murmansk is another thing. Murmansk is one of the most important Nordic naval bases in all of Russia. I think that's where they have a lot of the strategic subs stationed. And it's like, you have Finland now, you're going to have SIGINT, NATO SIGINT is probably going to become much stronger there. And with the Nordic air capability, it's not going to make things easier at all. Like reconnaissance and ISR missions is going to become, I mean, it's not going to become easy for Russians to operate in that region at all. And, I mean, Kaliningrad as well. If we talked about that the other day here, that was likely location from which Russians operated when they destroyed Nord Stream 2, right? That was Kaliningrad. And with Finland and Sweden and NATO, you're really surrounded by Poland on the south of your border, right? What's becoming maybe the strongest ground army capability in all of Europe. That's your neighbor. And then you have air capability and the Navy, right? With Swedish submarines and you're just completely surrounded, right? So it's such a failure on a strategic geopolitical playing for Russia, no doubt.
Yeah, Poland might be second to Ukraine when it's all said and done. But yeah, Peter.
Yeah, so I wanted to respond to George. He basically made 2 points. One was that the Nordics should really live up to the 2% of GDP target, and the other was that doing so would sort of pay for itself because of the industrial opportunities of spending that money in country. So I think on the first point, that's you're preaching to the choir here. I think probably everyone on this space agrees that the defense has to be taken more seriously, and that it should go above 2% of GDP. For my money, it could it would be great if it went to 3% of GDP. I think that would be a good idea for Norway. So we're just and to illustrate how much we've cut back, there was an article in one of the largest Norwegian newspapers where they had tasked the Defense Research Institute of Norway to look into what would the defense spending have been if it were kept at 1990 levels. The levels at the end of the Cold War until now, and that was in as a percentage of the national budget, and they found out that basically we have cut back by $100 billion. That's 12 full defense budgets that we have saved. That's sort of the peace dividend, but it's also the build down, the very risky and somewhat irresponsible build down of our defense that we now have to build up again. Now, the reason why Norway is lagging the 2% target is partially that our GDP just exploded last year because of the high oil and gas prices, and selling oil and gas is such a huge part of our GDP that suddenly our GDP, jumped up by I don't know how much, but say 40% or 50% or something. And if you have a target that's a percentage of your GDP, then suddenly you fall way behind because of something like that. But that's no excuse, and the politicians are being held to that now. And I think we'll see big investments going forward. On the second point, that it sort of pays for itself, I think as I'm trained as an economist, and I can say that's not really true, because basically you have an economy, a country that produces a lot of stuff, and it will always be producing a lot of stuff. And the question is, what are you going to produce? So you produce goods and services that benefit the population, and if you produce one type of service, then that's at the expense of another type of service. So if you produce security, then that's at the expense of something else. So if we increase our production of defense, then we have to reduce our production of, say, healthcare, or the stuff that we export so we can buy mobile phones and iPads, or haircuts, or whatever. I mean, something else is going to be reduced if you increase one sector. So it's not free. We can't be telling people that it's costless to invest in defense. I think it's much better to tell people it's worth it, because if you're not safe, if your country is invaded, what are you going to do with all your iPads anyway?
Yeah, I've been trying to put it this way to people who have questions about that. Is it is actually an investment. Just think of it in terms of like a Maslow pyramid of needs, right? And you're probably familiar with that from high school sociology or psychology or something. And you start off with the physiological needs, and on a country economy basis, that's security. If the more you minimize the instabilities, the risks, the risk of an outside incursion, invasion, which tends to be exceedingly destructive for economies. For example, look at the Ukrainian economy this past year, dropping by a third, more or less. That's really important, and that's worth investing into, so you don't have those such large perturbations like that. That it's as simple as that. Now, Peter, I completely agree with your point about not paying for itself, 100%. What I think George was particularly trying to highlight was Nordic countries do have quite some capacity, especially Sweden, but also Norway with Kongsberg, for example, quite some capacity for Kongsgård, I guess, like that. Quite some capacity for manufacture of quite expensive pieces of military hardware. And if they're used in the country, if they're ordered by the country in which they're made, that tends to incite orders from outside, right? So for Sweden, CV90s, various types of missiles, quite a lot of stuff, archers, quite a lot of stuff that's actually made in Sweden. If there's greater demand for that domestically, that tends to drive down the prices of it somewhat, but that tends to drive up massively orders from abroad. And that's a really good thing. And in that sense, it doesn't really pay for itself necessarily, but it can be, closer to paying for itself to a greater degree. So,
sure.
Yeah.
And I agree with that point to some extent. And countries do that both in defense and in other industries. Like in Norway, for instance, right now there's an interest in the government procuring more offshore wind power, so that we get a stronger domestic industry for offshore wind, so that that becomes a future industry that we can live from in Norway. But the interesting part is that sometimes people who don't agree with that kind of government-driven industrial policy for other sectors and think it's you should leave it to the markets, are very interested in having that kind of approach to defense, as if defense were worked with other economic rules. I'm not saying I don't agree with the argument. I just caution that we shouldn't be too. I mean, the point is we have to pay for defense because that's the foundation of everything else, and it's risky to make other arguments because they can be refuted, and then that could reduce the support for defense spending. And also it is situational right now. We are in an inflationary environment where there is no unemployment to speak of, and the problem in an inflationary environment is that all the resources of the economy are already at work, and actually different sectors are competing for the same labor, for the same resources, and driving up the prices. So if you stimulate defense spending, that unfortunately contributes to inflation by adding just another sector that competes for the same resources. So and that's it is certainly the situation in Norway right now. So we should. It's almost as if we should be advocating defense spending despite the stimulating effect it has on the economy, not because of.
Yeah, I mean, lucky you, right? Lucky you. Stop bragging. Daniel. Daniel?
Yeah, I didn't hear you first time. Was cutting your noise. You receive what I sent you in DM? Okay. So it's not weird? It's not weird at this
Very
moment?
weird. Do you want to explain what it is?
So that guy is a Brit who lives in Moscow. I don't want to bet on his credibility, how objective he is. I don't care about this. I watch his posts and is not even close to be called Russian propagandist. Maybe that's why he's efficient. But let's say this. Say with 250 euros, you can leave Donetsk crossing Russia, from Russia to Latvia, from Latvia to Lithuania, from Lithuania to Poland, and from Poland to Ukraine. And you go from Donetsk and you come to Lviv in 3 days if you pay 250 euros. And the same crossing can make it with the bus in the opposite direction, from Lviv to Donetsk via Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Russia. I read all the comments on his post. Some people said it's very hard to enter and leave Russia. Is extremely hard if you are Ukrainian male with Ukrainian passport. You are searched to the skin, and your phone is searched, and all the bullshit, you know, the filtration idea. But it's interesting, is still happening, even crossing to Mariupol. And I think is one of the things which people doesn't understand how weird this war is. First, we have grains exiting Odessa for real. And the Russian fleet don't attack these convoys, these ships. Second thing is the embassy of Ukraine in Minsk. So the Belarusian ambassador was kicked out of Kiev at the beginning of the war because the army invading Ukraine, who was targeting Kiev, was coming from Belarus. The Ukrainian ambassador is not in Minsk, but his staff and the embassy is there and is working in Minsk. And the first step is this. You can go from Donetsk to Lviv and from Lviv to Donetsk with a bus. And it's happening right now. I understand the reasoning. I understand is one way to get, for example, from Russia to Ukraine to try something for your guys who are, I don't know, prisoners of war. There are some instances where Russians live in Ukraine, have property there, probably dual citizenship, and cross from one country to another. But it's interesting to come from Donetsk. You know that family tragedies where him is going to fight the DNR and she goes to live with the kids because she doesn't want to stay in the water. Many horrible stories like this. Still, how Russia can ask how the special operating forces of Ukraine can attack Sevastopol, Mariupol, Rostov, Kursk, Belgorod, Moscow. This war is so weird sometimes. Some reasoning I understand, but it's weird. I don't think it's easy to cross. It is something like, you know, some journalists tried and successfully did, going from Turkey to Iraq, crossing Syria, entering in Daesh-controlled territories, Assad territories, Kurd territories, and back in Turkey. Was similar stance, but still is weird.
Would you say that it's very special, Daniel?
Can you repeat, please?
Would you say that, you know, you say the war is weird? Would you say that it's very special?
Come on, don't joke about the title put by Volodya. No, really. Idea, people wondered at some moments about exchange of prisoners, which is almost standard in this war. Exchange prisoners of war, exchange wounded people, exchange dead people, dead soldiers, which is not some usual to do, and they do periodically and with high-ranking approval, but low-level execution, which again, let's be fair, is still weird. I love it's happening, but it's still weird. And is another thing about this, you know, never a prisoner from Donetsk or Lugansk is exchanged. Did you know that?
Yeah, but I think it's fascinating. You know, I think
It's not fascinating. It's normal to not exchange the DNR and DNR because they are Ukrainian citizens, so they broke the law. But people don't know.
Remember that there are plenty, right? Remember that there are plenty who who are in those units who aren't actually from, you know, Donetsk and Luhansk.
I know that. I constantly remember us all the time. But it's another thing which is weird. You know, I tell you about the second Foreign Legion, which is built up now, right? You know, is another battalion, which is forming probably battalions. Guess who will be the soldiers? Lugansk and Donetsk People Republic militias.
I'm just shocked there's any left that they can still, you know, conscript from there.
The prisoners, because they never exchanged, and probably, I just speculate, probably Ukrainian states explain to them, you can be accused of high treason, you fight against your country, supporting an enemy country. Look what happened with Lugansk and Donetsk, which you cannot say something like, you know, our allies, the Russians, because we feel like Russians, they come to liberate us when Lugansk and Donetsk look worse than any place in Ukraine, because the Russians. And probably when you have experience of fighting, at one moment you ask, okay, I'll escape jail, I will keep my life, and maybe I need to pay back to the Russians, because if you are from Lugansk or Donetsk, and maybe you believed in all that crap for 8 years, you know, because until this war was bad, but a lot less evil and destructive than now. And at this moment, when you see, and you remember, because you are on the front when you are captured like prisoner, you were, how I can say, they have the role which was replaced by Wagner in later stages of the war, you know, the shock troops, the troop to absorb the blunt force of Ukrainian army. I think even if you are from Lugansk or Donetsk and you venerate Gherkin, let's say, at this moment probably is a switch in your brain. And I wonder if anyone who is not Ukrainian makes some mental exercises about this. For me, it's fascinating.
It is very special. And with that, let's go to Robert. And Daniel, see, we have a Hungarian. Isn't this great? Robert.
Hello. My question or comment pertains to what Peter said about defense spending in Norway, and point was made that it's less than 1% of the GDP, and that there would be catching up to do, but then increasing, like adding that to domestic production may, with limited capacity and with very low levels of unemployment, it would probably take production away from something else. And I think it's somewhat dangerous to conflate two things, one of which is defense spending, and the other one is defense production domestically. And defense spending can include purchases from other countries. So it could be products or equipment and artillery, etc., from other countries. But it can also be the build out of new industrial capabilities in other countries through investment. And Norway has a very substantial sovereign fund. So especially in the case of Norway, like if they look around Europe, where are the countries where inflation is not that big of a problem? There is relatively higher level of unemployment, lower level of GDP, lower cost of work. And that's mostly the Eastern European countries. And those are the ones where investing in defense manufacturing capabilities would be most appreciated anyway. And hopefully, Ukraine is going to join, like there are already industrial collaborations discussed with German firms, for example, with Rheinmetall, about production in Ukraine. So I think, like, let's not conflate defense spending and investment with domestic pressures on the labor market or on anything domestic, because it's one NATO, one Europe, one Western stand against Russia's genocidal expansionist military excursions.
And this ties into my question, Robin. Thanks for that. And that's the flip side, also what George was saying earlier. What I'm curious about is, because again, you read Hungarian and I don't. After Hungary joined the European Defense Agency's joint procurement thing, well, it was Friday, I think. Was there any commentary on that at all in Hungarian media, explaining, why they went into it, or how this is going to work? Anything at all?
I haven't read any commentary on that since, but what's definitely clear is that Hungary has been a very eager participant in European defense industry, and over time, especially in the German relationship, there has been many investments in Hungary by German defense firms in terms of the production of military equipment. So I think that kind of symbiosis between Hungarian industry and Hungarian, frankly, like Hungarian economy and German production, German industrialization is one of the main touchstones of how Hungary works. So the German, it's almost, in some ways, it's almost like a very southeastern state of the federal state of Germany in terms of production. And that's why Budapest, or the Orban government has been very conscious about maintaining relations, not just with the German political elite, but also with the German industrial hinterland. So they are trying to, the Hungarian government, that's one of the main anchors. And of course, the other main anchor is the recognition that China is growing and the East is something that has always threatened Europe and Hungary. So that's why they are trying to balance between Germany, Russia, Turkey, and China. So that's basically how Hungarian kleptocracy works.
And Orban tends to kind of pick his fights, right? He knows to only pick some of the fights because he knows he can't win all of them. So if he, gives up on some, he might maybe stand a chance to win some of the ones he picks. He actually does pick, right?
Yes, that's correct. And in some cases, like Hungary has been recognized as kind of the black sheep in the EU and NATO, and I think it's by now it's a very well deserved mark under the eye. It's truly shameful, but it also means that like I have no evidence or there's no research into that at all, but on occasion, for example, when the migrant crisis occurred during Angela Merkel's reign with the Willkommenskultur, it was like it felt like when Germany felt they had enough of the inflow, they asked somebody who was, not Germany, but somebody whose reputation was already tarnished, and I think that was Hungary, to start building fences and to start being the hardliner in terms of immigration. And I had the kind of echoing of that when last year it was, the discussions were about whether to wean ourselves from Russian energy and all that, and it felt like what Hungary had represented was kind of convenient from a German viewpoint, but it was not something that was politically acceptable to state in Germany at the time. So there's definitely a stronger, there's definitely undercurrents between these countries. So and again that also shows in defense cooperation as well, where Hungary is an eager participant. They build all kinds, vehicles and tanks and all kinds of things to the extent that's possible.
Yeah, it's a really interesting juxtaposition, right? Not working together on one side at all, and then on other sides quite happily. Really, a very confusing on the face of it, a very confusing approach. But in practice, much less so once you look into it and try to understand. Daniel.
Can I address directly to Matthias?
Well, Robert was speaking right now, if that's who you mean to.
Okay, Robert is Magyar?
Robert's from Hungary, yeah. Doesn't live in Hungary, I don't think, but he's from Hungary.
Okay, Robert, so you don't live in Hungary, yeah?
Not this time.
Not this time. Make an abstraction, because I bash your country almost daily. But I'm curious.
What you mean almost?
I have day offs when I don't talk about Chinese balloon. Robert, can you tell me, away from anecdotes, from your universe, what is happening in Hungary about cutting costs, cutting state costs, the inflation, problem with expenses, with food? Because I read a lot about this, but I want a Hungarian opinion, a really Hungarian opinion. If you can make this.
I cannot really offer anything specific here, and I'm not living there, but it's clear that there's high levels of inflation, and it seems like the Orban government, the way they have been navigating is, let's put it this way, it's not based on pure liberal market economy, right? So there's a lot of forces which distort the Hungarian markets and Hungarian production. So there's one sector of the economy which is a very welcoming stance towards foreign direct investments, again, mostly from Germany. And that employs a very significant fraction of the population. So Hungarian economy is super exposed to maintaining a relationship with Germany. And for that reason, by the way, any talk about leaving EU, etc., is just pure like posture or negotiation rather than an actual thing. It's the country is totally not viable. Like the GDP would be cut in half, or like it would lose 2/3 of the GDP. The second is energy dependency. The timing and smartness, or lack of smartness, of the Orbán government, or maybe fraud, had led to gas contracts which have elevated Hungarian gas prices to a higher level than what happened in other European countries. It may be partly due to Hungary's very deep exposure to, like, very deep dependency on Russian energy, which, like, no, the couple of decades of EU membership hasn't really solved that dependency. But also, I think there's the kind of personal control of Putin over Orbán, which may have contributed. And there are sometimes articles about offshore firms who benefit from high energy prices and who take their cuts, enriching Hungarian and probably Russian politicians. So that's a way of, like, tapping into money. So households and Hungarian production incur higher costs because of how Orbán maneuvers and how they steal. And the third element is simply the way EU money is spent is it's not always spent in the most economically rational way, which means that there is, like, these projects soak up workforce, which means low unemployment, right? And low unemployment means higher demand, etc. But then it also means that as the markets are distorted and Orbán's cronies have been buying up commercial entities or start to gain control in commercial entities, it just becomes less productive from that on, because it's no longer like a pure economy-based operation. It becomes a very politically motivated way of doing things in Hungary. So, and that worsens the economy.
There you go, Daniel. Hope you got the best thing to answer. I've got a question for you, Robert. A Hungarian acquaintance of mine calls Orbán the dictator. So, like Victor, dictator. Is that a commonly used phrase, or is it just him?
Oh, it's pretty common. I've seen it and maybe have used it in the past as well. Like, there's a pretty strong cottage industry of mocking Orbán, based on like one of these cartoons is like Orbán shown in some kind of an EU or NATO meeting, and he's alone, like he's talking to nobody, and it's like a photo shot from the top, and then there's the Sims diamond atop of him, and then Putin appears, and like it makes it clear that Putin is Orbán's puppet in so many ways. So, and that's like how half of, well, I don't know the percentage, but like half of Hungary understands that, and the other half consumes propaganda because they just expand continuously in television, radio, internet. They stopped giving radio concessions to radio stations who were critical of the government. They bought up popular internet portals like index.hu and origo.hu, and now they probably like control, like they have apparent control over portfolio.hu as well. So they just expand in that space. So, like, the other half of Hungary doesn't really understand why the one half mocks Orban and despises him with a vengeance.
I wonder what proportion of the GDP that cottage industry now represents. Matthias.
Yeah, I have a question about Hungary. Maybe you can help answer it, and specifically Orban. What do you think Orban is really trying to gain from the Finnish and Swedish NATO application process? It seems he's been playing, on the one hand, kind of flanking Turkey, right? Kind of staying hand in hand with Turkey. I know he said at one point that Hungary will not be the last to approve Sweden and Finland, but now it seems Turkey is moving ahead to approve Finland, I think, before Hungary. But the question that I have specifically is, what's in it for Hungary? What is he trying to get out of this process in terms of negotiation? Because to me, at least the statements I have seen has been relatively vague, and if not contradictory, then at least confusing to me. It's like, it doesn't seem to be obvious what Hungary and Orban is trying to gain from this. Maybe you can enlighten me a little bit, because it's really confusing to me.
Yes, maybe we can start with what Hungarian government officials say on the matter. And there were statements that, for example, in the last few days, that pointed to, like, the government officials said, I don't forget his name, that Sweden's like certain party leaderships and certain people in Sweden say bad things about Hungary. And those bad things include things like critiquing the freedom of press in Hungary, which is a very well-deserved critique. It's true. It's the Orban government tries its best to suppress the freedom of information and flow of information, and at least definitely tries its best to control it. And things related to LGBT rights, like Hungary shouldn't, under the veil of child protection, shouldn't introduce legislation which is anti-LGBT. And I think it's pretty clear that the Hungarian government did that as well. So basically, trying to, like, pointing to criticism of an authoritarian kind of right-wing regime from a liberal democracy, which is bound to happen, right? But I think, like, and that was mentioned several times. I think, Domen, you also mentioned it in the past. Axel definitely talked about it, that, like, Orban has already lost his reputation, and everybody knows he's not a man of principles. Everybody knows he doesn't have a spine. So, like, he's free to maneuver. His reputation isn't going to get any worse. So I think he's using the opportunity to try to gain concessions. So I think it's a pity and like a very pitiful and deplorable way of benefiting from a geopolitical situation, trying to help him perpetuate the kleptocracy that he's operating, which is channeling EU funds and channeling Hungarian taxpayers' money and European taxpayers' money into an economic structure that benefits his family, himself, his friends, and people close to him.
It's all about the money for him. It's shockingly simple, isn't it?
But how does the NATO application process help him gain financial gains personally? Like, I don't really see the connection there. But is he speaking towards a domestic audience when this is happening? Is this one of these fights he's kind of dipping his toe in, or I wonder what's the clear ask if there is one?
First of all, I don't think there's a clear ask out in the public. There's definitely communication towards the domestic audience. There is also, I'm sure, like backdoor negotiations about freeing frozen European cohesion funds toward Hungary and towards avoiding Article 7 and other means of the European Union to try to kind of steer Hungary back into the community of like decent democracies and decent market economies, and just stopping the further erosion of democracy and further increase to autocracy. And like these won't necessarily become public. So there doesn't have to be a relationship, right? So it's not principles based, even if, and then I think Hungary, like the Hungarian government knows that it's like everybody is interested that Sweden and Finland be NATO members. Even then, they can, if they are spineless, opportunist leaders of the country, they can still go ahead and say, well, what can we gain from that? It's a unanimous vote is necessary. So what's the price going to be for our vote? Even if we, by the way, agree with with them joining NATO, why not set some conditions? And the weird thing is, Hungary is not a major country in Europe, right? One of the smallest countries in the European Union. Its economic weight is even less. It doesn't have a particular hold on the public debate in Europe. The weird thing is Hungary was the first country among the former Warsaw Pact countries who have joined NATO, and was in the first round of the EU enlargement as well. And like a couple of decades have elapsed, and throughout this time, it's so weird that it's concerning about NATO and the EU itself that it is possible for a country, for a small, dependent, super, like I think 60% of Hungarian export or something like that goes into the EU, or maybe more. How is it possible that it's not taken care of? That's incredible to me.
Yeah, if that's the case, then it sounds like to me, if I want to sum it up, it's basically Orban sees NATO as just any other platform for him to, it's basically just another platform for corruption, right? It's another platform for him to do bargaining to get personal gain, right? It's kind of, I think if NATO allows this to go too far, it's really going to risk compromising the intent and purpose of NATO, right? And of course, does Orban have a lot of leverage? Probably not. So, when all said is done, and maybe it doesn't, it's going to be water on the bridge at some point. But I think it's a really clear signal that we need to take a look at, I don't know, for the future of NATO. From what I understand, there's no real specific way in NATO articles that a member state can be excluded or kind of kicked out of NATO. Maybe somebody can correct me on that. I don't know all the specifics, but
you're right.
There's like entry criteria, but if those entry criteria erode over decades, what happens? If the answer is there's never going to happen anything, then we have basically a bug in NATO that's going to potentially allow NATO to become something much more compromised. Yeah, thank you for your answers. That really, you helped to answer that for me. Thanks.
There is no formal, kick them out mechanism, but were the worst come to worst, there would be ways of doing it, because it would basically require rewriting of the charter to some degree. And you said What can he do? Can he leverage this? Well, clearly he can't. So this is kind of the beauty of it. He thinks he can. He will insist that he can until it's proven that he can't. And with Finland, it maybe already has been. With Sweden, it will eventually, hopefully before the Vilnius summit in July. And it must be infinitely frustrating, right, to be in this sort of situation. But at some level, there's just nothing you can do, because of course, it has nothing to do with NATO in the slightest. It's anything that they can use. Orban Balas, the speaker, the PR guy for Orban Viktor, who said, oh, but there are these Swedish politicians who insulted the good name of Hungary and their elected representatives. I mean, goodness, right? Spare us the nonsense. And they're just leveraging it for the sake of it, to see maybe there will be something, maybe they'll give in, maybe they'll luck into it, and at the very least they will hold out and tell their base that they tried all they could for the good of Hungary, or some nonsense like that. Daniel.
I will never hope to be sanctioned by Lavrov, but I think Sigato will sanction me after I will talk a bit with Robert. Robert, please explain to me how is possible Hungary, one of the places where you made a lot of movies for Hollywood because you have cheap movie facilities, and you are well known for great pornographic stuff. Budapest is much better than Bucharest to make porno movies. Also, you have porno channels, which I have on TV. I have private from Hungary. And, there are scenes where two girls make sex together. And I wonder how this is possible to record in Hungary, and probably the channel, the production company are in the pocket of friends of Orban, and you fight against homosexual. Something doesn't compute. Can you help me?
Well, Daniel, it looks like you are much more immersed in this segment of the economy than maybe I am. And interestingly, I know of one Hungarian kind of media enterprise, which Dockler, which started on the back of pornography. But other than that, I don't have a lot of insight. So one thing I can say is there are several underpinnings of Hungarian economy, and I talked about the German and other European and American, South Korean, etc. Outsourcing of manufacturing to Hungary. There's also Hungary is strong in shared service centers, so I think that's a bit closer to what you asked. And the common element is that these industries produce for exports. They take advantage of the relative low payroll costs and relative low costs of operations and relative low tax rates for companies in Hungary. And then these pure export industries are allowed to operate, and they are encouraged, including, say, film production in Hungary. Many Hollywood films have operations or have been partly filmed in Hungary, because for the political leadership, it's convenient to have a solid element of the economy, which does not interfere in the politics, or which doesn't interfere in the politics in a negative way. Now, if you look at other corners of the economy, like, for example, large retail companies, when the financial crisis happened, Hungary started to penalize these major retail firms and banks and telecommunication companies, many of whom also operated or were invested in from foreign sources. So what's the difference? The difference is that these companies in services take money away from Hungarians, so they are perceived politically as kind of leeches, and they basically rent seekers in Hungary. And while it's politically convenient to transfer such businesses to Hungarian ownership and to circles close to Orban or wherever, some of the history is that when, for example, Poland and Hungary became free of the Soviet control at the end of the 80s or beginning of 90s, both Hungary and Poland were very indebted, but Poland was successfully they reneged on their debt. They never paid it back, which means they didn't have to sell out their industries. And Hungary was forced to recognize and serve the immense public debt at the time. And it meant that it had to really sell out all industries like telecommunications, banking, retail, everything. It was like an open bazaar. And that's one of the domestic support of the Orban government, that they try to claw back much of that which happened due to these the shift to market economy and with the huge debts involved, like bootstrapping the country out of its very dire situation. And that's one of the things that has lent public support. So with these underpinnings, services is just one of the things the country has to do.
Robert, I understand your answer, but my question is more like, remember that Europarliamentary, or I don't know, vice president of Fidesz, who was caught in a gay orgy, happened 1 or 2 years ago? That is my angle.
Oh.
Because it's very, you understand what I want you to, you talk about Christian values because the base is very Catholic, but you don't help the guys who come in the need for a bottle of water, and call it like evil man from Middle East. This is the big question.
I think the short answer to that is all the Catholicism and the stance on LGBT issues and all that is pure posturing. I don't think there's anything Christian about how Hungarian government conducts and then how members of the Hungarian ruling party or elite conduct their own private lives. I think it's a big facade. It's not, there's nothing of substance behind it. It's pure and simple, nothing.
Excellent. Per.
Yes, I have a question related to something that was discussed earlier. It's like, what's Hungary's angle to block EU and NATO membership for Ukraine? And I read a piece in a newspaper here that I don't know if this is invented by the Hungarians or not, or if it's a real issue or not, but it's the treatment of Hungarian or Transcarpathian Hungarians in Ukraine, that this is an issue. They cannot accept this horrible treatment of these Hungarians. And I didn't know that was a problem, or something about education. Do you know anything about this? As I guess this is for Robert, but I've never heard of this conflict before. for this problem?
Well, again, part of it has some. There's got to be a seed of truth behind it, and when Ukraine has introduced what is informally called as language law, but it's really, I think, a law about education in general. That was criticized in EU forums, and I think Romania was one of the other countries who have also criticized these laws. And I believe the Ukraine has enacted these laws because of its situation with Russia, right? Like Russia's aggression in, for example, in 2014. And I don't think these particular acts have specifically targeted either the Romanian or Hungarian minority. So I think it would have been better if Hungarian government would have like not taken it to the public and would have sought a solution. But I think it was not in their interest because, again, I think like all signs show or point to Putin having a very strong influence or maybe compromise over Orban. So it was convenient to flare up the domestic opinion in Hungary about anything, like literally anything that might be going on in and that might not impact, like that might impact Zakarpattian Hungarians negatively. And it's so easy to stroke it up in Hungary. Like, for example, now we talk about Ukraine and you know, say 20% of Ukraine is under Russian occupation right now. But like Hungary, being on the wrong side of history so many times, has lost what Hungarians think of as its own territory. Like the country lost 2/3 of its territory during war settlements or peace agreements, and there is still like this lives on as a painful thing. So like that, and that has a negative impact on the relationship towards basically all of the Slavic countries and Romania in the Hungarian psyche, again, especially in those people who are easily controlled by the current government media. So I think it's just a convenient thing to latch onto rather than anything of substance. And also Hungary, the Orban government has given voting rights to Hungarians living, or like ethnic Hungarians living outside the borders. So it is in their interest to make gestures and to kind of virtue signal towards ethnic Hungarians who live in Ukraine, who live in Transylvania, who live in Slovakia, etc., just to earn their votes again and again and again. And this is how they remain in power.
So to add a little bit to that, right? If you look at a map of quote unquote Greater Hungary or pre-Trianon Hungary or Big Hungary or whatever you want to call it, it encompasses Vojvodina in Serbia, so basically northern Serbia. It encompasses about 40% of what is now Romania, a little bit of what is Ukraine, Zakarpattia, all of Slovakia, more or less. I think all of Slovakia, Burgenland in Austria, the northeasternmost 8% or so of Slovenia, and most of Croatia. And you know, there's a revanchist strand within the Hungarian current government, very strong one. All of this should be Hungary again. Now everybody else looks at this like you're kidding, right? Because there are some Hungarians, some people who say speak Hungarian as a mother tongue, some people who trace their ancestry, whatever, in those areas. But in all of those areas, they are indeed a minority. And Daniel reminded me of when after both Romania and Hungary stopped being run by the Soviet Union to a degree in the early 90s. The Hungarian then was Prime Minister President visited Romania and said, "No, we don't want Transylvania back. No, if we got all of these territories back that used to be a part of the Kingdom of Hungary, Hungarians would be a minority in Hungary." It's a ridiculous proposal. And I think the reason why they keep dragging it out is because they know it's never going to happen. They're in no danger of actually triggering it. They're in no danger of it actually happening. Therefore, it's a safe thing for them to propose. Because the counterfactual will never be proven, will never be shown, because it's never gonna happen. And that's kind of the beauty of it, right? It's like if you think of medieval priests, who were saying, and what we're doing is really important, because otherwise the devil will come and he'll take over, which is never going to happen. So there are no danger of ever being proven wrong. It's kind of like that. So as to the minority rights in Ukraine,
do you mind if I just
European
interject
Union has
something before you go to the minority rights, which is a very good and expensive topic? Can we just highlight that Hungary still today is in Clemenceau's trap? And their elite has not managed to escape from that. It's a political trap that you see put this poisonous seed of potential discord into one country for the perception of loss, which will never go away. And by that means, you create a festering wound in a region so that you, from a French perspective, can always use it against the other surrounding powers and countries. Clemenceau even wrote about this.
But that would presuppose that there's some legitimacy to it, and I don't think that there is any legitimacy of Budapest to, Slovakia.
No, I didn't say that. But the perception,
right?
Well, legitimacy is one thing. That's the other part. It's about that's completely different. It's the perception of loss which you can create. Now, and legitimate or not, you could say that certain areas, and our friend Dalia Affa can talk about this, what the minority situations were in certain areas of Romania. You could talk about Uzhgorod until the cows come home. It doesn't really matter, because the perception in the Hungarian elite has still managed to go beyond one full generation and survived even the Second World War, and then was revived because of it. And the Soviets continued that. They used Clemenceau's trap, and they continue to use it today, the Russians, that is. And with Clemenceau's trap, they captured Orban, because Orban needs this in order to have a permanent majority. He needs the vote of the people, young and old, who go for either Jobbik or for that loss part. And he needs to have that permanent coalition to have a chance of scoring more than 50%, and he needs to have an issue which he can always call up. Clemenceau's trap works.
And it works because it's forever. It works because it's never going to be reversed, right? It works because Hungary is never getting Zagreb,
exactly.
Bratislava, right?
But
So it's forever, never.
Unless you escape yourself.
Yes.
Yes, you need to grow up and get over it.
That's a very good point, and this is where Orban has done an incredibly dangerous and counterproductive historical crime, which is he revived these negative sentiments. He actually lives off and feeds off of these sentiments, and that perpetuates something which cannot be fixed. And frankly, the overwhelming majority of Hungary does not want something like gaining back parts of other countries where Hungarians are a very small minority by now. It's simply irresponsible. And if we see how Russia behaves, how the decades and centuries of momentum make Russia what it is today. in small, it's happening inside the EU as well, that instead of like looking forward, instead of looking at the European Union and looking at helping boundaries dissolve and helping like Schengen and all kinds of barriers breaking down among countries and cultures being able to operate cross borders and languages, which is very common in Europe. Instead of that, it really throws like again the Fidesz voters back into like the 18th century, and that's a historical crime on Orban's part.
And with that, he could also explain why Russia managed to get a hold over him. And it explains more easily in conjunction with what you highlighted about the long-term corruption scheme Orban uses by increasing the rent his elite extracts from Hungary whilst keeping people poor and therefore, despite inflation, keeping them under what the Russians would call Katyush, meaning under Katyusha fire, duct. Currently, he can only continue this for as long as he has energy access. So Putin knows this and his regime knows this, and they play this claviature easily. They do not generate currently fully vertically integrated industrial product. The value enhancement is not there. The elite, the young elite leaves the country unless it is willing to follow Orban. And that's what the pressure, the totalitarian approach of pressure is for. And his own power elite, as long as he lives, can continue to skim off that totalitarian or authoritarian rent by means of an agreement with the Russian elites guiding them. He helps Putin launder money, or his regime does, his cronies do. He doesn't have to do it personally, of course. That would be dangerous for him to do, and it would not necessarily be helpful. And therefore, his elites do it for him. And as a consequence, the Russians have an interest for Orban to extend that denial of NATO access, that constant, insidious play against the EU and the freedoms progressing. Because if Schengen and the EU succeed, then Russia falls because the cultural trap closes and the Hungarians free themselves. Therefore, they have one less supporter on the Balkans. The Balkans are Clemenceau's ultimate trap. This is a it's a long-standing game of the Soviets. It has never changed. It will never change. They need the trouble in the region. And at this point in time, elongating deferring NATO access is in the current tactical interest of Russia. And denying access to the air wing, the NATO air wing base in Hungary, is of valid interest logistically for Russia vis-a-vis its attack on Ukraine. Therefore, that is its interest. Therefore, it pushes the buttons it can use with Orban. Orban's regime and his cronies make money. And Orban thinks that, well, somehow stalemate, somehow Putin will come out of this by means of a frozen conflict. Everybody goes home. The Europeans have to accept that Orban was right, and therefore everything continues. This is their play. It's evident. It's clearly seen. The Americans, everybody understands this.
So let's go to minority rights, language law, and whatever else it is. And so because Per's, as Robert says, right, Per's question has an element of truth to it. Following the 2014 invasion of Ukraine by Russia, Ukraine started trying to figure out how to let's say, systematically delegitimize Russian claims to a Russian minority in Ukraine, and started introducing legislation that would kind of limit Russian lawfare reach against Ukraine. And with that, they basically said, for example, that they will no longer promote minority languages, that after primary education, education fully in a non-Ukrainian language isn't possible anymore, that education of the language of a national minority is possible in that language, but not other subjects. Other subjects can be taught, however, in a language of in one of the official languages of the European Union. So this is kind of the workaround that they use to specifically, limit Russian without limiting too much languages like Romanian or Hungarian. And yes, there are concerns about that sort of law. However, that law is there because due to and with a purpose for while Ukrainian territorial integrity by Russia is limited, and while Russia has been using both lawfare as well as information warfare, cyber warfare, other influence operations, and straight up kinetic warfare against Ukraine. Now, in order for Ukraine to join the European Union, it will have to abide by higher standards of care for national minorities, for ethnic minorities, and those standards will have to be to the degree of actually promoting for example, languages, culture, etc., of said national minorities. If Hungary was honest about what it wanted to do, Hungary should be a champion of Ukraine joining the European Union, because for Ukraine to join, they would have to follow, these rules that Hungary claims that it once applied to the Hungarian minority in Ukraine. And this is the real irony here, right? The sooner that Ukraine is a member of the EU, and obviously first they need to kick the Russians out, but the sooner that Ukraine is a member of the EU, the sooner the Hungarian minority in Ukraine will have exactly those things that the Hungarian government is demanding of the Ukrainian government to afford the Hungarian community in Ukraine. At the same time, the Hungarian community in Ukraine is being certainly, what can we say, abused by the Hungarian government, where the Hungarian government is saying, they're being through the media in which they have a strong influence. Here's a reading list to same time while you have a good number a good number of Hungarian Ukrainian volunteers serving at the front, defending their country where they were born, and including very high profile ones, like for example the Hungarian Ukrainian university professor who was teaching from the front line, that famous picture from the early months of the war, and of course, for example, codename Magyar, the drone unit commander of I don't know where he is now, but for a long time he was around Soledar and Bakhmut. I think he's still somewhere in that general area. Right?
Domin,
so that's really the important component.
Yeah, but it's the important component as a result of the trap. This is just one, and this is where I'm trying to highlight the joining the EU, joining that not just figment, but joining the idea of Europe by means of joining its institutions relieves the pressure to pursue atavistic objects, goals, cultural targets, because the freedom of movement of people within the EU gives the possibility for everybody to enjoy living and working in another culture. It gives them the possibility to express themselves as minorities, but also specifically as those who contribute to society by means of generating income, building their own businesses, having a family, participating. The participation of the individual in both how the EU is built and how it works is what a democratic Europe showcases as growth perspective, as a progressive antidote to the authoritarianism. And the EU has found a way to deal with these atavistic backlashes. It's only at this point in time that seed of discord still working its poisonous way in Hungary, which creates that issue. They have tried this for many years, with Fidesz doing this in Romania in an excessive way without actually, I mean, at a point in time where both nations in the EU could actually settle this relatively easily, despite the significant cultural differences. They could have done so with certain parts of Slovakia better. Now, Slovakia obviously didn't care much and just went through, but then Fico came. So the backlash is there, but Fico only came to power because the Russians were there to assist his campaign. So if we name this, if we describe this, if we highlight this, and if we work against this, then these traps can't be fallen into. The language trap, which they've set up with Ukraine, is, however, very fickle. It just needs to be explained, and constantly explained in the media, that Hungary actually, and the Hungarians, will gain from Ukraine winning the war. Now, Ukraine, under stress and under strain, currently can't make that case. They just don't have the time. So others have to do it for them, which is why it is important that we do that.
Thank you, Axel. Do you like my saying that, you know, Orban is doing the exact opposite of what he says he wants to achieve? I would take that as a yes.
Yeah, sorry, no, I was just starting a machine in the background. I apologize. Yeah, of course. But then again, that is his strategy, has always been his strategy. Since the days when he decided that he cannot be rich without actually having a permanent majority, and therefore he needed the Russians, and he found that there were many people in MOL and other parties who were very, very happy to provide money to his party achieving that. This is corruption, and in this case, strategic calculus corruption is a dangerous thing. And unfortunately, with a weak character such as Orban and his elite, it just works better.
Daniel.
I will add a bit of perspective to understand, and I will refrain bashing. So, in the times of lockdown and after that, when economy was totally bruised everywhere, we start to add more and more extra communitary workers, especially from Sri Lanka, Pakistan, India, and something like that. And some workers like this come in second land in some towns, and was a case very publicly in Romania a few years ago. In a baker shop was hired one worker, probably from Sri Lanka, if I remember well. And the outrage in community was so big because someone who is not white and not Christian touched their bread. The guy who hired this man, who, imagine, there are papers there, and is the need for workers because we have a demographic problem generally for entire Romania. And this guy was sadly forced to fire this guy, and I think tens of companies from all Romania sent offer to this guy who become very public person to be hired. I think was not just one worker. I think there were 3 or 4 workers, and they were hired immediately because the need for workers is huge in Romania. But this incident will explain what Fidesz is doing in second land, how bad will wash up the mind of that people. And I will just put a real fact now, which will tell Axel the Clemenceau trap is closing fast. Was published the last stats about our population, and you can declare there even your ethnicity. And the most hit community is the Hungarian speaking. So our population collapsed because immigration, heavily, because we estimate 7 or 8 million Romanians. Past 30 years, they totally go out and never come back home, or they come back home once a year, twice a year, or maybe once every year. But for Hungarians, it's a totally disaster. So last census had a community which lost more than 1 million, and they are under 2 million now. And Democratic Union of Magyars in Romania are totally worried about this, because if our general population, Romanian citizens, are shrinking because fertile people go out to live in Italy, Germany, or Britain, the percentage of new births per death in Magyar communities is even worse than Romanians. And this will make probably Hungarians to disappear from Transylvania before we disappear like a people. I mean, the Romanians. So you can claim Transylvania, but there will be no Hungarian there in the next 50, 100 years. Sorry, I not want to be evil, but it's a reality.
Well, I, for one, sincerely hope that it closes and shuts nicely. Maybe, just maybe, this is the last. These are the dying breaths of the revanchist dragon. Maybe it will all be over very soon.
I
right.
prefer mixed families with a lot of palinka and eating onion soup, not this bullshit with Orban.
I think it's a loss for both cultures if they lose their capacity to convince people to look into the future. And low birth rates are exactly that. This is what the Americans have always had as an advantage vis-a-vis a dying and doom and gloom Europe. And the European project, the EU, after the war, was exactly that, a project both of civilization, rebuilding, reconstruction, and hope. And funnily enough, despite the success of certain parts of the EU, we have somehow managed to fall back into exactly that, doom and gloom. And most of it instilled by Soviet propaganda of the 1970s. It is shameful that we allow this to happen.
Tell me, go ahead.
This is a very interesting conversation because I never understood this problem with Ukrainian speaking or Russian speaking. Yeah, of course, we have in Holland this problem with, in the Netherlands, this problem with Belgium. Well, we don't have a problem, but it's the same thing. We have the Belgians, and half of Belgium speaks French, and the other half speaks Dutch. And together with the Dutch-speaking part, the Flemish part, we have a dictionary, a Dutch dictionary, and they make it together So I never saw the problem, but now I understand that. Yeah, probably because we were European countries and we were democratic countries. So I never saw the problem, but I understand now what the problem is. So for me, it was very interesting conversation. Yeah, because why then we should take this part of Belgium back to Holland because people there were years ago part of Holland and they speak the same language. Yeah, yeah,
Centuries
it's
ago,
very
Helma.
strange. But
Centuries ago, Helmi.
yeah, of course, centuries ago. But I think Hungary is also speaking about centuries ago. It's not.
A century and change, but yes, you know what's funny, and I don't know how many of you were here 4 hours ago when we were talking about this, but Mockers, I know you were, then Yehuda wouldn't have missed his turn off to Antwerp because he would get to stay in the same country.
Yes, yes.
No, but and also as I need to say this because we are missing a Senate, but he would probably comment something along the lines of Belgium being is probably a mistake. Not that I agree with that, but his voice should be heard, if nothing else. So people are aware that there are such
Senate
thoughts.
is right. We should reenact the religious wars of the Habsburg and the House of Brabant. That's really helpful.
That'd be very amusing, wouldn't it? Isn't the current heir to the throne, who said he's not an heir to the throne anymore, of the Habsburgs, the Austrian ambassador to Budapest at the moment? I think so. It's very amusing. Pretty sure he is. Maybe I'm wrong. Klaus.
Thank you. And thank you, Robert, for sharing your insight with us. Very appreciated. And I think you are excused for not knowing the ins and outs of the domain or the, what's it called, the domain that Daniel asked about. But what I would like to know is there a credible opposition that can boot Orban out?
No.
Okay, but you are not Robert. Thank you.
Robert, is there a credible opposition that stands any chance of booting Orban out?
No, not this time. Again, part of the opposition comes from the former Communist Party of Hungary, and their clown, who was also the socialist prime minister for a while, is still active. He's called Gyurcsány, Ferenc Gyurcsány, and there is and speaking of like personal experiences where I was involved as well, there has been an unhealthy, like I don't know recently, but many years ago, there was an unhealthy level of collaboration between Fidesz and MSP, which is the Hungarian Socialist Party. So when it became clear that Fidesz is going to win by a landslide because the socialists have screwed up so badly, and well, they were Russian friendly. The socialists were Russian friendly to begin with, right? And then when it became clear that Fidesz is going to win the elections, there was collaboration at many levels in government and other institutions, in companies that relate one way or another to the public sector, and that shows that MSP is, or at least at the time, was totally not like independent opposition. And unfortunately, I don't have anything else about it.
MSP was deeply in the pockets of the 5th Directorate at former Dzerzhinsky Square.
Well, definitely, they were part of the 5th column of Russia.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Yep. there is opposition from other parties, and young people are emerging on the scene all the time. So it's hard to say going forward. But I think at this point, it would be more, and again, with the Fidesz gerrymandering and counting votes from abroad and the non-proportionality of the election system, which means that Fidesz does not have to have anything near 50% of the votes to have a majority in the parliament. The best hope is if there's external pressure. And while I understand that EU and NATO need to have unanimous votes, people all over in Europe keep asking the question, like, should there be a change to like stepping away from that rule? And if it's impossible to do, there could be parallel organizations. There could be some kind of a seed organization which starts to have incorporate countries that that share values and that share the principles of democracy and liberal market economy, etc. And I would guess at that time the truth would come to surface, and Hungary would still, like Hungarian governments, would still be forced, whoever that is at the time, would still be forced to join because there's nobody else.
Yes, hopefully sometime eventually. One of the not so good things is that the Hungarian parliamentary election was 1 year ago, so it won't be for a while. Otherwise, maybe some changes would have come in more quickly. But this way, Orban has quite a distance to go. Well, we shall see. Interestingly, today, Szijjártó Péter, the Hungarian foreign minister, said that while Hungary wants peace talks now, Hungary doesn't agree for Russia to keep any of the occupied territories in Ukraine, and simply it's not the same thing. Now, it's a move from their previous attitude, but it's not a move in recognizing reality, which is the important bit of that. Yes, the fact that it would be the same thing, that's why there aren't peace talks now, because Russia's never followed any of the things they've ever agreed to. For example, the one agreement that Szijjártó Péter should have heard of before, for it was signed in the beautiful city of Budapest in 1994. Robert?
I just wanted to say that as far as I know, and whenever I saw like government issued statements, the Hungarian government, for all the bad that they've been doing, has been consistent about standing by Ukraine's territorial integrity. They never questioned it. Moreover, they actively said that Ukraine's borders are what they are. They are the internationally recognized borders, and that includes Crimea. It's more of a symbolic play with the words that, yeah, okay, Hungarian government wants peace, right? It's kind of abstract. Or, for example, the Hungarian government has negotiated with the EU in a way that the Kirill Patriarch, or whoever the Pope is in Russia, be excluded from sanctions, right? And these are like it sometimes it feels like there's a desire to offer symbolic gifts to the Kremlin, while in the background doing things that will still help NATO. For example, Hungary at the beginning of the outright war last year announced that Hungarian airspace is not going to be used weapons to Ukraine, and then lo and behold, there were NATO planes that crossed the country all kinds of ways, and there was evidence of that, and it was published. Or say the reverse oil transfers. Russia has cut off Ukraine from oil after 2014, like kind of on and off, if I remember. But Hungary has still received plenty of oil through pipes which crossed Ukraine. So there was Hungary introduced reverse flow. So the oil came to Hungary and then it was sent back to Ukraine. Hungary has been buying Ukrainian energy. Like it's not a black and white stand against Ukraine. I think it's mostly rhetoric and mostly symbols and mostly being the opportunist, coward, spineless government that Orban and his troop are. It's but they still have to participate in the alliances that Hungary is a member of. 11 sanction packages had already been accepted. Now, could they have been stronger packages had Hungary not been in the EU? Maybe. It's a very interesting question.
Rosatom and Patriarch Kirill were the two really significant ones that would have been included otherwise. What I'll say is, I think it really fits well with the explanation of, look, the Hungarian government knows that it can't fight all of the battles, so they pick and choose which battles they end up fighting, right? And at the same time, they tend to choose the battles to fight that don't affect them monetarily too much. Usually, they kind of messed it up with the one that got them kicked out of the European cohesion funds, right? But for example, the backward flows of oil that actually made Hungary money, so of course they didn't fight it. They were much less incentivized to fight it than some other ones. So it's a mixed bag, but you can kind of tell. I think you can predict, which 80% they won't fight and which 20% they will fight, or maybe which 10% they will fight. And like you said, with the sanctions packages, right? Before each sanctions packages, we heard Sierto say, no more. This is the last one. That was the last one. Was the last one. We're not doing it anymore. We're voting against it. Is how it is, and then vote for it anyway, and then say, yeah, but this was really the last time that we will agree to one of these. It's really fascinating to watch it. If you can distance yourself enough to watch it purely as theater, it becomes almost entertaining. Daniel,
I will read my position about Hungarian government. I will change a lot, I think. And you talked some proposition before. If was not Hungary, was Austria. So let's be fair. The old empire is strong and kicking. Just a joke. The good thing of Orban in power and Fidesz in power. Before was Fidesz and Jobbik. Now Jobbik is more democratic than Fidesz, which is weird. Okay, to the point. For 20 years, I envy Hungary. My country was a bad country, poorer country, uncivilized country, Eastern country, Balkan country, ugly. How Hungarians call us gypsies. Okay. Now is a switch. We have the upper hand. And I enjoy it. And instead of bashing Hungary government, the xenophobic, the chauvinist stance, I will just watch the television, read the news, and enjoy. Because after this war, after Ukraine will beat Russia and Russia will be defeated totally, I mean, not just militarily, there will be the moment of reckoning for countries of decades, like Austria, like banks like Raffensen, for leaders like Orban. These guys will need to pay. For Turkey, it will be easy. A changing of government and some policy changes will be easy for them. We don't have high expectation on Turkey. But on Hungary and Austria, we had high expectations. And I think there will be a time of reckoning at Brussels. In NATO and European Union, you cannot play this with all the rules, all the agreements. You cannot block, not, let's say, just France, just 10 countries, but all of them. Because, you know, we need the money from Russian banks, or we need the oil, which the most expensive oil and gas we can get, because we had a bad contract with Rosneft and Gazprom. There will be a point, because I don't have high expectations. Hungarian citizens to can overcome the weirdness and totally undemocratic system of elections in Hungary, which is no more a democracy. But you know, no more money from Brussels, more inquiries, less decision making, less access to information, less cooperation with armies, and again and again and again. Then imagine Moldova, Ukraine becoming European members with much more to say, because biggest countries, biggest populations added in this way. That will not be nice. It will be a reckoning. It will happen maybe in few years, but I will enjoy. I will drink my coffee and enjoy. And sorry, Robert, I don't want to bash your country, mate. It's just about Orban. I hope you understand me.
Well, it's, you know, it's not just about Orban, because he has a voter base, but like one situation which is different to say Romania is Hungary is a landlocked country, and it simply, say, it doesn't have oil reserves, unlike Romania. Certain things are kind of, so I think the Hungarian government is more strongly dependent on, or at least has been more strongly dependent on, Russian energy. And I think the discussion about French participation in the extension of Hungary's nuclear power plant is one of the most forward-looking things, because energy has been one of the, if not the major items that Russia captures Hungary with.
Robert, imagine something like this. Peter Sigato say Romania is pressing against autonomy of Hungarian language in Transylvania. And in 5 days later, come to Bucharest and say, we need oil and gas from Greece and Azerbaijan and from Romania. And after that, you go back home and again, you start making statements. You know, if you want help, just act accordingly.
There you go. Anything goes, as long as it's convenient at the time. Alice Catelli, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, folks. I'm fine. Just heard this conversation about Hungary and whatnot, and you know, you can always find reasons for this and for that. And Hungary is landlocked and dependent on Russian oil. I mean, everybody was dependent on Russian oil. The whole Europe was dependent on Russian oil. Germany was the most dependent on Russian oil. Whatever Hungary was doing in reversal, I mean, the pipeline goes through Ukraine. So it was in Hungary's interest that the pipeline keeps functioning, because it's really, again, you know, Ukraine respects the EU policy, and Hungary is member of EU, and that functioning pipeline is part of Ukraine-EU relationship. It's so I wouldn't really put it as a. I don't think there is too much credit to go to Orban government for this. My idea is, there are always good reasons, and you can spend some time listing all those reasons and whatnot. But what is hard here to hide is the lack of really support and unity, European unity, and attempt to being divisive. That's hard, and I think this is great disservice to the people of Hungary. I think it is strategically very myopic, and I think there is much more influence of Russian money than we want to admit. Because once you start digging, you will find this. Just follow the smell, and you'll find the money. Where is Russian oil? There is always bribes. There is always kleptocracy. Can it also take toll on governments? Well, that's usually, the first, the first to break. It does take toll on governments. Hungary, Austria, they were offered very lucrative contracts to become a hub. They are a landlocked country with no oil, but they were promised to distribute Russian oil to everybody else, which, yeah, you can make a lot of money, but, let's call a spade a spade. It's, I understand they need to come up with 20 reasons why they need, not to support Ukraine and to support Russia instead. But I think there are, there is a cause which is more important than just money. And this is not just Hungarian government, same goes to, actually much worse goes to some
Georgia?
other government, yes, including Georgia. But because we are talking Hungary, again, there is, let's look at these things with open eyes and call money. Of course, there can be plenty of reasons, rain, snow, I don't know, spring, summer, whatever temperature. But let's not forget the key factor that drives government's behavior, some of government's behavior. Yeah, thank you.
So, Alex, what's going on in Georgia? Any protests left, or have they gone tired and gone home?
Well, I like a couple, not a couple, no, probably a week ago, I said that it was a big mistake to kind of go back home because they are now trying to quietly find activists. It's a small country, they know everything about everybody. They're trying to, crack down on activists. Is there anything new? No, any dictator regime is going that path. The question is, will it be successful in Georgia? I do not think so. How long will it take? I have no idea. I think eventually we will prevail. And I still think it's the, if you cut off the head of this, again, Russian government, Putin's government is a cancer. You need, there is no point to fight like one, just, it needs to be taken out. You cannot leave the head and just fight its, its extremities. It just won't work. They will reproduce itself. So I think a lot of things will be clearer. In Georgia, yeah, I just explained. There is crackdown. Some of them is happening on parliamentary members. Yesterday, one parliament member was beaten up by Russian dreams. I think personal sanctions can do miracles. The head of prime minister, the son of head of prime minister, is making his, I don't know what he's doing, like learning his MBA somewhere in Pennsylvania. I mean, all these people, they steal resources from the so-called countries, well, from, you know, other people's money, and then want to, you know, take all the benefits that free society can provide. Just use personal sanctions. Just don't. I mean, computers can handle big lists, thousands of names, and you don't need thousands. You know, if you sanction one, 300 will kind of take note. So, yeah, I think it can be a very effective tool. We need to use more of it. Maybe this is also in works. Maybe they just want to like find the whole network rather than one individual, you know, piece to basically behead all of it. But it may take some time, and the victim will be like it will be the whole nation that will have to pay. That's what I think. That's what's going on in Georgia. Not very optimistic scenario, but again, right now it's being decided in Ukraine. So is there? Can you,
Alex? How do you see things going in Ukraine now? We've seen a little bit of a pause in reporting, right?
Yeah,
there's lots of analysis coming out.
The pause in reporting is controlled. Like Ukrainians ask to report less, and I think that's because they are in preparation. It's entering the phase where you don't want to talk too much, because whatever you say will be immediately known by Russia, and you probably do not want Russia to know all your steps. They'd love to know that. I think a good sign is that essentially the attack on Bakhmut is like Russians cannot move forward. Their attacks in some local places, they cannot go any further. And a lot of their talking heads are concerned that they are not really ready for counteroffensive. I think the moral of their army and their equipment and ammunition will go under significant stress test with Ukrainian counterattack, which is imminent. I frankly do not think their moral is in good shape. I think there is a big chance, depending on how this counterattack works, there is a big chance the line will collapse, and there will be repercussions.
Are you looking forward to seeing some T-54s on the Russian line?
I think T-54s are already there, but I do not think that the Russians will have enough fuel for those T-54s. You know, logistics was never a good part of Russia, and you can tell that. Having T-54s is one thing. I mean, of course, as a weapon in a battle, it's useless against modern tanks or modern Stingers or modern anti-tank missiles. But I do not even think that Russia will have enough fuel for those Ts. So, or shells for that matter. It's, yeah, Russia will try to close this gap with dead bodies of their own expendable people, which they think they have limitless resource. I don't think that source is limitless either. I think it will dry up. But again, you know, they need to undergo a big stress test. This will all fall apart. They will start fighting each other like rats in a closed space, or like spiders, you know, in a closed jar. I think it's imminent. I think it's coming. Maybe we are weeks, a few months from that place. Now, it doesn't mean that the war will be finished in a matter of weeks, maybe months. Maybe some of it will continue, but definitely it will be, I think it will be very hard for Russia to change the tide, unless they get millions of fresh bodies from somewhere, places like China, which I do not think is a realistic scenario, but well, who knows? I think China will try to save Putin's face. I think that's his last resort, but I do not think that China has ability or that much ability or that much time to do that. But yeah, I think within Russia, Putin has less and less. Like you can't find in Russia a large group of people who is genuinely interested in supporting Putin in this road down to hell, because they are going to hell with him. China is the only one that strategically, they probably do not care about Crimea or Donbass or whatever, but they do want weak Russia under Putin, because he's been ideal for Chinese expansion. So, but again, at this point, Russia needs so much help that I don't think even China is able to provide.
What do you think their aim is? I found it really funny. You know, he goes to Moscow, right? She goes to Moscow, spends a few days in Moscow, eats some KFC, and then says, "Yes, we're gonna have a nice little summit with the Central Asian countries, and we're going to have no Russia. We're just going to have China and Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan. No one else. It would be great. Isn't this great?"
Yeah, I think it's behaving like a new master of the region. What can I say? Yeah, we'll see. There is like, you know, with the demise of Russia, there will be some vacuum which China tries to fill. Does it have capability to do so? They probably do, especially if you're talking about. I was listening to Jin Hu yesterday. I think it was. I should agree with him. He knows that topic much better But in general, I think dictator. It may work for dictator. It may work for some time, but the problem is ships. They are not stable. You know, it's very risky to rely on one single dictator, because the next one, who will come one way or other, you'll have to, you know, all bets will be off, and you have to build relationships with the next one. I don't know to what extent this is a winning strategy. They certainly have experience of dealing with dictators. There are not so many democratic countries, frankly speaking, in this world. There are way more autocracies. Some of them even masquerading under democracies, because it opens you. It opens you. Yeah, there are lots of benefits of masquerading under democracy. So, yeah, Russia is not invited, but Russia is not in a position, you know, to. And what would it do to go there? Like, it's clearly the new master in the region, and it will be a message that, okay, yeah, well, you know, those Central Asian dictators should not be confused of who is their new master, so to speak. Yeah, what I think China is trying to kind of negotiate this thing, and it probably already had a place. Like Macron is traveling to China, right? And I'm pretty sure they will have plenty to discuss, and it won't be just, you know, some small trading stuff. Maybe there are some trading questions, but I think much of it will be basically discussing what Xi was discussing with Putin in Moscow, because, you know, Macron did have conversation with Putin over the phone, but I think, yeah, seeing him in person. So, in a way, and China still has to call Ukrainian president. It looks like they're trying to, you know, position themselves as, because nobody's talking to Putin directly, right? They position themselves as a mediator between, and they want to talk directly to the, you know, even France will be here as a kind of messenger. They want to have this conversation with the United States. I don't know. We'll see. But for one thing, I think the world is changing for sure. And we're talking about events that happen probably once in a century. There will be, so this is a long story.
You know what's funny?
Yep.
You know, it's really funny. What's really funny is that all of the Chinese-made first-person view drone components, that somebody bought them. You know, somebody from Ukraine bought all of them. Russia can't get any.
Yeah, that's interesting. So, and again, you know, China, do they need resources? Yes. And Siberia has plenty. Are they interested in Crimea? I don't think they give a damn about Crimea. But they do want a place at negotiating table as a kind of global superpower. That's how they view and position themselves. That's how they want to be viewed. Are they realistic in these ambitions? I do not know, frankly. I think a lot of their current abilities are a function of all the jobs that West has sent there for last decades. The people are very hardworking. That's, you can't take it from them, take it away from them. And they've achieved many results that Russia can only dream about. But Russians are also lazy. I mean, some of them are very talented, but majority is like lazy. So we'll see. But again, we are talking about free society versus not free society. And I would still bet my money with free society. Yeah, that's all I can say. But this is a long run for sure. Can China extend this end of Putin's regime? I don't know. They will probably try. But Putin needs so much help in so many ways that I don't even know if China can do it. And I also do not think they know exactly. They're probably now testing the waters rather than having kind of. For sure, they are already getting some benefits. Like Russia has accepted the new names of the cities they took from China 100 years ago. They just swallowed it. Made no comment whatsoever. And she promised Putin that he will rule Russia for next few years. I mean, that's interesting enough. It's like, many hundred years ago, like Shas and like Genghis Khan was appointing, the dictators. On actually, Moscow itself was like, its Khan has to travel to Mongol kings and get to be appointed to run Moscow, pretty much. That's where it probably is heading. It certainly looks that way.
Sorry, Alex, I have one interruption, then you can go continue. Axel, if you can hear me, please send an invite to Domen, and co-host invite. And if Domen is co-host, I will recycle because I have some poltergeists in my screen. Continue, Alex.
Twitter poltergeist. I love it.
Thank you. No, I think, I'm rambling now. I don't want to continue that way. But certainly, China has its own play. We'll see. But as for Putin and the current Russian regime, I think it is, again, it's train wreck in a small motion. I think I was comparing it to Titanic, and that comparison still holds true. It's for many, they still believe that Titanic is unsinkable. I don't see it that way. I think it's already like halfway underwater, and it will sink, and it will take away a lot, like everybody on board and everybody near, and many who stay nearby. That's what I think.
And they all get to drive T-55s and Katyusha rocket launchers. Did you see that video, Alex, with the Katyusha rocket launchers on the road?
Yeah, they are like, of course they are trying to throw now everything into this, because
I don't think they're going to use the Katyusha launchers. I think they're going to put them in like their last parade in Sevastopol on the 9th of May, and then use them as barricades in, late June when Ukraine will go under parade Sevastopol.
Maybe I'm not sure. I think they will not even have the opportunity to use any of these. Not that this is such a weapon that can do any changes, but I think the logistic will be in such bad shape that like they will not. There will be always a missing part somewhere else. Like this is, again, logistics was never Russian strong. I mean, what was ever Russia's strong part?
I'll say one more thing, and we can go to Klaus. The former defense minister of Finland, that said this is hilarious. Jussi Niinistö apparently gave an interview, and he said, Russia had most of us fooled, including me. I didn't understand how Russia wages war. I thought the strategies would come from the Second World War. Instead, the Russian army still functions like they did in the First World War. Yeah. Klaus.
Thank you. Alex mentioned that there are some logistical issues with the fuel for the T-55. Is it using a different engine, or is it just in general they have logistical issues?
No, they in general have planning issues, logistical issues. They are fighting, and it's, what Domain said is very true. They are using, First World War, except for in First World War, there was plenty of horses, Russians do not have even horses to move all that stuff around. It worked for some time because Ukraine army equipment was in quite dire state. But it is changing very quickly. Ukrainian army is modernizing by day, while Russian army is like going back. It's not that I don't think T-54 has any particular different, fuel requirements. It's probably just regular diesel. But the planning, the ability to bring the right things to the right place in the right time, that's never been Russian strong part.
No, Alex, the difference is it needs more diesel, right? Than other tanks, because it's gonna leak extra fuel everywhere.
It probably does. It probably does. But funny thing is, and Russians themselves know it, like the average lifespan of their tank in a battle is 3 to 5 minutes. I mean, minutes. So, and we are talking about like relatively modern tanks. How will T-54 help them? I have no idea. But looks like they are running out of whatever they have. Some of them even say that they have so many T-34s on so many memorials in so many places that they can build an army division, like an armored division of those, tanks on in some memorial places. I think it will come to that too. But whatever they try, I don't think any of it will work. It's just, you can't teach old dog new tricks. And especially you can't do it within weeks. I mean, there is an idea that Russians will learn. Some things they will. You remember in early days, they were like, their generals were being shot, like, in dozens. For last year, we haven't heard too much of that story. That's because the generals, they probably never leave their places, which is way too far. Not even generals, but now they are, battalion commanders. Like some new mobilized forces are complaining that they have no idea who their commander is. They are getting orders over the. I don't know how they're getting orders, but yeah, they have no idea who the commander is. They haven't seen them. Commanders do not show up. Some of them are like, just today there was a video, like the folks, they still had a phone, but the commanders locked them up in a cellar with virtually nothing, and all they can do is, put out a footage in the internet. And that's the army Russia has to rely on to hold the line. Yeah, it will be definitely an interesting view.
Axel,
be very interesting. Klaus?
Domen, sorry. Axel, if you can send me a co-host invite again.
Yeah, sure, easy.
Thank you. Here in Norway, Denmark, and Sweden, the price of diesel have usually been a bit lower than gasoline. But the past half year, it was diesel was actually more expensive due to the war in Ukraine. But now it has been sort of settled again. So they have apparently resolved the production issues in diesel. Is diesel generally cheaper in Europe than gasoline?
I can explain this a little bit. So historically, depending on the countries tended to tax diesel a little bit more than they taxed petrol, very much historically, because it was fundamentally a slightly cheaper fuel. And this was at a time when both were kind of in abundance, but also because diesel engines were a bit less consumptive than gasoline engine. So that's kind of a combination of things there. Now, in the immediate last couple of years, right, you can say the reasons why diesel became more expensive is in part because Europe was producing a little bit less diesel than it was consuming. By a little bit, I'm talking about a few percentage points. That's enough to cause a perturbation. Whereas Russian refineries were made to produce more diesel but less of the other derivatives, right? So when you're doing a cracking process, when you're refining oil, what you put into the refinery matters, right? Different raw materials, different crude oils have slightly different mixtures of things. And then every fuel is a mixture of different types of molecules in various proportions, right? So you can kind of adjust your refining, to produce a little bit more jet fuel and a little bit less diesel, for example, or a little bit more diesel, a little bit less jet fuel, depending on how you adjust it. And some things are also a little bit easier and more flexible. So diesel is a little bit more wide encompassing category, so less precision is needed. Older equipment, cheaper equipment is fine. So it's a combination of things like that. Now, what I wanted to say here is, so Russia was exporting refined diesel historically to the rest of Europe, and it was importing, for example, jet fuel, right? Russia consumed a lot more jet fuel than it produced in its own refineries. Obviously, with the advent of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, it was a little bit more difficult for that to continue for obvious reasons, and that's why, in part, there was slightly lesser availability of diesel than it was previously. Again, we're talking about a few percentage points, but a few percentage points in economics, when the market isn't particularly elastic, right, can lead to quite a substantial change in price. And that price signal is actually important to adjust the demand, because otherwise the demand would stay the same, and then there'd be shortages, and then the price goes up and there's a little bit less demand. So that's kind of why, and that's why there's talk of, oh, there's not enough diesel. What it really was, diesel's a little bit more expensive than it was before, and by now I think the refineries might have adjusted a little bit the way they have setups, at least a few across Europe, and that has helped with things as well. I think I might be wrong on that on some details, but that's more or less the way it is. I don't know, does that kind of cover it, Klaus? I hope that kind of covers it.
Yes.
So the interesting element there, Klaus, is actually the flip side, right? Russian inability to produce quite as much jet fuel as they might be needing, and I think that's quite interesting, right? Because Russia, yes, now uses less jet fuel for their commercial jets because they're flying less commercial jets. Fewer commercial jets are flying from Russia, crucially, but their military aviation is flying quite a bit more. So maybe it's one of the slight limiting factors on their aviation altogether. Maybe yes, maybe not. Probably is, at least locally, for short periods of time. They might be experiencing temporary shortages on a given day in a given place that otherwise they might be flying more in some cases than they are. That's kind of an interesting juxtaposition. We'll see. We'll see exactly how it goes, and I'm sure there'll be articles written about this in the years to come. There'll be academic papers and all manner of things. They're really quite interesting.
I know that the Gripen is using regular jet fuel, whereas other fighters like F-16, etc., is using a special kind of jet fuel. What about Russian fighter jets? Are they using regular jet fuel? Thank you.
You asked.
I think they're using regular jet fuel. I'm not sure what they would be using otherwise. I think they're using pretty much the same thing as commercial jets are. I might be wrong. I know that some of these Russian jets have fundamentally the same engines as some old Soviet commercial aircraft do. Plus like an afterburner or something, but the fundamental design of the jet engine is the same. So I'm presuming they use the same jet fuel as the commercial ones would, but I don't know any more details about it. That's an interesting question. Maybe my assumption was wrong. Who knows? Alex, do you know anything about what kind of jet fuel Soviet jets use?
Well, during Second World War, all aviation jet fuel for Russians was coming from the United States. That's what I know. Also, I know that the quality of jet fuel does have impact. For example, American airplanes had superiority over Japanese ones because their jet fuel was better, and it allowed them to do the maneuvering that Japanese airplanes couldn't. I do believe that Russians have learned how to make jet fuel. I do not think those aerial combats from Second World War are that popular anymore. Probably aviation is being used in different ways in modern warfare. But Russians I know that they avoid using their airplanes too much, probably because there is high risk of losing those planes and they only have this many pilots. So I think the shortages of pilots, jet fuel, I haven't heard about shortage of jet fuel for Russian side. They probably have enough for their planes, but do they have enough pilots? That's a big question mark. We do hear from time to time that they are, like a couple of weeks ago, we were hearing that they have like 500 airplanes somewhere near frontline. But I do not think they will be using them that much. Again, they are risking losing them all. And that's why they avoid them. There will be shortage of everything. Like I think artillery shells are easier to some extent that organizing, in terms of logistics, than organizing your airplanes. They probably can launch some tactical bombers like they do. Maybe they have what, but all of them are being used from relatively safe distance for those planes. As far as front combat, I do not think they use a lot of airplanes. They definitely don't have air dominance, and I think they will lose air to the Ukrainians in very near future. When we are hearing that Slovakia gave or Poland gave some airplanes to Ukraine, like whatever the number 10, 20, like keep in mind that this is almost doubling the amount of planes Ukraine has in its possession. So the balance will be tilting for sure.
But it's important, of course, to remember that a lot of the Slovak ones aren't airworthy, right? They flew over the fort that were, and then the rest will. Ukraine is pretty good at getting stuff up and flying. Hopsy, welcome.
Hi, guys. As far as the aviation fuel discussion we were having, the Gripens and the F-16s probably run on the exact same fuel. You pull up, you land at a Swedish air base, and when the Bowser pulls up to put the fuel in, it's gonna work. Aviation fuel, jet fuel specifically, is basically kerosene, and the only differences between, say, a JP4, JP5, maybe flashpoints and some additives. You'll see the Air Force years ago used to primarily operate off a blend called JP4, and the Navy went off JP5. I think that's all gone away. The only true specialty blends I ever heard of were for airplanes like the SR-71, just operating way up in the atmosphere, and they needed special fuels for a variety of reasons. But no, jet fuel is jet fuel. It's basically kerosene with maybe some anti-corrosive additives or some something to keep it from getting slushy if you're operating at a really high altitudes or upper latitudes during the winter time during storage. So as far as the shortage of that, if it's just a different refining process, but it's basically kerosene. That's all I got.
Thank you, Hop. And the Russians would be using pretty much the same thing, right? I think one of the things that you noted is really important is additives to prevent freezing if operating at high altitudes. Now, of course, this doesn't really affect the Russian invasion of Ukraine too much because nothing seems to be flying very high up. Certainly not over the battlefield, other than Russian strategic bombers that launch cruise missiles from a long way away. But this could be something that could trouble the Russians because Russia doesn't have a domestic production of additives like this anymore, and they're really reliant on imports, which are currently coming through bypasses from Europe, primarily, almost entirely from Europe. Now, if you want to know what happens if why additives are important, there was that flight 15 years ago from Beijing to London on British Airways, where the fuel froze in the tanks over Siberia at a high altitude, and as you said, it got a little bit slushy, leading to engine flameouts just before they reached Heathrow, and they ended up landing about, what was it, 300 meters short of the runway, something like that.
Yeah, I believe that was I'm not sure where that British Airways flight originated out of, but
Beijing.
Obviously some Beijing. And there you have it. You know, always qualitative issues can come into play when you're dealing with regimes such as the Chinese and the Russians, and but yeah, the additives, even the strategic bombers operating at say 40,000 feet, or it's cold, but it's not cold enough to really affect the fuel's behavior, especially since their sorties are probably, compared to a flight from Beijing to Heathrow, relatively short. 3 hours, 4 hours. So I just thought I'd throw that in there.
Thank you for throwing that in there. At this point, I'd also like to highlight I presume he will be joining us for this, but we will have another installment of the Do Little Air Wing here on the Mirror Report. And what is this? 3.5 hours from now. So many more things, aviation, to be touched upon then, including the possible, plausible North Macedonian donation of some Mi-24 attack helicopters to Ukraine. They say what goes around comes around. These helicopters would certainly be such, seeing that they were initially sold by Ukraine to North Macedonia in 2001, which is kind of interesting, as were the Sukhois, which North Macedonia already donated to Ukraine. Likewise, previously, Ukrainian owned and sold to North Macedonia in 2001. All right. Thank you very much, all. Alex, I've got a quick question for you, if that's all right by you. Earlier this week, about 3 days ago, the Yaroslav motor plant caught on fire, and it was very on fire, very, very on fire. One of the things that it produced were truck engines and transmissions. Do you have any familiarity at all with the Yaroslav motor plant? And do you have a grasp of how significant the manufacture of engines for Russia they are, or were rather, until they burned down?
No, I do not have any particular knowledge of that factory. But they are smoking a lot, Russians. It's in so many places. Again, one thing is to have a plant that produces oil. The other thing is to get that oil, the right oil in the right place at the right time. Sure, it's a damage. Like, can I put a dollar number? I probably can't. I think all those things are important for Russia because I probably do not have too many assets like this. And those who smoke, they probably also are choosing, they have plenty of, they have big list of where they can smoke. They need to, pick juicier places. So I do believe it's important. Yaroslav is relatively close to Ukraine, unlike some, other places that are in Far East. So I do believe, and also knowing Russian history, they would, put one big plant in a place for the whole country, like 300 million country with all those distances. And all the supplies would come from one big place because that was cheaper. So I do believe this is big factory. But again, cannot put dollar finger, the dollar number.
No, more than the the money number. I was curious, what proportion kind of engines, transmissions, and such they manufacture, because if that's gone, trucks were one of those things that Russia actually manufactured largely domestically still, and if they don't have an ability to manufacture them anymore to anything like the same degree, or especially if they don't have an ability to manufacture spare parts, this could finally be an actual hit against their logistics.
I think they will have trucks. I also think that it's hard to have a damage such huge that the factory cannot be, replaced or kind of brought back to production under extreme circumstances. It's harder. It puts the whole system under stress. Is it something they cannot overcome? I do not believe so. I also think they have enough trucks, like old trucks. The fleet is there, and they will be able to mobilize it for military purposes. Of course, the other parts of economy will suffer, but they will probably find. But again, one thing is to have the asset. The other thing is to use that asset and to get, again, right place, right time, right thing. It's not easy, guys. You can. There are people who have MBAs and PhDs on logistics. It's not something you can hire a student to do, or take somebody from prison and move him from some slave labor, to now organizing logistics for the military. I don't think it's and it's never been their strong part, which means the whole school of that is non-existent in Russia. Like logistics in Soviet, when even I was in the army, it was like they were famous for basically stealing stuff. And after that, the army went through the whole. This is Potemkin's village. And if anything is true about Russian army being Potemkin's village, would be logistics. They will probably have trucks, but can they use them effectively? I don't know. And the main reason they are using railroads is not because the railroads are so superior, but they do not have roads, they do not have trucks, they do not have logistics. It's much easier to organize, your logistics on one rail than on, through the roads, which they don't have. So, yeah. Ukraine is probably a place where the road network was relatively developed. But again, it's part of culture now. They rely on railroad because, well, there are a lot of reasons for that. So
yeah, in Ukraine and sort of western, southwestern Russia, especially, there are such things as roads. You go further east, and there just isn't. Right? There's streets in cities, but it's very, very difficult to get from city to city. You can't really drive across the expanse of Siberia. You kind of can, not very well, and not to very many places.
That's right. One thing is railroad, and to bring things to some major hub like Melitopol or like Volnovakha, for example, because there are big railroad hubs there. But the other thing is to bring it now further to the front line. you can, so all those issues like storage issues, they do need trucks now. People who need to put that stuff, they do not have equipment, so it's all manual labor, to take all these huge rockets and put it on a truck and then unload the truck, and then so like Ukrainians know all those points, choking points, and they are choking Russians very skillfully. And they know what they ask for. They've been asking for HIMARS since day one. They know exactly what they need and how they're going to win. So, yeah, just give them the right tools. Yeah.
Alex,
yes.
You said how the logistics especially were Potemkin village when you were in the Soviet army. Do you want to explain what exactly you mean by that? Like, can you give us like an anecdote to really characterize, how they were poorly run, poorly governed?
Most of jokes are there are peoples called praporshik. The name is quite.
That's like a senior NCO.
Yes. Those are
like a very senior sergeant.
So the army was drafted. So there were officers, and then there were career military who basically you do not need like higher education to basically supply people with how you call portyanki in English. They don't use socks or didn't.
It's like wraps.
Yeah.
It's like foot wraps, I guess.
Yeah. To provide foot wraps to soldiers, but they were, topic for jokes. Like all those praporshiks that they were stealing a lot, selling whatever they could. I know a person who, in 90s, he bought like 2 big military trucks for, pennies. Why he needs them, he had no idea, but it had a lot of metals, which were expensive.
It was so cheap, he bought it just because
he bought it for pennies and sold it to, scrap. So that's
Alex, do you think that the government in Russia knew that those trucks were no longer a part of the military, or did they think that they were still on the books? Do you think?
I'm pretty sure
Is it
they
likely
were on
that
the
they thought
books,
that
like who would write that? I sold it off to buy some vodka. It's of course it was on the books. It was on the books, and it was impressing, all those military analysts in the West counting, Russia's military abilities.
right? And this is a part of it, right, Alex? Because Russia went into war saying, yeah, we have, so many tanks and so many BMPs and so many trucks. This will be easy. Except they didn't have them.
If Putin ever had an idea to check whether his country is really ready for such a massive war, he'd probably fire. But I do not believe he even, probably only very few people from within, the closed circle knew about these ideas, and none of them had the guts to tell Putin the truth, because he set himself up for a major failure. But yeah, that was his choice. Maybe well, anyway. Yeah, it was certainly on the books. And Shoigu, right now, just you can, the rating of Shoigu is at all-time low. And you ask if anybody from Russian fascists to just, ordinary people in the streets, they will say that it's Shoigu who stole it all. Well, it wasn't just Shoigu, it was everybody. Beginning, of course, Shoigu stole the most, but every NCO did its part. Or like, I'm not sure what's the difference between Russian praporshiks and those NCOs, but yeah, I mean, it was everybody did its part. It was, and that's the other part. When you are not paying your military enough, you force them to steal and sell what they can. Or find some other, sources of income, like use their soldiers instead of, training. Go and do some work for some cooperative, using them as cheap labor without paying them, of course. So that practice was also pervasive. They did like 2 reforms since then. Apparently none of those reforms were, again, they spent heck a lot of money. They probably invited very expensive consultants, but like, consultants can give you good presentation and then they leave, and execution will be on that same praporshik who stole those portyankis. So
exactly. Thank you, Alex. See, this is good. This informs people of what they expect and why things happen, not just what happened, but why things happen. I think Yanis has a comment to add here, so let's go to Yanis first and to Klaus after that. Yanis?
Yeah. Hello. I'm on this engine factory topic. Just small info. It's one of the largest diesel engine manufacturers in Russia. And actually, they produce a lot of engines, especially for this military truck. So grass, also for Belarusian, those quarry dump trucks, and Kamaz also is using yams. And then they are almost always, if you see some Russian produced diesel generators for electricity, it's yams engines. I'm not sure about tanks and such stuff, but at least, yeah, and buses, etc., etc. So they are very, very widely used, and if this damage is big, it's a big deal for them for sure.
Thank you very much, Yanis. Yeah, and somebody else just messaged me and said basically exactly the same thing as you said. Like, they're huge. This is important. This is really important for trucks and also other stuff. So that's absolutely terrific. I'm very glad to hear that, and I'm very glad that they're going to be, hopefully, that this was a good fire. I'm glad that this was an extra good fire. I'll leave it at that. And anything anybody hears about the Yaroslav engine factory, I'd love to know more if anybody learns more. So thank you very much, Yanis. That's absolutely perfect. Klaus?
Thank you. We just have to appreciate that Russia is built upon layers and layers of corruption and nepotism. And that is, the whole system is dependent on trying to get up as high on the ladder as possible. So this is a giant pyramid scheme. And everybody knows the rules. So even Shoigu knows that he has to give something to Putin, and one of them is incompetence. And so he can suck up whatever he can from the revenue stream of like all these ditches they are building across Russia, Ukraine. I heard when I was younger, and Poland was still a part of the former Soviet Republic, I read a story in a Danish newspaper where a company was exporting drills to Poland, and there were maybe 100 boxes of drills. But when the customers went to control the truck or whatever it was. They could only find 95, and that puzzled the company in Denmark because there were hundreds. What they didn't understand was that the the customs wanted to take out 5 or whatever number it was. So the whole former Eastern Europe was built upon this corruption, and corruption is of course a worldwide problem. But since they have been a part of EU have put in place a framework where they can combat corruption. So, but Russia is, lost in this pyramid scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. Alex, what did the Danish company not understand?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last comment.
It was when I was younger, and Poland was a part of the former Soviet Republic. A Danish company wanted to export some drills to Poland. And I don't remember the number of drills, maybe 100 or 1,000. And when they had to go through customs to get cleared, the customs said, well, there are only 95, and that puzzled the factory.
Yeah,
Because they had sent 100. What the company in Denmark didn't understand was the scheme that was put in place to grab whatever you could for personal.
That's again, it was pervasive in Soviet Union, and probably never. Did I tell the story how I went? Like there was shortage of butter, and I flew. Like, what's the distance between Tbilisi and Moscow? It's probably about 2 hours flight.
It's like a 3-hour flight, 2 to 3 hour flight. Right?
I think closer to 2 hours flight. So I took 2 hours flight for butter, and because there was shortage, I had to bribe a porter in a shop. He stole some butter for us, which I brought back. I flew back. It was weird time where it was cheaper to fly 2 hours than to find butter in a local shop. And even in Moscow, you couldn't find butter unless you knew whom to bribe. I mean, there was huge line, 3 hours line, people staying for butter. I just knew the right connection. And with this type of knowledge, they decided to build a new empire. I don't know, like Putin is a lunatic. He was accusing of lunacy everybody around him, but he is lunatic number one. And those who bet his money on that horse make big mistake. Funnily enough, it looked like it was working until it didn't. Putin was he once recognized the most influential man on earth?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Like, president of Paper Tiger. Anyway, but Ukrainians revealed all that with their blood and treasure. We should always remember that it did not come for free. They were paying, tipping off, hundreds and thousands of those high-profile Waldai participants who would, spread Russian propaganda all around. All those experts on Russia and Putin, and he's. He was doing like stuff that people probably don't want to remember, but I do remember. He was once, after with all those killings in Chechnya, he invited like hundreds of Hollywood stars and played on piano before them. He was playing some patriotic song with his one finger on the piano, some patriotic song on, you know, that KGB officers were probably trained to, to sing. And anyway, yeah, I don't think those Hollywood actors are proud of them, and they were actually admiring him, you know, like especially comparing him to George Bush, who was considered not very smart. So yeah, things happen.
Alex, did you hear why Kadyrov hasn't been in the public eye as much as before?
You mean why? I don't know. Like, he irritates Russians. He irritates Russian fascists. He irritates Chechens. Like, I mean, regular Chechens who are still living there in Chechnya. And he's sick on top of that. He's probably trying to pretend that...
Did you see what award he got?
The award? He got award?
Yeah, Kadyrov got an award. He got an award.
He recently became general lieutenant, I think. It was last year. Yes, yes.
This was a different. This is a civilian award.
Oh, okay.
He got an award as a great protector of human rights.
Oh, he's also an academician, yeah, right? Academia Nauk, Science Academy. He's a full member of some Science Academy. I think he's making fun of everybody, and everybody gladly, like, this is circus. Yeah. So if you see association with, like, listen to Medvedev, listen to Lavrov, listen to all those, you know, decorations to Kadyrov, to Prigozhin. This is big circus right now. It's just, you know, Moscow circus was famous for the tricks they were doing. They slightly changed their direction, but it certainly is circus. What they are, you know, those declarations. Like the other day, Lavrov declared that Washington and Brussels will have to work very hard to gain trust of Russia. By Russia, he means Lavrov and Putin, or Putin and Lavrov. Like, isn't that circus? Or Medvedev the other day declared that we can finish with Finland. We can end with Finland in a couple of hours.
He was almost correct.
Yeah, he's talking about vodka Finland, I'm pretty sure.
Exactly.
It is circus.
No, but he was almost correct. Finland can finish with the few troops that Russia has still on the Finnish border in a few hours.
Yeah. Yeah. After Kiev in 3 days, there is no Finland in 2 hours. This is circus, guys. It's yeah, people die. Let's give Ukrainian more tools so that more Russians die and less Ukrainians. But I don't have any other words for that place. It is circus.
Yeah, they used to have bears, and now they just have a hairy Chechen honored human rights defender. Klaus.
I know why Russia can finish the Finns off in a few hours, and that's because it's much smaller than Ukraine. So, but that was not why I wanted to
say something. When I was younger, this is from memory as well, but people learned to live with the hardships. And one of the jokes that managed to escape from the former Soviet Union was when you asked someone, what do one answer was foreigner. So thank you.
Decoding.
On the circus theme, forgive me for those who've heard me say this before, but some of you probably haven't. I saw this account, which seems to be a genuine account from a Russian independent newspaper, of the reaction in the Duma to the ICC arrest warrant. And it seems sincere, the sense of outrage that the West would do this to them. And what it said to me was that in their mental model, the leader, the elite of the elite in the Duma and in the Senate and the Federation Council, they believe we, i.e. Westerners, we operate on the same plane of cynicism as they do. And sure, they could look at the 8 years of Minsk 1 and 2 and Macron and Scholz and Merkel and co. And they could look at those American dramas, because apparently Putin, he thinks, I can't remember the name, the guy who's now totally verboten, who's doing the thing in Washington, what's his name? Anyway, he was represented to become president, and they're really I think that, and to an extent we were, but Butcher and things like that really set off vectors of change, which led to the ICC arrest warrant, and things which it appears the Russian elite don't have the interpretive ability to realize when they've gone too far. And they had reached that limit, like Butcher probably was the beginning of it, when even people like Steinmeier, arch cynics, woke up to it. And so what it tells me is that even a year on, they still don't, they still think, like it was only the ICC arrest warrant for Putin that made them think for a moment, according to this account, that they might become subject to arrest warrants. There's no sense of guilt or awareness that what they've done to the children or MriyaReport or Severodonetsk is wrong, and they will face justice. And so that, it is a circus. They're operating on this hyper-real plane where it's, it's fascinating. And I agree with our former Soviet army colleague there, Alex, is it? Like there was debate, is Putin mad, is he not? He clearly is. He is the mad king of the fairy tales, without any doubt. And he's playing them all like a circus master. And as Alex correctly pointed out, they've bet themselves on him. And it was a really, really poor bet. And every day they wake up and do the same thing again. And I see Sushko has suddenly popped up again in the New York Sun, or the American Sun version of the Sun, talking about splits in the FSB. And that generally only happens when there are genuine splits in the FSB, which I suspect have, because he's obviously part of the FSB, so he's promoting the idea that there's splits in there. And so I put this down to the China rapprochement and stuff, and they're looking for a lifeboat. So watching that space very clearly. But clearly most of the elite are clueless. They have no idea how we operate. They think Ukraine operates the same as they do because they believe their own propaganda, and they think we would tolerate Ukraine operating the same as Russia operates, and that we would continue to give aid, and the EU would give them 70 billion in the past year if they operated in the way that Russia operates. And I think that just shows how out of touch they are. Like, and these are the elites. These are the people who've spent time in the West, whose children have gone to public schools or posh schools in Switzerland and Britain and America. They've gone to American universities. Like Lavrov's daughter went to Columbia. Like, did she not pick up anything there? And so to say to him, look, they are cynical, but they won't tolerate genocide. They're a slow whale to get them moving. But you've really, by the end of March last year, they had put enough things in the works for us to move. And it's just mounted and mounted since then. So I do think, yeah, they are kind of, I suppose Putin's never spent any time in the West, so he has no clue. He can't even interpret Ukrainians, never mind Westerners. So, yeah, what a circus. I'm with Alex. I mean, it's a pity Ukrainians have to go through this just to show this, but it's a circus. Out.
A circus it is. And then it stretches beyond the Belarusian acrobatic Spetsnaz who crack cinder blocks with their skulls.
Decoding.
Speaking of circuses, the first so I spent the Christmas, it was my second worst Christmas of all time, in Luhansk city in Christmas of 2015, 2016, and in time for Christmas, the circus was opened up, which had been, I don't know whether it was a ruin before the conflict or before the war, but it was certainly it was the biggest public works project that the Lugansk People's Republic had ever undertaken, and boy, did they go on and on and on and on about it. And it really surprised me, because obviously circuses don't play much of a role in the West, except as a metaphor or an occasional thing. But I see in the Soviet model, I've seen them in Ulaanbaatar and other places, the circus, and in Kyiv actually, and in Dnipro. The circus building is quite an important element in the cultural architecture. But yeah, that place was a circus within a circus. I didn't go to the circus within a circus, but it did interest me that they should really understand what a circus is, and that they're living in a circus, because they redo the circuses. That's probably all I have to say about circuses. Out.
So you said this was the second worst. What was the worst?
Oh, it's very kind of you to ask that. It was the following Christmas actually, and I spent it in our what we call a forward patrol base in Novoaidar, which is about halfway between Severodonetsk and Stanitsa Luhanska, and it's just the whole thing was so grim. I got a call. I mean, if we have time for memory lane, I got a call from the chief monitor of the OSCE in my room in this odd hotel, which presumably is occupied by Russian officers now, if it hasn't been destroyed by HIMARS. And it came from a secretary saying, the chief monitor would like to speak to you, who's an elderly Turkish diplomat. And in the few seconds between when she finished speaking and when he finally came on the line, I had managed to fantasize that I was about to be helicoptered out of there and sent straight to Vienna. And then he just got on the line and he just sort of said, well, can you thank your, because I was in charge of this patrol group, or 25 people. So he just rang me to say, can you wish your patrol group a happy Christmas? And then I went back to my grim Christmas. Yeah, it's difficult to explain why it was so awful, but I'm not, Anyway, out.
Thank you for that. I just thought it'd be important to not miss out on worst one, if you already tee it up like that. Cheers, Cody. Alex, earlier you were recounting when you took a plane to get some butter, which makes perfect sense, obviously. I'm just curious, how much did the plane tickets cost, and what year was that? Was that like 88 or something? Or
it was around $37. Yeah, in US dollars, it was about $37.
And how much was the butter that you brought back?
I paid about the same amount. It was like 50 kilogram, like it was not like 300 gram, but it was like 50 kilogram. They did not bother to, cut it and package. But yeah, it was in a big box, like 50 kilogram box. But still, so commercially, it did make sense.
Did you sell any of it?
No, I didn't. But like some of it, I just donated to my relatives. Like I said, it was shortage of butter. But I knew people who were doing this not for butter; they were doing it for pants, dresses, makeup, cigarette lighters. Basically, that's what they were doing. They were traveling to Moscow, spending hours in long lines in Gumortsum, which was Central Universal, basically central store, department store, central department store. And bringing back, and then some of it selling, and some of it like small stuff, as souvenirs for their relatives. I got a cigarette lighter like that, and Rubik's Cube also. It was, I love those things. It was like, wow, that's how how beautiful life can be. You can have a Rubik's Cube and show some magic tricks to your classmates that you can put it together, or having a cigarette lighter. It was technologic marvel. Anyway, I do not want to one thing I couldn't understand as a child is like, how come that, because we were constantly hearing this propaganda that Soviet society is superior to West, because the West is all about money and we kind of is all about, I don't know, fairness, whatever. What I couldn't understand, because on the other hand, Lenin in his books, Lenin himself, he was like the god, but he himself in his books was explaining that there is unless communist proves its technological superiority, it is doomed. Like Lenin was writing that. I couldn't understand, like kids, they were collecting stickers from like chewing gum from Turkey, it was called Donald. They had Mickey Mouse. They had, it's like, and they were collecting everything, including, some soap, but the packaging was nice. And the soap was coming from some Arab country in the Middle East. Yeah. And one thing I couldn't understand is how a superior society cannot produce any chewing gum, any soap, any toilet paper, anything. You would walk into a shop, it was empty. I couldn't understand how this. So eventually it did collapse, but it took a while. So next question is, how on earth it could dupe so many people for so long? And the same is true for Putin. It will collapse. It's doomed to collapse. How long will it take? I don't know. Like inertia it may take generations, guys. These empires, they collapse. In Soviet books, I was reading that what happened to Roman Empire and the slavery altogether. And they were writing that, because slaves' work was not very productive. They didn't take care about equipment of their slave masters. Like, they didn't give a damn. And I was looking around, I knew that, the workers all around, they didn't give a damn about, the equipment of that belonged to Soviet state. So, yeah, lots of analogies, but somehow people didn't see those. Again, inertia can take a long time. Some empires collapse because they can't, survive in modern times, but it may take decades, it may take generations. Probably a little bit pessimistic, but unfortunately it's true,
Thank you, Alex. Klaus.
I heard that whenever videos from the West is smuggled into North Korea, this includes films, whatever they can put on CDs, memory sticks, etc. What what they want to see in North Korea is scenes from shops, so they can see what they have on the shelves. That is something that has struck me as one of the things they want to see most eagerly, because they are lacking so much daily produce items in their own life. So just looking at what an American movie can show from some random movie going into a shop full of groceries, that is so strange. Thank you.
So this is a good one for Alex, even though this is Yehuda's favorite topic, right? Alex, all of these Russian quote unquote influencers on YouTube and Instagram and Snapchat somehow, they go around and they film the grocery stores in Russia. They've been doing this all throughout last year, right? Film the grocery stores in Russia and show, look at our vodka selection, look at our eggs and stuff. Can you elucidate a little bit you already did a bit with the butter, but how important and what the historical context of this is, why they find this so important and so marvelous, and why they find it so easy to believe and grasp and clinch onto this, that Europe is running out of, there's no eggs, and the European vodka selection obviously can't match up to the great Russian supermarket vodka selection. I think senior management took Alex away.
I think also.
Well, that happens. So and there we are. All right. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, if you check the Nest, there's an announcement card there that in 2 hours and 42 minutes, the Doolittle Air Wing will again take flight. So if you want to come and join that, that would be fantastic. There is a lot of aviation news to go through. Of course, the Slovak MiGs, the Polish MiGs, the Slovak MiGs actually just taking off from the airfield, the Stiaš airfield in central Slovakia. 4 of them just fly over to Ukraine, no problem. There will be talk of what's backfilling them, the heavy discount that the Slovak government got on some AH-1Z attack helicopters from the US in return, and what can be done to similarly incentivize other countries to do likewise. What effect the consolidation of Nordic air forces into a joint operational structure can have on the willingness and the ability of, say, Denmark and Norway to maybe part with some F-16s and send them to Ukraine? Is there something in there? And what other countries can follow a similar model and group together into a better structured, better organized air force? Speculation about North Macedonian Mi-24 attack helicopters, which used to actually be Ukrainian until 2001, and those going to Ukraine as well, possibly soon. Remember, North Macedonia already sent Sukhoi 25 jets, likewise previously owned by Ukraine, until they sold them for an absolute pittance to the Macedonians in 2001. So plenty that and more of aviation news to come. I don't know what else they'll touch upon, but I'm sure they'll touch upon these ones, the ones I've been tracking anyway. Klaus?
Thank you. The space here is so good to listen to, and I consider myself a European that happens to live in Norway, and listening to all these wonderful people in here just reiterates that we all are Europeans, and we also have listeners in America and Asia and Africa. But it's
even,
so good.
Klaus, even Canada.
Yeah, even Canada. And I would also like to thank you, Domen, for because you make us all shine, and I do like the way you handle us, make us all look good. Thank you.
I don't know if I can make you look good, but at least I can try to make you sound good.
Because, Domen, what? You and I have what? We have faces for radio, just like David and Mr. M.
Yeah, faces for radio, and voices for those original black and white movies.
Yeah, I'm sure you and I can do voiceover for cartoon comics, no problem. We should apply for that after the war.
Oh yes, such are times. Such are times. It happens, I guess.
There seems to be something blowing up in Russia.
Well, I, for one, am very much looking forward to other things that fly, specifically things that have lately been punching the skies over the English countryside, and then punching holes in the English countryside, finally making it to Ukraine, when instead they can start punching holes in Russian positions. I'm very much looking forward to that. I have to say that will be great, Axel. For apparently the second batch of AS-90 operators have finished training, have concluded training in the UK, and will soon be going back home to send the invading Russian forces back to their respective home as well.
Useful, very useful tools.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? Alex?
Yeah, I don't know if you had time or had an opportunity to listen. There is a new phone intercept in Telegram channels. Two Russian oligarchs are talking. One of them is apparently in Azerbaijan right now, and the other is in Moscow. So the talk was first, and it's a long talk, but they were discussing what the realists think about Putin and all these people around him, etc., etc., etc. And then that oligarch from Azerbaijan, he is under sanctions, and he he explained how the sanctions work, and he said there is no escape. Like if you have anything in London, get rid of it as soon as possible. Go to Dubai, because nothing works, like etc. So, two conclusions. First, they may be playing circus, but deep inside they do understand like what's what and where it's all going. And second is sanctions work. We just need more of it, more of them. We need to stay that course, especially individual ones, because when country ones also, but individuals, they feel the pain at individual level too. And then the guy, he started, he said, this modern technologies, it was not me, it wasn't my voice, even though it's so natural that at some moment I even believed that was but I swear it's not me. AI can do moderns like marvels these days, and there are prankers all around. And you all know how I love Putin and, all the jazz. But interestingly enough, it would be interesting to see other people's reactions, because actually some of them do kind of like what they heard. Apparently already a lot of people heard that. So it would be interesting to hear. But yeah, it's in Russian. Unfortunately, there is no translation available unless somebody voluntarily translates it. But it's a long conversation. Very. I enjoyed it really. So.
And Alex, now that I have you, and I'll ask you this again. These Russian influencers that go to supermarkets and film, the vodka selection, and they're like, "Look, we have eggs. You Europeans don't have eggs, but we have eggs."
Yeah.
And such. Can you speak a little bit? You already started with the butter story, but can you speak a little bit to the historical underpinnings of that? Why they feel that so important, such a critical, such a great brag material?
Well, not sure. At times of Khrushchev, like I said, even Lenin was writing that we need to, but he was writing all that before he came to power, and could actually do but he was, blaming Tsarist regime for everything, including for poverty of population. Anyway, so since then, it was a tradition in Soviet times. Like Khrushchev spent hours and hours, doing all kind of crazy stuff to prove that Soviet Union can produce more corn than Iowa. In the end, he still failed, but that whole time, when I was growing, they were still, talking to that, Soviet Union is going overcome United States in production of milk, meat, corn, whatever, and they were like, one thing I remember, one thing that struck me, they love to compare how much of goods Soviet Union produced and comparing to 1913. Because 1913 was the year when Russian Empire under Nikolai II reached highest output in GDP. So we were in year like 1980 comparing performance of economy to Russian Empire in 1913. And one thing that struck me that I read somewhere, like how many colored TV Soviet Union produced comparing to 1913. which was done back then. But like they were very seriously, discussing these things, and comparing number of colored TVs and refrigerators to the benchmark, which was in year 1913. So why it is important that butter is in the shops, and why it's important for Russian propaganda, I'm not so sure. Maybe they, asked the pensioners around, all those babushkas, asking them, what's important, and babushka said, "Oh, price of butter." Actually, I saw in one of places they put a camera in a grocery store where they're selling butter, and they put a warning big letters that there is camera. The camera is on, so don't think to steal this butter. It's in small packs, so can be easily stolen. But yeah, that's probably normal, like any grocery shop. I know that this stealing is a problem also in places. In Walmart, it's kind of a big problem too. But
Alex, the key that the Soviet Empire or the Soviet Union had massive food shortages, and they had them on a regular basis. And from time to time, they could not even produce enough cheap vodka in order to people to numb themselves. And
absolutely.
When Gorbachev came in with his attempt at having the nation go cold turkey, as they called it, everybody who had access to a bit of power and a bit of money, a capacity or access to a means of production, actually found ways of getting the good stuff. And the others, of course, were crowded out in the market and then started distilling themselves with all the negative consequences.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I probably digressed a little bit, but why I started with all those Soviet tradition, because one thing that happened under Khrushchev, Stalin, some of the food shortage he organized, like Golodomor, to kill people. But under Khrushchev, so what Khrushchev was saying that he had this goal to to produce more meat than United States. And he made this experiment in Ryazan, so that once we know how to do this thing in Ryazan, we'll expand this throughout the country. So what was happening in Ryazan? They had to kill cows this year just to meet the target, which was unmeetable. And they started to buy. They started lying in their stats, and they started buying meat from all other regions. Bringing it to Ryazan to report that they are meeting the target. Eventually, they couldn't meet the target because it was unmeetable, and the guy shot himself. The guy shot himself because he couldn't meet the target. It's, but yeah, so it was not, people were not killed and terrorized or sent to Gulag for these things, but corruption and wrong reporting became pervasive at that time. And and this is all true, but this is a long tradition that corruption, inefficiency, again, all of that was, and people still believe, some of them do love Stalin, especially older people, because they believe everything was working well. And the way it was working is, if you are an engineer, you have to engineer the bridge. Like, I know a person, she said her uncle was an engineer. When he was engineering a bridge, during the test, he had to stand under the bridge, you know, so that if something doesn't work, he will die. And that's how it was all based on terror. And that's how all the people believe things should work under terror. And they will justify basically any level. And don't make that mistake, you know, this is cultural thing in the West that human life has a value. Russia is from a different world. The human life has no value. Terror has a value because it makes people work. Otherwise, everybody is lazy. And true, you know, like slavery work is not very productive. Slaves are lazy. Just don't make people, don't make slaves of people, and you should be fine. But anyway, yeah. So don't make that mistake. Like the life, human life has value, but that's Western value. It's not common everywhere. Certainly not in Russia.
The tanks are not actually there. The trucks aren't actually there, but human life doesn't have a value. Ticoni.
I'd love to hear more from this oligarch conversation, Alex. I saw it in Ukrainian InfoSpace, and alas, I couldn't listen to it. So, I mean, I for one would be really interested in even more. I know you kind of summed it up in even more of the juicy detail. I've just posted in the stadium a photo that I took in late January of my local supermarket in Dnipro, Lysilpo. There's 5 of them in the whole of Ukraine. And there I had a choice, as you'll see. I photographed the foreign cheese, so from all over the world, and then just even the Ukrainian cheese counter. And then I could buy butter from anywhere, like 5, 6, 7 different types of French butter, Irish butter, American butter, you name it, all of it. Just amazing variety there. But it strikes me that, so reading this thing, which I posted earlier today about how about hyper reality. So when Putin said, as he did the other day, that Muscovy has had its best harvest in decades this year, it really reminded me of this example, which is given in this great book that I read a while ago, Everything Was Forever Until It Was For No More, where he explains what hyperreality is, which is just this constant announcement of harvests in various different crops, and that literally no one in the entire system knows, and he's been charitable here, knows whether or not any of these crops were grown and in what quantities. But what mattered was the announcement of it. And it strikes me that these influencers, now this is kind of a hypermodernism, basically too much, never enough, which was the hypermodern name of the Mary Trump's biography of Donald Trump, but it perfectly sums up hypermodernism as distinct from postmodernism or the classic or modernism or the classical era. Too much, never enough. And so they have these influencers who are attesting to the presence of these items, and that backs up the completely bogus announcements of these things, which only exist, like these nuclear threats and stuff, they only exist in the linguistic sphere. And we generally, and newspapers, The Guardian, this drives me nuts, I've kind of given up, but I'll continue, which is when they convey equal space to a Russian denial, which exists only on the linguistic plane, has no bearing on concrete reality anywhere apart from its existence as a linguistic formula, and they put that even with something, say, the White House says, or something Ukraine says, where there's an expectation of some correlation between what is being described, the signified, and actually the words used to describe it. And maybe one good thing can come of this war is if more people become educated about how these announcements about crops, about 1,200 tanks a month, about tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus, etc., that we think that these have there's something else apart from the words or the images. When it comes to Russia, we can be sure that there's no correlation, that once they're said, that's it. That's all there is to it. That's their function served. And I guess the people who are nostalgic for Stalinism, they remember the words and the announcements as if they correlated to what was actually happening.
You only need decoding. In Stalinism, a good rule was you only need to kill one publicly in order to control 1,000.
Quite here, yeah.
Therefore, you also need only one bullet, one repeated narrative.
Yeah, it's interesting. But another thing I noticed is more reforms, less Stalin is still find around. Like Georgia had great progress at some point. Unfortunately, the country is now going back, but Russia never went through that. So I'm pretty sure that you will find plenty of people who are genuinely admiring Stalin for his ability to kill millions. Because, and they genuinely believe that this is the only way the bridge will work. If you put the bridge engineer under it to test its robustness.
And on that happy note, Doman, take it away.
Axel, what do you reckon of this Katyusha rocket launcher that's been
Okay, I use this saying sparingly, but Germans always say under Kartusch or under Katyush, which is under the whip of that rocket launcher, which was essentially a tool for infantry and heavy infantry, mechanized infantry, however you'll call it, suppression by the Russians. Because it was an indiscriminate, but very effective for its time, rocket launcher, the Katyusha. You can still kill people with it today, but it is definitely very apt when used to kill civilians. And I think as a tool for terror, they might even try it and use it. But can it be taken out? Is it relevant for modern warfare? No, of course not. Will they try to use it? Who knows? If they have a position which they can defend by means of putting up 40 or 50 Katyushas and have still the rockets for it, they can wreak havoc and create mayhem, but not for long, because they can be easily found and they can be, when detected, then taken out. But still, it is a thing. It's a war machine, literally.
So I was just looking finally properly at that video, Axel. Well, you gentlemen were talking away, and I'm pretty sure that that's on the Studebaker 2.5-ton truck.
Oh yeah, of course.
You didn't notice that before.
No,
I only looked at the launcher bit.
The ZS models, which they then rebuilt themselves later, were based on American models, and I think not just the Studebaker. There's two more, and they always did this.
Oh, I know, and I knew that historically they were mounted on all sorts of stuff from all sorts of places, and of course many of the trucks indeed majority of the trucks in the Soviet army in the Second World War were from America, right?
The majority of their tanks were American.
Oh, of course, but we haven't seen any Shermans yet, have we? Yet. It's just funny that it's the American truck that still functions. No, but beyond that, I don't think that they're going to use them in battle. It has civilian license plates. I think they're moving it to have one last parade in Sevastopol on May 9th. The last one that they're ever going to have in Sevastopol. And then in July or August, they can use this Katyusha rocket launcher as a part of the barricades on the road between Jankoy and Kerch.
There's still the option that there is no grounds for using Sevastopol as parade ground on May 9th.
Yeah, that's possible, but I think they're planning for it anyway. So yeah, I had a look at a little bit at the ranges of Katyusha rockets, and basically it's very short. But I do agree, Axel. Of everything that Russia could still domestically manufacture quite reliably, it is Katyusha rockets. I think they can very reliably produce quite large quantities of Katyusha rockets because it's a metal tube with a warhead and solid state fuel that they could manufacture even back in the Second World War days quite easily. So that should be something that they can do now. It's also quicker to reload than a Grad launcher, right? Because you just put them on the rails. You don't need to shove them very straight up the very long tube. So that helps a little bit.
Just for your convenient laughter, we're having fresh snow.
How selfish. I mean, just let it go to the Alps for once. Come on. Why do you need it up there on the coast?
At least all the garden cleanup I was incentivized to do yesterday will now be nicely hidden.
Yes, nice and obscured by a gentle white blanket. Yeah. I don't know if you've seen this, but Colonel Spencer is getting famous.
Yes. I know. He met Verlaine and got a lot of photos with her, and also had the pleasure of standing in front of the wonderful train station.
Not just that. He earned himself an article on Ukrinform. It says, military expert John Spencer arrives in Kiev. John Spencer, well-known American military expert, is paying a visit to Kiev today, etc., etc. So, it's nice to see him on the front page of the news service.
Yeah, as you can imagine, doing the chores which I had absolutely no possibility to read or do anything in between, only when making coffee.
Now, they talk about his meeting Anton Herashenko, but they didn't mention Verlaine at all. And I mean, honestly, that's their failure.
I tend to agree, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we can be pretty pretty clear on that. Anyway, it's it is not a very news-filled day today. Beyond of course the Katyusha rolling down the highway somewhere. I'm sure there can be a combined song, a mashup of sorts that can be appropriately tailored for this.
So, cup of coffee in hand, sitting down. Now we can prep. What else did I miss, Roman, in the last 2 hours?
Nothing really. Nothing. Nothing
a
new.
great discussion about post-Soviet, development or lack of development or lack thereof in the new totalitarian state of Russia, and
that we did.
Tried to do. That you did. Okay, good.
But that's hardly news.
That is a meandering continuum. I agree, absolutely.
Oh, I don't know if you saw this, but Jussi Niinistö, former Finnish Minister of Defense, so not Sauli Niinistö, not the president. He had an interview in Finland, and he said, Russia fooled most of us, including myself. I didn't really understand how Russia wages war nowadays. I always thought that their strategies would be, based on those of the Second World War. Indeed, Russia still functions like they did in World War I.
He's in full agreement with us, Doman. You remember our discussion about Tannenberg and what they are doing, and that everything they currently carry out. You can look at the maps between mid 1916 and Tannenberg, and then obviously the complete disintegration, and everything they do today, just with modern weapons, just with, of course, more reach of rocket artillery, but everything else you can find, even their logistics you can find, because obviously then they had horses and extremely few trucks, but then they had horses, and they did the same mistake at the same time, because they put their horses on trains. They were reliant on trains. When that didn't work, they had the same kind of bulking up on roads with horses all across the northeastern part of the salient, which was then created. And Hindenburg and Ludendorff managed to outfox them various times, just because they were constantly bunching up their troops and concentrating them at the wrong moment. They were literally very cannon and artillery heavy, but to no effect, very little precision, complete lack of discipline, marauding troops in what is today Bielorussia and Eastern Poland. They looted everywhere and everyone, pogroms left, right, and center. I mean, literally the whole bunch. First World War army, Russian.
And clearly the problem is they don't have nearly enough horses anymore.
Well, true, they definitely lack the horsepower, I agree.
Now, the really big news today, I think, is that close to Tula, so quite close to Moscow, a big explosion occurred a couple of hours ago. A crater up to 8 meters deep and 15 meters in diameter. Several wounded. All windows broken already. Some windows broken within 500 meters of it. And apparently there were leftovers of a Tu-141 drone. I guess drone is the thing to call it. So there you go. That's what that's what happened today. It looks like it could have been one of these Ukrainian drones on its way somewhere else. They crashed a bit early for whatever reason. The initial report from Russia was nothing happened, nothing to see here, everything is all right. But no, then now they're complaining a bit more. let's see. Maybe they've seen the light and used, I don't know, air defenses against it. Klaus.
Thank you. Regarding the eggs, I personally have eaten so much egg the past year that I've got ovaries. So that is something we can tell the Russians. Thank you.
Oh, that is fantastic! Thank you, Klaus. I will remember that forever and ever. That is terrific.
We have a local what's it called, egg farm, 15 minutes away, and we can buy it from we just walk in the door and pick up some eggs. So right now we are pretty safe.
I think it's the chicken coop, but I might be wrong. All right, Axel, question for you. On Friday, there were some reports of the officials in Kherson calling for evacuation of civilians. Did anything precipitate of that?
I didn't hear it, but I can imagine that there are certain parts of Kherson which are constantly under revenge and retribution rocket artillery fire, where it may make sense for them to actually leave their area. But the call from the mayor of Kherson to the people on the other side of the river to
I will remind them of the river in Kherson Oblast. Ukrainian authorities have made repeated requests to the population of the area to please evacuate, starting already in June of 2022 and then continuing on throughout the summer. Of course, liberation eventually came. So it could well be the first step of many on the road of liberating the rest of Kherson Oblast. Bigadi.
On the topic of Stalinist, well, I now know there's actually a word for what Axel just described. They're called demonstrative punishments. So I've just picked this up from my favorite InfoSpace source from RIA Melitopol. So I'll just read it since it's on topic. Invaders torture residents of Kherson region for refusing Russia's passports. This is from the National Resistance Center. Due to low rate of passportization, the Russians carry out demonstrative punishments. They put a bag on the head of men and throw them into the trenches. So this is another use of these cope trenches. In addition, according to the center, Russians use a torture facility in Henichesk to put pressure on people. Citizens with pro-Ukrainian views, as well as those who do not want to comply with the requirements of the local population, are subjected to severe torture there. So demonstrative punishments. It's great they have a word for that. 1 in 100, and everyone else will comply, but not in Ukraine. 99 will fight, God willing, out.
Dikoti, I've got a question for you. Back when you were observing the line of occupation in Luhansk Oblast, was passportization something that was being discussed? Was passportization, forced passportization, something that was that you were briefed about, that you thought about, talked about with your fellow observers?
I read about it a lot in the Russian occupiers' media in Luhansk. So it was a constant theme, which I'm dealing with in distant folklore as well. I haven't come to that theme yet, but I've got this huge data set which I'm gradually unpacking for its themes, which are now of interest. But passportization was a constant theme, as indeed it was in occupied Crimea from the very early days, as I'm sure you'll sort of remember. So there was a time when it was directly after occupying it, where they forced the Ukrainians in occupied Crimea to give up their passports, and then gave them these rubbish passports with the right to reside in Yakutia. but they were allowed to stay under license in occupied Crimea. So, but yeah, so they were in occupied Luhansk. There was various waves of passportization, and most people kept their Ukrainian passports, and when they could, they got when the new biometric ones came in, because they would cross over this bridge, which was 14 kilometers or 15 kilometers from Luhansk city, to get their pension or non-occupied Ukraine. But yeah, it was constant refrain. And also in terms of documentation, which was always very difficult. And I encountered many problems with marriage certificates and people trying to cross the bridge, say with children who couldn't, because they couldn't prove that this child was theirs and that they had the permission of the legitimate parent to cross. And lots of problems with the use by the occupation authorities of stamps and of francs, which predated the occupation, which Ukrainian border guards wouldn't accept, rightfully so, as legitimate documents. So it wasn't just passportization; it was the whole panoply of civil registration and marriage and children baptism. Just really, funerals was always a really tricky one. And to bring dead bodies back and forth, I carried them on several occasions, because it was just the easiest solution to, otherwise no one could touch it from either side, and it was just a whole palaver, and you'd have everyone crying. It was just terrible. So yeah, always very, very big part of it. And as we see these waves of passportization in occupied Zaporozhye and Kherson, they're still going on. They've been going on since April, again and again. In fact, the whole fake referendums, which were supposed to be held in May, originally it was thought, the only reason they're holding them is because that forces people to get passports. Yeah, it's just mad, because no one now, thankfully, in the West accepts this as legitimate, and therefore, and obviously no one in Ukraine does, and therefore why would you continue it unless it's just part of your system? It's part of your colonial system, and the squaddies on the ground are told, just do this. And a couple of weeks ago, they took a man off a bus near occupied Melitopol. He was traveling between places on local buses, because that was the only way you could get around without getting your passport checked. And he was the only one with the Ukrainian passport, and they took them all. So it's punishment. It's also just, you're Russian, so you need this passport. It's just insane. I am overjoyed that other people now understand how insane their entire colonial imperial system is, but at the same time, it is mystifying. Out.
In strictly internal passports, right? No, and also how much of these were Russian passports, and how much of these were the mafia FSB republics that they called themselves passports?
Oh yeah, I'm only talking about the Russian passports, which I think we now have that. The distinction was never made, really, but we do have that testimony from, say, that woman from Melitopol who only got one to get medical treatment, and then they looked at her, her great quote posted a few months ago, like, they looked at me like I was special or something, by trying to get into occupied Crimea with a Russian passport. So yeah, they never made this distinction between the national and thing in the articles, but there were, in my mind, it was always clear they were entitled to Russian Federation passports, and there was various deadlines between early 2015 and 2022, and even 2018, where everyone had to take one, and the Allies introduced sanctions on the grounds of the forced passportization. I think I'm right in saying. And yeah, I suppose there probably was. Well, as I go through this data set, I'll be able to answer that. I mean, there were always chat about they would have had the DPR and LPR passports, and then every now and again, like clockwork, talk of forming an economic union between DPR and LPR would come up, and we still haven't really got an answer to that point, which Anda the other day brought up very well. I think it was Anda or Iona, actually, maybe it was, where she was pointing out this article that people in LPR still don't seem to be entitled to Russian passports, even though it's supposed to be part of Russia. It's just insane. It is insane. The whole thing, like, even within its own logic, it's insane that Russia, it's part of Russia, so but they can't go and live in Russia yet, even though they exported most of the people from there into Russia because they wanted to show that they were refugees as they started the war. Yeah, it's just it's absolutely insane.
See, but this shows you, right? This shows you that they really do think of it as a colony, that they don't think of it as Russia proper, that they don't think of people as Russians there. Obviously, otherwise they would have been behaving differently. And this is good because it's good to evidence where they put themselves to a lie. Now, it is many places that they put themselves to a lie, so that makes it a little bit more difficult, but nevertheless, it is good to evidence where and when they do so, because that gives us more ammunition to, bonk their nonsense or whatever, whatever you want to call it.
Absolutely. I mean, and we know because of the administrative boundary between occupied Kherson and occupied Crimea. So they have this strict administrative boundary between the two occupied areas. And I was fascinated to see, it was a few months ago when a particularly large group of looters went from Severodonetsk to occupied Luhansk. And they went through this town Shastia, which I used to go through all the time. And I saw photographs of massive miles long convoy of waiting at the checkpoint at Shastia, which is over the bridge over the Donets River. And so this is like both sides. So with me on which is upriver from there on Stanitsa Luhanska Bridge, it'd be like, so I mean, I don't know, but do they have
Stanitsa Luhanska is downriver from Shastia,
or downriver, however, up or down or whatever? But do they have, like, it's not inconceivable to me that you have Russian occupiers from occupied Luhansk on one side of Stanitsa Luhanska Bridge, and then on the other side, in the exact spaces where the Ukrainian border guards were operating for the past 8 years, you also have Russian occupiers controlling access. And the whole thing is a money spinning. So, even within the logic of their own thing, which is Luhansk is one oblast as part of Russia, they have internal boundaries within occupied Luhansk. And yes, the conclusion you would draw from this is that they do, and most of us can convinced of this, they understand very well that Crimea is not yours forever and that Ukraine will get it, and Luhansk and Donetsk the same, that these are special areas. But yeah, it's really insane stuff out.
Yes, they will. Vojta, how are you?
Hi guys, can you hear me well?
Yeah, all good.
All right. Well,
I would like to continue on the same or similar note as decoding. Uh, as you have been talking about the Donetsk and the Luhansk, let's say, entity. Um, we have quite a lot of informations or rumors from the backstage of the different PMC from the Wagner, which belong to Prigozhin or the others. And I don't think we have quite a lot of informations about how this Donetsk and Luhansk armies are working, who is actually like running the show. And I think it's
Southeastern Command. We have completed. Walter, I can stop you right there. I'm sorry, but before you go any further with narratives which are completely wrong, Southeastern Command gives direct command to the so-called LNR and DNR forces since a long time. They were consolidated and integrated into the structure. Actually, the main ranks of their leading parts beforehand solely GRU manned have now been complemented by regular Russian army plus GRU to keep the strains up, which is why they coordinate. The GRU side coordinates Prigozhin with DNR and LNR forces, because Prigozhin obviously is a GRU asset, as some of you may know, and those who don't should read about it. And Doman will guide you to the relevant sources, but this is the structure. We know this for a fairly long time. The integration into the Russian armed forces was already carried out last year in May.
Yeah, so you are saying that they are, directly
These
under
statements
the
are.
Russian
It's not. I'm saying. I'm just repeating what both American as well as ZSU sources, General Staff last year in summer, as well as information which the Brits have conveyed to the public in their briefings over the course of the last summer have stated. So that's what I'm, as you said, saying.
Yeah. The reason why I'm, going into this direction is, I think yesterday mockers have been reading quite a lot of stories of the Russian soldiers who has been deployed in Avdiivka, and this this suicidal squads. And the majority of the stories, or multiple of the stories, were that the DNR, or what is it called, officers were actually given the orders, and it was kind of strange, or that's what they said.
They said it because these are DNR troop offer. They have emblems of the DNR and the LNR to give them some semblance of, shall we say, relevance. But these are Russian officers, respectively, GRU designated military personnel.
All right.
Okay. Think of it, Wojta. Think of it like a Kafka set of terms, right? So the Southeastern Command, or whatever it is, doesn't matter, right? They control the high level of things, and then they muddy the waters by, instead of just having everybody there being a part of the Russian army proper, as far as they're concerned, right? They give them all manner of other titles and badges and patches and all the other stuff. In this way, they can, if anybody complains, they can say, oh, this was out of our hands. This was another group. This was a so-and-so big scare quotes PMC, or so-and-so Republic militia, right? And this way, nobody knows who to complain to. This way, people are more likely to just give in to their fate. And this is part of why they do this. And as Axel was saying, right, they're directly, effectively subservient to the GRU, or they're people who are brought in from GRU ranks, and they, at sort of mid-tier and lower level, behave straight up like a mafia structure, so that any Russian mobiks who are brought in from wherever and are basically being punished by being told to assault Avdiivka, they're allocated to such a unit where everything runs effectively as a GRU-led mafia, right? But at a high level, all of the operational stuff of where they're going to go and so on, that's done very well integrated into the Russian army. Does that kind of make sense, Vojta?
Yeah, well, that's what I was like kind of thinking, that it might be, this Kafka metaphor, deflection of the responsibility or the decision making, or and I was, thinking about who is, who is taking part of this, whether it is some GRU or who actually is involved in this. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. The metaphor of the Kafka, misleading of the responsibility for decision. It make quite a sense. Okay, thank you very much, and I will drop down to listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Vojta. And if you think back to early-ish last year, April or so last year, I think maybe May, there was a rebellion among Rosguardia members, I think Krasnodar Krai or somewhere in that general area of Russia, right, quite close to the Ukrainian border, and they refused to go, and they said, no, we can't go. You see, because we could if there was a war, but there isn't a war. This is a special military operation. And under the rules, you can't send us because we don't have valid passports. So we're not allowed to cross the border outside of Russia because we don't have valid passports. And they sued their officer then for wrongful dismissal. It's kind of like that. People sometimes can avoid doing things if they find the right, very formalistic, legalistic reason for it. And this is kind of where these units come in. This is now the wild west, I guess. It's the lawless lands, and that's why then they, when they're trying to punish, when they're trying to maybe get rid of a unit, they say, okay, and now you will, this company, you will now be assigned to this DNR battalion, and it's literally like being sent to, and these mafia fellas are gonna take care of you. Like the whole nonsense republics were set up as a mix of Russian intelligence agencies and the mafia. Well, that's kind of how their military units are intentionally set up as well. And it's exactly to make things extra fuzzy and extra easy to hide and deceive and conceal. Even if the at the top level, the goals are governed by the direct Russian military command. At a more granular level, they're governed by whatever they think needs to be done. Just perhaps particularly gruesome if you think of what they think of their own people then. Yeah, decoding.
Yeah, I mean, what you said, I mean, from the very beginning, i.e. from April 2014, the entire command structure in occupied Luhansk and occupied Donetsk was the Russian state. And we've gone through various different cycles of propaganda, disinfo, shadow plays, of who's in charge and what's going on. There was a genuine extinguishing of spontaneous neighborhood protection units called Cossacks in occupied Luhansk from about February 2015 to about June 2015. But all that's ever changed is, as far as I can work out, is perhaps the sheer numbers of Russian army. But maybe not. Maybe that hasn't even changed. There was always Russian army with the so-called LPR militia on Stanitsin-Hanska Bridge, for instance. They always had a political officer who was always listening to our my interactions. And of course, America, France, Germany, and Britain and other countries colluded in the myth of a separatist state there by accident, because they were trolled, and also because it was convenient. So Germany's entire foreign policy and France's as part of Minsk was until even after. So from my information, Scholz was still pushing the Steinmeier formula in when the war broke out on the 24th of February 2022. So this was the idea that Russia would be able to hold elections in occupied Luhansk before Ukraine was given back control over its borders with the Russian Federation in Luhansk and Donetsk. And this was the essential pivot, the seesaw in Minsk, in the Minsk agreements, which would come first: control over the borders for Ukraine, or election in these so-called separatist regions. And so what this shows us is, and so if there's stuff from last summer in which, you know, France or American or ICSW or whatever start, you know, they enter into this whole, you know, it's just theater. You know, I've gone through many cycles of this, you know, and they're treated with kid gloves by Western experts and people who should know better, but don't. That, oh, now LPR has been integrated with the Russian military, you know, all of this kind of stuff. And it's just, it's on repeat. It's literally on a diary somewhere. Oh, let's start this whole thing again. And then everyone says the same things and it goes on for a couple of months, but nothing changes. It's again, this stuff only happens in the realm of hyper reality. It bears no significance on the ground. So in our context, this happens among Prigozhin-funded meal bloggers going on about this and recording films and complaints here and complaints there. But this is all just, you know, it's like it's trying to disguise the fact that Russia, like happily now, the MH17 court accepts it, the new UN Commission report accepts this is an international conflict. So all of these, we're left with all of these trolls about separatist regions, and many so-called experts still get caught up in this idea: DPR militia, LPR militia, even calling it militia. You know, they don't even realize they're being trolled by using this language. Volunteers. Oh, there's arguments between the guys on the ground. They're refusing to go here and there. You know, this is all just part of how can we embed the idea of separatism in Ukraine? Okay, here's a vehicle. This troll will go directly into the minds of some expert British military guy sitting in London in the Royal United Services Institute analyzing the issue. And they'll write, you know, a paper talking about, you know, the latest integration in the Russia's integrating this, and it's all rubbish, tosh. And I know this because I've just seen these cycles happening again and again and again. And the first time it happens in 2015 or 2016, you fall for it, you get involved in it, you think about it, you write about it, you advise about it, and then you see the same thing happening a year later, and then last summer, and you kind of give up. Although my Disinfolklore project, I'm using this as an example, these things as examples of showing how this this eternal return to the same themes, the same trolls, as a very complex system of emotion moving memes, linguistic, visual memes, get to, say, embed separatism. So we have Macron speaking to Putin on the 20th of February 2022, and we see the transcript of it, and we hear Macron refer to the separatists, and Putin then replies, oh, well, the separatists, as you call them. And, you know, for me, who's been dealing with this stuff for 8 years, what I hear there is Macron is trying to provoke, he's trying to attack Putin, and his emotions riled. So he refers to either that, or Macron is doesn't understand, which is also plausible, because as I say, as we know, around that time, Scholz was still pushing the Steinmeier formula, which was rejected absolutely in that famous photo, which I love posting, in December 2019 in Paris, when, as I put it, President Zelensky finally managed to communicate definitively, so we thought, to the Germans and the French and the Russians that he would not be their Marshal Pétain. And that President Zelensky, who now talks about having gotten onto a bus which was already tumbling down the hill, many of us who were watching this very closely from the time he was elected in March 2019 watched very worried that he was going to fall for this Steinmeier formula troll. And now we hear him, President Zelensky recently used this metaphor of, well, I was on a bus, it was already tumbling down the hill, what could I do? But I know, because I went to many of them, the no to capitulation, where the hardcore of the people, the volunteers, Azov, Pravi sector, the people who were on Maidan in November 2013, and their descendants. Meanwhile, most of the rest of Ukrainian society was just going about its business, trying to forget about the war. But in autumn of 2019, there was documents signed which seemed by Ukraine or by their plenipotentiary to the Minsk, which appeared to concede the Steinmeier formula that it was going to be done. And there was protests all over Ukraine, no to capitulation, repeatedly around Ukraine. And then finally, in December 2019, President Zelensky said, no, no. And there's that great picture of President Zelensky looking like king of the world, Putin looking like he's never been angrier in his life, Macron looking massively disappointed, because this is where he wanted his Treaty of Paris, 2022 or was it 2019. And then you have the German representative also. Everyone's looking really depressed and sad. You have Surkov there in the scene, who asked the French, can I stay the night? And they said, no, you have to go, you're under sanctions. Which is quite a romantic image, that Surkov wanted to just walk through the parks of Paris for the last time, which would have been his last time. And all of these things, of course, your average military person or commentator in Russia or other places doesn't know any of this. And so they weren't following, they don't have the history. And so the whole separatist troll thing that either Macron was saying to Putin to annoy him, to rile him, or Macron genuinely still was believing that they were separatists. And then Putin responds angrily. It's faux anger. He sort of says, oh, well, the separatists, as you call them, this is in the transcript. And Putin there, internally, he is aroused, because he has Macron referring to them as separatists. But of course, in the Russian mind, the Kiev regime are the separatists. And in all of the propaganda for 8 years in occupied Russia, occupied Ukraine, the positioning was that the so-called LPR were the continuity, the sovereign government of Ukraine. And then, and it's just mad. And obviously it's mad. And I do have some sympathy for people who haven't been following it for years and now, fall for these trolls all the time, but relatively limited. So with the army stuff, these are always LPR. But what I do notice, what I suspect, and it's glaring in these latest videos from Dmitry that he does, is they're covering up. They don't want any written orders. No one, after the fact, it'll all be a bit of a mess. So they'll all be able to avoid responsibility for sending these people to their deaths. So they think. But I don't think it'll be that easy for them. There'll be other ways of justice getting its way. And essentially, Ukraine doesn't care anything, and nor does the international community, under what fictional organizational organogram you have. You just have a Russian citizen who's trying to kill a Ukrainian army, and the Russian state is responsible for that, and that is evidence of aggression, the crime of aggression. Yeah, out.
Hey guys, I'm back. Yeah, apparently Domin and Axel are having a moment over time zones. But of course, Domin is always correct. I apologise.
Yep.
I apologise, Axel, but Domin's right. So I've had a lovely, refreshing nap. You'll all be glad to know. And I was just looking at that thing that blew up in Russia. And something's just a little bit off about it. Do you want to know what smells fishy? I'm going to say you do. Well, what's he called? Alex Summer has pointed this out, that this, this pro-Russian war monitor dude, war monitors, oars, he put out with some certainty that this was a drone strike, approximately 30 minutes before unknown fragments were discovered, which were then suggested to be the drone. And he provided a source of TASS, would you believe? But yeah, he put this information out before it had actually been reported that unknown pieces of metal had been found. And I just think that's a bit suspect. I think they were looking for an excuse. I think they've used the drone as an excuse for something, but I don't know what's really happened. Call me cynical, but yeah. It's a big hole in a residential area. Ukraine don't do that.
Maybe for once, Russian air defense has worked.
Well, Russian air defense in their ground-to-ground role, yeah. Gentlemen, while I'm here and chatty, I did have something that I wanted to mention today, that England and Ukraine are playing a football match today against one another. And there's been a bit of a jolly online banter between Dimitra Kabela and James Cleverly earlier on today about it. Don't actually know what time it's on, so if anybody is keeping an eye on that, you can let me know what happens. Because, yeah, if I watch the football, I might have another nap. Oh, really? Hello. George, go ahead.
No, wait, George, I've got a question for you. Eastern time. What time is the current time in Eastern time?
Right now it's 11:33.
11:33. Would you, if somebody asked you, what time ET is it? You would say 11:33, right?
Yeah, EST, ET, it's all the same shit to me.
There we go. Thank you. Proved my point. Carry on.
I was going to say, so we're going to have Studebakers. My God, 80-plus-year-old trucks rolling out. Now, we saw that video, and it's kind of funny because that second truck is a 1930s, but I don't know if it's a Russian fuel truck, or it's an American fuel truck that we sent in the beginning of 1941. I'm trying to find out what model that would look at. But the one with the Katusha launcher,
is definitely what we call the US 6x6 Studebaker truck. And if you look, I think that came right out of the Great Patriotic War Museum. It looks like they just took it right off the pedestal there and have it rolling out. But in reality, that might be movie props because the Russians are busy making or remaking all this propaganda of how great they were in World War II. So that just could be just somebody videotaping some moving movie props going to a set.
Yeah, I think they're George. My hypothesis is that Russians are moving some stuff to Sevastopol for their last ever parade in Sevastopol on May 9th this year, and then after that they can use it as a part of the barricade in July.
Doman, you said parade, and I just want to touch on something. There is some really great military parades that we see that that for years have been very intimidating to the casual observer, right? One being the Soviet/Russian May Day parade, with all those missile systems and these guys brandishing these weapons, and they're marching in these very smart looking uniforms. And then you see the same type of parades coming out of China and especially North Korea, right? The choreography, they've got these women dressed up, they're all marching, looking smartly, and wow, to the casual observer, they look invincible. Well, and then you've got our guys who march with their uniforms or whatever. We don't do too much of the parade nonsense, even though the former president wanted to, recreate that stuff. We spend most of our time actually doing training with real weapons at work. Obviously, so did the Ukrainians, and the results we're seeing on the battlefield. So, what the Russian spring offensive doing, Doman?
Russian spring offensive is doing pretty well. Not much. They're losing lots of equipment. They lose lots of radars lately, lots of electronic warfare equipment. Who knows why?
But maybe they took the spring part literally, because we're seeing a lot of things getting destroyed and little springs flying across, and maybe that's what they meant. Maybe that's what we thought by spring offensive. That they would litter the battlefield with springs from their destroyed equipment flying all left and right.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. No, but on a serious point, apparently in the last few days, 3 separate JITEL electronic warfare systems have apparently been destroyed by 3 different Ukrainian units. And I think that's pretty cool. I don't know how good this electronic warfare system is. Clearly not very good. Clearly not very good.
Hello, Freight Monkey.
Hey guys, I was wondering, do you think the May Day, because we're talking about that right now, the victory day for the Russians, do you think their parade is going to be any different this year? I'm just wondering if it's going to be like scaled down or scaled up, or I'm gonna actually watch the thing this year. I've never really done it. I've only ever seen clips. But last year, I remember that I saw that Putin was sitting around, and he seemed to have a non-Russian bodyguard with him. I don't know if anybody else saw that
that footage. At the time, I wasn't listening to MriyaReport, so I can't remember if I don't know if we talked about it. But at the time, his bodyguard seemed to be a not Russian guy. He seemed to be more like a Cuban dude. And we could. There's a lot that got portrayed through his body language. So that's why I'm going to be watching it. But my question is, do you guys think it's going to be, downplayed, or are they going to try and make it into a big boasty thing? And are we going to see the Armata again or not?
That is a good question, actually, but they haven't put all their armatas out on the battlefield, have they? Because some of them don't actually go. So I do wonder if some of these tanks that are in this display are just a shell on top of a truck, because, I just wonder. There's an awful lot of stuff which appears to be built just for show. And so I reckon they have a bunch of these showpieces tucked away. Yeah, I just have that feeling that they probably have these showpieces tucked away and kept moving purely for these demonstration purposes. So probably, but maybe not in such numbers, because they used to send out like rows and rows of tanks, didn't they? And I think the last one we saw, they did have a particular column of tanks, and it appeared to have been filmed a number of times to make it look as though there was more of them. So yeah, maybe they'll do that. Maybe they'll just have literally one row of stuff, and they'll just keep moving it from around the block, so it keeps coming round. Yeah, you never know. They'll figure something out, I'm sure. Whatever they do, Freight Monkey, I'm sure you'll be entertained. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely try and watch the whole thing this time. I think it requires to go on some VPN and go and watch Russia Today. But I'll give it a shot, and we'll see how many tanks come up. I think there's going to be a few commentators counting tanks. So yeah, let's see.
The thing is, though, I was going to say you will have to probably look at them carefully, because they will probably show the same tanks much more than once, from different angles, so that so it looks like there's loads of them, because how they record everything like they do. There's no such thing as live TV, is there, in Russia?
George,
I have an orange idiot purring at me. Carry on.
George, I have an answer to your question. I've been messaged by one of our Nordic listeners saying that in Swedish, springa means to run. So that's what the Russian spring offensive is.
They'll be spring out
in the German army. Fertig machen zum Sprung also means that start preparing for the run.
They'll be sprunging all over.
No, Sprung means it is both the jump as well as the jump in space, meaning as in if you run effectively, you do exactly that. It's just old school German. It's medieval German, which comes as no surprise that to Domen that it would be anchored and well represented in Swedish.
Well, while we're on vehicles, Domen, are you aware of what's happened in the Volkswagen group? In the places that they used to be involved in Russia?
Not even slightly, but I'd love to learn.
Okay, so the there was a crossover vehicle that was being made with Volkswagen, I believe, for the Russian market. It's called the Moscovich, believe it or not. And the Chinese JAC will now take over, be part of the Volkswagen group. And Volkswagen have withdrawn from the Russian markets. So it looks like the Chinese are sort of maybe offering to assist with building cars there, which I'm sure will be great quality.
You know what's funny? So Moskvich means a Muscovite, right? Inhabitant of Moscow. It was, of course, a very famous car for a long time. And initially, when they were going to start making them again with the Chinese ones, they were going to be making them in St. Petersburg. So I thought, oh, this is fantastic. It's a Moskvich, so a Muscovite from St. Petersburg, and it's owned by the Chinese. So basically Putin. But then they've decided to move the production actually to Moscow, not St. Petersburg.
Great Monkey? Did you just remute yourself?
Sorry, my bad. Did Volkswagen sell their assets to the Chinese? Is that what happened? And if so, are they going to build a sort of a Volkswagen-looking knockoff? And the other question I've got is, would you rather drive a Chinese car or a Lada?
I'm sure I'd probably rather walk. Safer. Probably faster.
Where's your sense of adventure?
I'd go for the Lada, guys. I mean, come on. You know, something as historic as that. Maybe the version that they took all the electronics out, you know, so they could still make it today.
Great Monkey. That's the question.
Yes, excellent.
How would you like your genocide? With cream or sugar?
Neither, Axel. Neither.
So, therefore, there's your answer. As Mocha said, she'd rather walk.
Yeah, well, no, but that's true. Maybe walking will get you slower to where you want to get to, but safer.
Whenever you enter a Chinese-made car, or whenever you use such a product, think about the fact that currently Uyghurs, or Uyghur, however you want to call them in English, Uyghur women and children are being killed. Women sterilized, men castrated, killed, starved, shot, put into concentration camps, forced labor camps, and the likes. I'm not even going to talk about what the Han Chinese are doing to everybody else. All right? That's one thing. So one locust culture with a centralized totalitarian approach. And then you have the Russians, which we evidently don't have to discuss as to what kind of genocide they are carrying out and what they had in mind. Because, Domin, what was yet again put out in the media over the weekend? The plans which we already knew of, we already heard of those, which partially had been published last year, the depopulation plan for the rest of Ukraine. Welcome, welcome. So, how would you like your genocide, Great Monkey? Cream or sugar? Lada or Chinese car?
I think the problem is if you say neither, then you just want genocide, but without cream or sugar.
Yeah,
or just like mockers, not at all.
If you can avoid it all, but I mean, we do need to have a think at some point about our exposure to the Chinese and the reliance that we have.
Cutting everything off, reshoring, repurchasing holdings of treasury bills and the likes. Complete disengagement.
I don't think the world is quite ready for that. I mean, it's happening to an extent.
But it's you look at the electronics hub in I think it's Shenzhen.
I agree.
It's
I agree.
I mean,
the world is not ready for it yet.
Reshoring your iPhone production is going to have
It's already
interesting
happening.
consequences. It is
already happening.
Of course,
yeah. And
But,
massively so, and that's fine. And Vietnam is there, Malaysia is there, Indonesia is there. There is South Korea. There's a lot of stuff which can be done. The Japanese are yet again going into another cycle of capital-intensive mass production of high-tech equipment. I'm quite sure there will be solutions for all these things if we simply actually take it seriously. The world has once learned that the oil embargo against the Japanese empire was necessary to eradicate and root out evil. That worked. We have to understand that we are at a crucial juncture. Just because the world's not ready yet doesn't mean the problem isn't there. The world was not ready for this argument to an extent in 2006 and 2008, and Putin nevertheless had already long decided that he wanted to increase and accelerate the conflict, and that he wanted to actually pursue the suppression leading into territorial acquisition. He had absolutely no problem in following the guidance and the details he was given in 2002, 2003 as to how to instrumentalize the build-out of the Nord Stream pipelines and the continuation of the existing old Soviet gas dependency plan for Europe. He had absolutely no qualms in that regard. He had no qualms in killing off the civilians in Grozny. He had no qualms to carry out yet another war in Georgia. There was absolutely no qualm whatsoever. The world's not ready for it, so fuck it. I don't care. We still have to say it because at some point in time, the world will have to face it. I've said it in 2008. I've written it in 2006. I left the country over there for business in 1999. There's a reason for it. We need to stand up. We need to talk about it. We need to say it. And we need to find ways to disengage from totalitarian regimes which threaten the world. And yes, all of this happens, Doman, in UTC.
That's great. UTC is great. The problem is
for coordination.
Yes, that's great. David, what time is currently in Dublin?
He will tell you it's past beer time.
That's great.
9 minutes to the hour of 5 in the afternoon.
Okay. What time is it UTC or GMT?
That's a trick question, David.
No, this is a realistic question, Axel. This is the problem. Because the vast majority of people think that the British Isles, that is to say Britain and Ireland, exist in Greenwich Mean Time, which they do in the winter. But as of this morning, not anymore. This is where expressing yourself clearly in a way which is, not confused by many, is important.
In wartime, Doman, not confused by many means Zulu time, Eisenhower time. Sorry.
Yes, but the vast majority of people are not soldiers or airmen or sailors. Vast majority of people, however, know where London is.
We're all at war.
Yes, and clarity in communication is aided by using communication, using a language that as many people speak as possible. This is why in aviation, Axel, simple English was developed to have a standardized set of phrases so that regardless of where you went, you would be understood, because that aids communication rather than using very convoluted, complicated, poetic
How many
English
people live in
that
England?
would make it more
How
difficult.
many people live in America? That's where you go with Washington time, according to your own logic.
No, I agree, David. I agree. You say, it's such time in New York, such time in London, such time in Kiev, because people know where these places are. Whereas some time zone that drifts through the Atlantic with the time of the year is much less useful. Go ahead, David.
Thanks, Marcus and Fred and Axel for hosting and for being here with such excellent conversation. I appreciate it. Everybody listening, do your part. Retweet, share the space. Visit MriyaAid.org, give what you can. If you're enjoying the space, retweet it. If you don't like it, also retweet it. The rage tweets really upset us. I wanted to come up and speak perhaps about world not being ready. World is never ready. World is led. And if we're lucky, we're not reacting, we're proactive. People have indeed become addicted to cheap slave labor. Again, not just cars from China, Axel. I would think any garment that contains a piece of cotton from Jiangxing or East Turkestan, as it's currently occupied, should know that it's slave cotton. Not slave cotton like in America, but slave cotton in a factory industrial sense. So the staff are kept in concentration camps. They work the fields until they die. The women are sterilized, the men are castrated, and they produce cheap cotton. So I can go to Primark and buy a €3 or a £3 t-shirt, or I can go to Haka und Emme and buy a €2 t-shirt, all on the backs of a genocide and wiping out of people because they pray to the wrong God or because they don't look right. They're the wrong race, if you understand me. They're the wrong looking kind of people. And so China's decided to put them all to death, but not before extracting the final ounce of agony in profit. They prefer dollars if you have it, but I believe they'll take euros and pound. So it's important to remember that China, we are reliant on China. Not really. We've decided to make a lot of money, 30. We're not really that reliant upon them. I'm not sure what they produce that we need and that we can't get anywhere else. I'd also like to point out that time moves. Tempus fugit, waits for no man. And what has been happening in the European zone has also been replicated, but on a much larger scale and with much bigger figures in Asia. Something that's tickling my interest at the moment is the free trade agreement between Washington and Indonesia that's in the offing. And that would certainly create a massive, massive opportunity for both nations, both to bring in technological advancement and those kind of employment opportunities and educational skills to Indonesia, and then for the national security aspect of America hardening its supply chains to make us less susceptible to the dictators who are sometimes our friends but usually not our friends. That perhaps is a habit we can throw ourselves away from with this. So I would say that the Chinese thing is certainly where a lot of people decided to make a lot of easy money recently, but it doesn't really mean they are of necessity. It just means that, much like in the European armory sense, we are now forced to rationalize. So yeah, anything made in China, next time you see made in China, do spare a thought for the people who look wrong and pray to the wrong God. Would be